Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.13 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Work Plan for 2019-2020. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Dépôt du projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration des ministres. Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to be able to present in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities entitled Assessing the Impact of Aircraft Noise in the Vicinity of Major Airports. I want to thank all of the committee members for their cooperation in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. Airport noise is a significant problem, as it is in Calgary and in many other airports across Canada. We need to look, and this report hopefully gives some guidance to the department to implement some of these recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Nater, moves that the 51st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Thursday, October 4, 2018, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oral Minority.
It's certainly an honour to stand and speak to this today, and I'd just like to, before I commence, to state that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sherwood Park. Mr. Speaker, it's a very interesting report, and it actually goes back roughly 14 or 15 years from now to the previous Liberal government and the decisions that were not made in terms of the upkeep and maintenance of the bridge. And as the bridge was aging and there was needed repairs, there was needed a new business plan associated with it, the federal government failed to do anything at that point. Over time, it was then determined that the federal government, along with others in terms of shareholders in the area, engaged with none other than SNC-Lavalin to work out the design of the Champlain Bridge. And I know what you're thinking, is that the same SNC-Lavalin that we thought might be talked about in committee today if there wasn't a bunch of members of the committee of a certain political persuasion, specifically Liberal, that were trying to shut down that procedure in that committee? But, you know, back to this, yes, it is the same SNC-Lavalin. And, you know, we certainly have the opportunity now, as we're looking at this committee report, to reflect on the work that SNC has been doing. And finally, we're able to actually talk about SNC and what's been happening. Now, we know, based on what's transpired over the past couple of months, that SNC got into some legal difficulties, we'll call them those, and that was related to some foreign dignitaries, if I could even use that word, who were coming into this country. And we know that they were offered, or there was a request for an offer of a sweetheart deal to avoid prosecution. And unfortunately, what we saw transpire was the Attorney General stand up for the Canadian justice system, for the Attorney General to do what she believed was right at that time, acting as essentially the person who was going to stand up for the rule of law. And unfortunately, what we saw was the government, and what we heard at committee was that the government, members of this government, right up to the Prime Minister, were asking her to go against what she believed was the right thing to do in terms of the protection of the rule of law, really the protection of our democracy as a whole, to help out this same company that was doing the design and engineering on the Champlain Bridge. Now, since all of that has started to come to light, we've seen the Attorney General resign based on essentially not having and I'm going to paraphrase here, but not being able to state publicly that there was confidence with the Prime Minister and the government anymore. We've had subsequently another minister, very senior in Aboriginal Affairs and then Treasury, resign due to this scandal and these issues surrounding SNC-Lavalin. Mr. Speaker, we've had additionally the principal secretary to the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's closest aide, stepped down because of this scandal regarding SNC-Lavalin. And following that, we now understand that there is a pending resignation from the chair of the Privy Council. Now, this does not sound like there's nothing to see here. If there was nothing to see here, we wouldn't have multiple cabinet ministers resigning, 3 cabinet shuffles in 1 month, the senior most public servant stepping away, and at the same time, the Prime Minister's chief advisor, who's been friends with him since university, also resigning. If there's nothing to see here, and there's no need for the Justice Committee and others to take a look into it, if there's no need for a public inquiry, then I'm sure that somebody could stand up in this House and explain all of these things in a very coherent manner. But unfortunately, we have not seen that. And all of this is really just a tornado, a hurricane around this original SNC proposal for deferred prosecution. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are looking at this and saying, how is it that SNC should be given a sweetheart deal to avoid prosecution, yet the average Canadian is left down and out? They believe that they have to live by the law, that they have to follow the rules, and if they do so, and work very hard, that there is a potential for success. Meanwhile, you have the Prime Minister and the chief advisor to the Prime Minister and the chief public servant all looking at the potential for big business, SNC-Lavalin, who's done this Champlain Bridge design, to get a sweetheart deal and not have to live by the laws of the land. Like, how do we explain to our children that if you're just an average little one, and you go out and you do something wrong, you have to abide by the law? But you know what? If you're SNC-Lavalin, if you're big business, if you have lots of friends in the Liberal Party of Canada, if you lobby the heck out of them day in and day out, if you hire the right former public servants to come and work in your shop, then you can actually influence the Prime Minister of the country to influence the law in your favor. That's just not cool. That's not something that our children should be learning or understanding. They should be learning that there are laws and we need to abide by them. They should be learning that there's consequences each and every time that we make decisions. And the reality is, what the Prime Minister and what the Cabinet has done and what the senior public servants and the senior advisors have done is they've created one set of rules for the rich and the famous, and they've created another set of rules for the rest of Canadians. Like, can you imagine if one of our young people was perhaps arrested for something, if they had the same resources to lobby the Prime Minister and those around them? Of course they would, but they don't. And the idea that we are all the same under the law needs to be enforced, and that is the actual reason, that is the crux of why the Attorney General felt so compelled to resign from Cabinet after the shuffle, understanding that what was coming next, because of the conversation she had had with the Principal Secretary, with the Chair of the Privy Council, with all of those around the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister himself, would likely result in this sweetheart deal being given and the rule of law and our democracy being trampled on. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that SNC has certainly been involved in a lot of contracts related to the federal government. Like I said, the Champlain Bridge is one of them. But at no point should that relationship influence the processes of the law, the ideals of our country. At no point should the Prime Minister be able to skirt what is actually written in stone in this country's Constitution, what is actually written in stone in terms of the public good and the public trust. We know that trust has been lost, and it's not been lost in the rule of law. The people's trust in the rule of law, the people's trust in our democracy is strong. Their trust in this Prime Minister, their trust in his government has been waning for a long time, but this has sort of put it to a whole new level. They now understand that the Prime Minister is actually willing to change the law in certain ways to allow his friends who are rich and famous, who are influential, who are big business, who are the corporate world, to get away with things that are just incredibly terrible. And I don't even want to go into what the original issue in terms of the exchange of money from SNC to that person I will very loosely refer to as a dignitary coming to our country, what those funds were used for, because it's despicable, it's wrong, and we should be prosecuting to the fullest extent of the law and not providing a sweetheart deal, because these people at SNC-Lavalin have big relationships and big friends in this big government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, the people of Montreal were waiting for many, many years to see the replacement of the Champlain Bridge. Stephen Harper and the Conservative government failed the people of Montreal and thereby people of Quebec, in fact all Canadians, on many fronts. But this is a good example of how it is that the Harper government couldn't get the job done. Now, with this government, we have seen historic investments in infrastructure in every region of our country. The Champlain Bridge is a good example of that, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Conservatives once again have taken this day in order to attempt to bump debate on government legislation, Bill C-92. Critically important legislation. In my own riding of Winnipeg North, hundreds of children are in foster care. This is about reconciliation, and the Conservatives continue, Mr. Speaker, to want to filibuster what is important legislation that needs to be debated. My question to the member opposite: why does he feel that the Conservative Party is entitled to deny Canadians good, solid legislation and debate while they try to fabricate and play politics on the issue of SNC when his own leader in their party is met with SNC, Mr. Speaker? Doesn't make reference to that, too.
For Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it incredible that the member just asked me a question about denying legislation to the Canadian people, about denying debate, the same day that they are shutting down the Justice Committee, denying the people of Canada the opportunity to see the truth, to understand the corruption, to know why these people are stepping down. It's like dominoes over there, and Canadians want to know why, but these Liberals are shutting it down. So why don't you go look in the mirror first, not you, Mr. Speaker, but the member, and then come back and ask that question later.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment and a question. You know, I've heard the Prime Minister and the Liberals go on about how this whole SNC-Lavalin deal was about Canadian jobs. And I don't know if you recall that I am an engineer, and in fact that I was a business director in charge of selling engineering and construction services in Quebec, and in fact was in direct competition with SNC-Lavalin. And so I can tell you that if SNC-Lavalin loses the ability to bid on government contracts, it does not mean a loss of jobs. It means Stantec or SeizurTech Worley Parsons will get those contracts, and all of the engineers migrate to where the projects are. So that is a total red herring. This scandal was all about elections and protecting the Liberals. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is this. It seems to me that with high-ranking members in SNC being involved in the Liberal Party, that there's a huge conflict of interest here. And could the member comment on that?
Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I just want to put straight a point from earlier. regarding the Member of Parliament previously who asked the question, it was actually the Martin government that first had this issue with the Champlain Bridge and failed to do anything on it. And so I just want to put that straight. But in terms of the connection between the Liberal Party and SNC-Lavalin, I mean, it's everywhere. We know it's everywhere. And as we look forward, these are the things that we need to have the questions we need to have answered and explained to us. And unfortunately, the Liberal Party is putting their own ideas, the Prime Minister's future, the Prime Minister's job, their own jobs, ahead of the best interests of the country at this point.
Comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned because the OECD anti-bribery unit said that they would be...
I just want to interrupt the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, for a second. I'm trying to hear his question because he's at the other end of the chamber, and with all the chatter going on, I'm having a hard time, so I would imagine that everyone else is, and everyone wants to hear his question. So we'll let him continue now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows I'm a shrinking violet, and I'm very pleased that you stood up to defend my right to speak in this House. The question that we're dealing with is that the OECD anti-bribery unit has put this government on notice. And one of the things they said they'd watch very closely is the work of the Justice Committee. And the Prime Minister's office promised them robust investigation, and now they've shut it down. I would like to ask my honourable colleague about the credibility of a Prime Minister who's burned through his reconciliation agenda, his feminist agenda, his open and accountable government, now his international agenda, in order to continue to pursue this deferred prosecution for his friends at SNC-Lavalin. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks this Prime Minister is willing to do in order to burn the credibility of the Liberal members to get this deal done.
Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question, and I don't need any longer than 30 seconds to answer it. The reality is what we've seen is a Prime Minister who's willing to help his friends in terms of big business at the expense of pretty much everybody around them. The Attorney General, the Chair of the Privy Council, his Principal Secretary, and I know, because we're seeing it at our offices, all of the Liberal members across the country are hearing the same thing from Canadians, which is the Prime Minister has lost their trust and they need to get this government back on track, and unfortunately they're not doing the right work.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The cabinet is burning right now, and there's major issues with the PM's cabinet. It's incredible. They're hiring outside legal advice because the PM's cabinet is on fire and no one seems to be able to put this fire out. It's been 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, since the Globe and Mail article, since the Globe and Mail revealed that there was unjust and pressure put on the AG by the PM, and the 6 weeks this has been going on.
So for 6 weeks, the Prime Minister himself has refused to do the right thing, and that is shed full light on the SNC-Lavalin affair and to allow everyone to speak so that Canadians can retain their confidence in our institutions. What's happening right now, Mr. Speaker, the issue, what's at stake, is Canadians' trust and confidence in their government and their judicial institutions. And that's no small thing. Despite all this government's attempts and the Prime Minister's attempts and Cabinet Ministers' attempts and Liberal members' attempts to cover this up, to bury it, it is clear that when the dust that you're trying to hide under the carpet is bigger than the carpet itself, it's going to show. And that's what this government has attempted desperately to do, is to camouflage and cover up. They're deliberately and voluntarily and repeatedly trying to make sure that nothing gets out about SNC-Lavalin. And what's even more absurd, Mr. Speaker, is that this is the first time in my life, I've never seen this before, and since I'm relatively young, I'm sure my more experienced colleagues here in the House have never seen anything like this happen here in this chamber or in other legislatures. Never before have so many people resigned because nothing apparently happened. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happened. This is what the government would have us believe, that of the four people, four of the most influential people, four of the most important people in the Prime Minister's cabinet and entourage suddenly just decided to resign. What does the Prime Minister respond? There's nothing going on here. It's business as usual. These things happen. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. These things don't just happen. These things shouldn't happen. These are maybe things that don't just happen, but they'll happen more and more often if this Liberal government, if we're stuck with them for a few more years. But I think, unfortunately for them, that's not what's going to happen. Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General, who was transferred to the Veterans Affairs portfolio, the Secretary of the Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker, the best friend and main advisor of the Prime Minister, that's what the media call him, best friend, best chum, and another minister, all resigned. Rather, the clerk of the Privy Council. That's four people who have all resigned. Four people within the Prime Minister's inner circles. How are we supposed to have confidence in a government that has lost four of those people who have lost confidence, or that we have lost confidence in? The government has multiplied its efforts to cover this up, and as a result, Canadians have lost confidence. On the weekend, you go around, MPs go back to their riding, they meet constituents, you do the groceries, and of course, like everybody else, this is what everybody does. But when we go home on the weekend, we bump into people. I went with my wife this weekend to the grocery store, and for the first time, I wasn't able to get the groceries done because I couldn't follow my wife all around the grocery store. And why was that? Because people were stopping me in the aisle. They wanted to talk to me about this. They wanted to tell me how angry they were about Mr. Trudeau, or rather the Prime Minister's attitude. They're so upset and angered by the attitude of the Prime Minister and Cabinet now that they know that the Attorney General is not going to be allowed to speak. People, I've never seen this before. Since 2015, people no longer have confidence in the Prime Minister and in this government. People who'd never spoken to me before, they'd never come up to me before, these constituents decided spontaneously to come up to me and say, don't give up. We want the whole truth. I'm talking about people in the grocery store, at brunch. It happened all over the place last weekend. And that's what happens when you try to cover something up. People get fed up with the position this government is taking and their refusal to give Canadians the whole truth. And what is the whole truth, Mr. Speaker? The truth is that the Attorney General still has more to say. And I'd like to revert to her evidence. I think it's important for people to know because they'll accuse us of playing petty politics with this. But, Mr. Speaker, petty politics is what they're doing. They're refusing to give Canadians the entire version of events. Why do they not want the former Attorney General to speak again? Well, I'll tell you what she said when she first appeared. I'll read some passages from her initial evidence. Our deputy leader asked her, for the sake of clarity, can you explain why you discussed with the Prime Minister at a meeting on February 11th in Vancouver, what you discussed there? Her answer, I cannot discuss that. And then she was asked, can you tell us why you resigned from Cabinet? The former Attorney General's answer, I cannot answer that. And our deputy leader continued by asking, can you tell us what was discussed at Cabinet on February 19th, the former AG's answer, I cannot answer that. And the last question, a very important one, the deputy leader asked, if you were able to talk about what happened in cabinet, if privilege was waived, would you be willing to return and appear before the committee again? And the former AG's answer was yes. So she has things to say, Mr. Speaker. She has lots to say, and Canadians want to hear it. People in the grocery store last weekend wanted to hear it. People I had brunch with last weekend want to hear it. Canadians want to hear it. Canadians want her to be allowed to speak. But, the Justice Committee wanted to hear from her again. But the cover-up operations continued this morning. The Liberals decided to put an end to the Justice Committee's study of this issue. They ended their study, this supposedly independent study by the Justice Committee, in order to prevent the former Attorney General from telling the whole truth. She testified for almost 4 hours, but the Prime Minister was the one who decided what she could and could not say. It could have lasted 6 hours. She still wasn't able to say everything she had to say. And why? Because the Prime Minister forbade it. That's the truth that Canadians want to hear. That's what Canadians are entitled to know. And as I said, 4 resignations. 4 resignations. The former Attorney General, the Secretary of the Treasury Board, the best friend and main advisor to the Prime Minister, and the Clerk of the Privy Council. And they all resigned over nothing? We're not fools, Mr. Speaker. We know that something is being covered up here. And until we find out what that is, we are going to stand up in this House on behalf of Canadians, and we will use all the tools at our disposal to ensure that the full truth comes out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague. He brought up this whole idea about the cover-up. But for me, I want to talk about something that's really important in my community. It's about jobs. And he knows about the bad announcement that we had in Oshawa. But this government's total and complete incompetence. They say it's about jobs, but what did they do in the energy sector to save those jobs? Absolutely nothing. What did they do in Oshawa to help save automotive jobs? Absolutely nothing. They promised in November, almost 4 months ago, they would have a plan, but they've been so consumed about their own corruption and their scandals that we're seeing absolutely nothing else from this government. And what I'm worried about is local politicians and labor groups are working together to keep jobs in places like Oshawa. They're just concerned about their scandal. So today's budget, we're going to have a budget today, and it's going to be about further distraction. But I want to ask my colleague, how far does he think this Prime Minister will go to save his own job and forget about the rest of Canadian jobs?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for 6 weeks now, the Prime Minister has shown that there's nothing that no depth that he's not willing to stoop to. So in the budget, expect him to sprinkle billions of dollars, probably borrowed, to continue this cover-up operation. Will that help workers in Oshawa? I sure hope so, but I have my doubts. The only jobs that are really at risk are the jobs surrounding the Prime Minister. There are 4 people around the Prime Minister who've already lost their job, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister is very fearful that the next person to lose his job will be him. That's the only job he truly cares about, because when he was asked about SNC-Lavalin jobs, he said there were no studies to support their claim that jobs were at stake at SNC-Lavalin. There are billions worth of contracts still out there, and one with the Caisse de dépôt in Quebec. There are billions of dollars worth of contracts with private companies and with the municipalities and provinces. So it's all a cover-up. They're making things up that they can't even substantiate. Questions and comments?
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
For his great speech. I'm just wondering what happens now. I mean, this is a resolution of the sponsorship scandal, only bigger because of the amount of dollars that are involved in this corrupt scandal that's going on. The one likely to be following is Vice Admiral Mark Norman, where again they will not release documents needed so that the second highest commander in the Navy can get a fair trial. This is to protect their own people that were in cabinet, in caucus, so that they don't get drawn into it any deeper than they are. Yesterday we found out that they hired, of all people, Anne McLaughlin, the legal advice to look into this, who's a fundraiser for the party and was actually part of the sponsorship scandal. I think summer's coming, and I just asked my colleague, I think what they were hoping is that, will this go away? And I'd like to hear your response to that, if you think it will actually go away and what you're hearing from your constituents.
I won't give the answer. I'm sure he doesn't want to hear my opinion on it, so I'll let the honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable answer. The honourable député.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, if you want an answer, if you'd like to answer that question, I'm very happy to turn it over to you. But I don't want to put you in an awkward situation because they've put themselves in an awkward position by hiring a former Liberal minister to advise a Liberal Prime Minister on managing a Liberal crisis in order to save the Liberal Party. So I wouldn't want to put you in that position, Mr. Speaker. I can understand why you'd want to refrain from answering such a question. So there is no carpet big enough to sweep this scandal under, and that's the fact. You can't hide something that big. 4 resignations, 6 weeks of crisis, unmanageable, total chaos on the government benches. There are some egos that are bigger than the world, and they can't even agree on what to do about this. And meanwhile, they're not dealing with matters of state and protecting Canadians' jobs. Resuming debate.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I thought maybe what I would do is kind of share with those that might be following the debate what I believe is some of the tactics that are being used from across the way from the Conservative Party, and maybe in hopes that they might reflect in terms of it's time that they understand that what Canadians really want from government, and I would suggest to you, as even from opposition parties, is to reflect what's on the minds of Canadians and to start focusing more attention on what's happening in the lives of Canadians in all regions of our country. In fact, it was interesting, one of the questions of the previous speaker was to say, well, they're accusing the government of trying to change the channel of sorts by introducing a budget. Well, gee whiz, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is introducing a budget. That happens on an annual basis. We've known about the budget coming for many, many months, Mr. Speaker. There is no channel changing required. Canadians expect the federal government to actually bring forward a budget, and that's exactly what it is that we are doing. The Conservatives seem to be fixated in only one focus, and that focus, as I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is all about a tax on personalities within the Government of Canada. That has been their cause from day one, and nothing has changed, Mr. Speaker. And I can understand, as I said yesterday, why it is that they are so preoccupied with that. Because as this government has virtually from day one taken initiatives that are bettering the lives of Canadians, this Conservative opposition, Conservative Harper opposition, because really, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, there is no change. That's right. Stephen Harper, I would think, is in the lobby there somewhere, Mr. Speaker, giving the directions as to what it is that they should do. You know, some of my colleagues say, well, don't factor out Doug Ford. And yes, Doug Ford has also had a great influence on this current Conservative leader also. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, even in the days when I was sitting in opposition, members only need to read the members' statements when the Conservatives were in the government benches. Every other member's statement was all about being critical of the leader of then the third party, the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has changed. I think it's somewhere in their DNA that they have to be critical of, and personally, of the leader of the Liberal Party, who happens to be the Prime Minister today. And they say it's their job. That's what they're heckling, Mr. Speaker, that it's their job to be critical of the leader of the Liberal Party. And they have been consistently doing that virtually even before he became the leader of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that Canadians have already passed their judgment on that issue.
I'm just going to stop the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I just want to remind everyone how the rules work. Someone speaks and someone asks questions. We can't ask questions while someone is speaking. It makes it very difficult. So I'll just let the Parliamentary Secretary continue, and I'm sure the questions will stop, but they'll start again. The Parliamentary Secretary will have a full 10 minutes, and we'll get to a lot of people. Just stand up, and we'll recognize the honourable members when they want to ask a question. I'm sure they'll be relevant to what we're debating today as well. The honourable member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you had me a little bit nervous. Is it 10 minutes or 20 minutes? I think I have 20.
20 minutes to speak, 10 minutes for questions is what I was saying.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, we already had that vote on Stephen Harper. And
order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, and you know the rules well, but there actually has to be some relevance, and I have not heard him mention the motion once. I'm not sure what he's talking about in relevance to what is being discussed here this morning.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'll remind him that relevance is important, and we are discussing R157B, and it's a concurrence motion, so I'll let him continue, and I'm sure he'll bring it back. I'll just remind him to stay on the topic. Thank you.
Absolutely. You can count on it, Mr. Speaker, and I guess my NDP are feeling somewhat neglected in my comments. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Canadians had the opportunity to base their vote on the Harper style of tactics that were being used. And they made that decision. And in that decision, I believe they chose within that election the opportunity to have a change in government that would actually see positive, progressive policies, whether it's legislation, whether it's budgetary measures, in order to be able to provide more hope and ultimately see Canada's economy do well, Mr. Speaker, after many years of the Harper administration. Now, my colleague across the way says, well, how is this relevant? People need to understand, Mr. Speaker, at least I believe that people need to understand the tactics and the motives behind the Conservatives in what it is that they're trying to do. Because they have consistently, even prior to the last federal election, made this a very personal thing against the Prime Minister. And that's what this SNC, in good part, is actually about. Because things are actually going quite well economically. The Prime Minister made reference to 900,000+ jobs in 3.5 years by working with Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Order, the honourable member for Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to agree with my colleague from Timmins James Bay. I mean, the honourable member is speaking. He's not addressing the issue of the Auditor General report or the public the report that came out of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. He's not addressing anything that is actually before this House. And he can make any rant he wants against opposition parties. I would agree with some of his comments about the Conservatives, but the reality is he has to be relevant to what is before this House, and he has shown no inclination so far, Mr. Speaker, to actually do that, to actually address the concurrence report that is before the House of Commons. So I'd ask you, Mr. Speaker, to direct him to be relevant to the discussion we're having.
I'd like to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to maybe indicate how we're going to get back to a relevant topic or to the topic at hand. I'll leave it with the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, if my friend doesn't understand the relevance to it, there is a very strong direct connection as to why it is that we are debating this issue today. Why the Conservatives, and if the member would have been listening to the Conservative speakers, he would understand that it has been nothing but criticism towards the government with respect to SNC. And I am very clearly demonstrating that the official opposition from virtually day one has been consistently critical of the personalities within the Government of Canada. That is completely relevant, Mr. Speaker, as to what it is that we're talking about. And I would hope that the points of order, whether it's previous or any in the future, will be deducted from my time, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, I do have a number of concerns that I think are critically important for members to be aware of. Because it's part of the tactics that the Conservatives are using, Mr. Speaker, that I believe are not in the best interests of Canadians. So when we talk about the manipulation that is being used by the Conservative Party, let me highlight the SNC. Mr. Speaker, and you know, they talk about the Justice Committee, and I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that because it's all a part of the tactics that the Conservative Party is actually using. When you think of SNC and the Champagne Bridge, and that is what is actually in the report, Mr. Speaker, we need to realize that that was the Conservative government that actually got the agreement with SNC and the Champagne Bridge, Mr. Speaker. The Champlain Bridge. Champlain. Right? So it was the Conservative government that initially got into the agreement with respect to the Champlain Bridge. Yet, now they are trying to give Canadians the impression that the Government of Canada has a special relationship with SNC, and that is the reason why they have this agreement with regards to the Champlain Bridge. And that's not true, Mr. Speaker. Yes, members of the government, including the Prime Minister's office, has had dealings with SNC. That's not new. We all know that. We also know that the leader of the New Democratic Party and other New Democratic MPs also met with SNC, Mr. Speaker. We also know that the Conservative leader of the party has also met with SNC, and so has many others. And the member across the way said that the leader of the official opposition met with SNC to tell him to take a hike.
How about the 9,000 jobs?
What about the 9,000 jobs and the pensions and those that are receiving money? Did the leader of the official opposition really say to SNC to take a hike? Well, I think Canadians should be concerned if you have Stephen Harper that said yes to SNC and started the agreement, Mr. Speaker, and then the leader of the official opposition told SNC to take the hike.
Along with 9,000 jobs.
Along with the 9,000 plus jobs that are affiliated with it. I think maybe the Justice Committee should meet with the leader of the official opposition, quite possibly. Did he really tell SNC to take a hike? Well, Mr. Speaker, I find that interesting. You know, we know that it is really important to invest in Canadian infrastructure. We have seen significant commitments by this government, historical commitments to invest in Canada's infrastructure. And whether it's bridges in Quebec, water treatment in other jurisdictions, even in Winnipeg North, where we have seen significant dollars. You know, last summer I'm walking down McGregor by Selkirk Avenue, and a lot of road reconstruction, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the value of infrastructure dollars. And companies in all regions of our country actually participate. You know, I believe that even SNC has jobs in the province of Manitoba. I believe, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, once it's all said and done, that the people of Montreal will benefit by the construction of through the support of SNC and other stakeholders, the Champlain Bridge, Mr. Speaker. That is something that's been waiting for many, many years. And we finally now have a government that's actually seeing it through, even though, as I pointed it out, that Stephen Harper initiated it with SNC. They spent a great deal of time in addressing this motion, talking about the current situation with SNC and the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, as we saw yesterday, that the opposition is solely focused on trying to prevent the government from being able to do the many other things that we could be doing, as they want to focus on SNC. And one of the things that I find very difficult of that, Mr. Speaker, is some of the allegations that are made inside this House. Allegations that are very concerning, Mr. Speaker. They will talk a tough line on things such as rule of law and make allegations against this government in terms of the independence of the judiciary. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they really need to reflect in terms of what the reality really and truly is. Because when I sat in opposition, I saw the Stephen Harper government introduce legislation that they knew full well was in contradiction of the Charter of Rights, but it didn't prevent them from doing that. What about their attempt by Stephen Harper to put into place a Supreme Court judge, Mr. Speaker, Naden? And he had his knuckles rapped and a commentary from legal opinions from across the country virtually saying how he was interfering in the process, Mr. Speaker. You know, there was an interesting quote in regards to that issue, and it was by John Ibbotson, who is the biographer of Stephen Harper. And he described the Nader incident of the former Prime Minister by saying, and this is the person that did the biography of Stephen Harper, by saying, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, not only...
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
I hate to interrupt my fellow Manitoban, but talking about Supreme Court appointments is clearly so ridiculously off topic. It is not relevant to this particular debate, and I would ask you to direct the Speaker to stay relevant to the topic.
Yeah. I'd like to remind all the speakers who have been up and are about to be up to be relevant. The topic that we're debating today is a report for replacing Montreal Champlain Bridge Infrastructure Canada of the 2018 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada. So I'll just remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary what we're debating, and hopefully everyone else is listening, all those who will be speaking later, will be reminded that this is what we will be hopefully debating and asking questions about. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, it shows the sensitivity to the Conservatives when they have to reflect on their past performances inside the House. If you listen to the debates from the two previous Conservative speakers, they talked about SNC and serious allegations. And now when I challenge them on those allegations, Mr. Speaker, what we find is that they're very uncomfortable, and justifiably so. Because if we compare Stephen Harper and his administration on the issue of judicial independence compared to this government, it is ultimately night and day. And Harper being the darker side, Mr. Speaker. And a vast majority of individuals would recognize that, and you only need to look at some of the appointments that were made under that administration, or attempts by that administration, Mr. Speaker. You know, you had mentioned that there was only a couple minutes left, Mr. Speaker, and I did want to provide some thoughts in regards to the standing committees. Because it wasn't that long ago when there was a memo that was sent out by the Conservatives at the time when what they wanted to do was to deliberately obstruct committees. And that is something in which has not changed with the Conservative Party. So if you want to really get into the details in terms of what is actually taking place here in Ottawa, I would summarize it by saying that we have an official opposition that is using committees and continuing to follow the memo that they were issued many years ago to deliberately obstruct committees. Standing committees can contribute in a very valuable way to the proceedings of this House. So can, Mr. Speaker, the proceedings that take place in this chamber. And preventing debates such as Bill C-292 is actually a disservice to Canadians, and the Conservative opposition needs to get back on track and start thinking and acting on what's in the best interest of Canadians as opposed to the Conservative Party of Canada.
Questions and comments about the Champlain Bridge Report. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep this on the Champlain Bridge Report, but the member opposite, the Parliamentary Secretary, has superfluous verbiage on this. 10 minutes of questions and answers on his 20-minute speech isn't enough to cover the topics that he brought up during his intervention, and I hope other members here get a chance to question him on this. He talked about distraction, the attempts of this opposition party to distract from today's budget bill. I would suggest that perhaps today's budget is hopefully a distraction for them so that they can get away from the SNC-Lavalin issue that this member mentioned so much in his intervention. The challenges that this government faces, they are continuously over the past few weeks throwing out issue after issue after issue, hoping that the public will pick up on these other issues and in a distraction away from the corruption that seems to be apparent in the SNC-Lavalin issue. He talked about infrastructure that's going out. We've heard numerous times from across the country that the infrastructure money that's promised, like this Champlain Bridge project, hasn't been flowing because this government hasn't made it possible. They've thrown roadblocks in the way. They haven't got the programs up and running. I just question where this Parliamentary Secretary is going with this. The distractions and tactics that he's been taking in his long intervention here all about how this government, or this opposition party, is actually holding this government to account for their failures. I would like to ask the parliamentary secretary, does he feel confident in his prime minister when the rest of Canada, all of Canadians, are asking and saying that they have lost the trust in this government and this prime minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not the case. I don't believe for a moment that the Prime Minister has lost confidence with Canadians. I understand that the Conservative Party does not support our current Prime Minister. They're the official opposition. I guess that would be expected. And no matter how many times they might want to repeat their spin on the issue, I do believe that Canadians want us to be debating what are the important issues that we are facing today. Such as jobs and health care, crime and safety, having a better, healthier environment. Those are the issues that are on the tops of minds of Canadians. And because the government is doing relatively well on those points and so many others, the Conservatives choose to try to ramp up, exaggerate on an issue that I believe has been properly vetted and is being addressed in different forums. And at the end of the day, when we have the budget being presented, that Canadians will be presented once again with a budget that is progressive and positive for Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and will provide opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast to have hope.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about the government wanting to move to Bill C-92, and it's been years that they made commitments that they finally tabled in a flawed bill, but a bill that ultimately, if the government is willing to accept amendments to, could actually be improved and could actually do the job that it is supposed to do. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the government has all these tools in the toolbook, which is the standing orders of the House of Commons. And the member protested that he wanted to move to discussions on Bill C-92, but during the entire half-hour speech, he didn't move to adjourn the debate. He didn't move to orders of the day. He has in his possession a whole range of tools that he chose not to use. So my question is very simple. If the Liberals really believe in going to Bill C-92 that Canadians have been waiting years for, why didn't he use any of the tools that he has in his speech? Is that incompetence, or is it because the government actually doesn't want to move to Bill C-92?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, even though the word Champlain Bridge was not incorporated in it. But having said that, I look forward to having the type of support in using and encouraging the government to use the tools that are within the standing order so that, in fact, we can get this important legislative agenda, in particular C-92, passed through the House. And that means at times we are going to have to move to government orders. We're going to have to use time allocation in order to do that, because as it's been demonstrated, whether it was yesterday or today, the Conservatives, and we'll wait and see in regards to the NDP, continue to want to be able to filibuster. And as a result, the member is right. There are tools within the standing orders, and I would hope that when it comes time for us to use those tools, that the NDP House Leader will be behind us in terms of making sure that that those tools are being effective at passing the legislation, because obviously the Conservatives don't want us to pass anything through that. They've demonstrated that through obstruction, Mr. Speaker, whether it's here or in our standing committees.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker. Alors moi, je suis née à Montréal.
I was born in Montreal. My family's from there, and so I know the Champlain Bridge very well.
But I also have as a question, if I may, the fact that people in the city care deeply about this project. I'm not sure that this debate actually advances anything in respect of that project. I also know that people in Montreal and Toronto, in the area that I represent, care deeply about the Indigenous child welfare legislation we were supposed to debate today. And so I would like to ask, what do you think would be, not you, Mr. Speaker, but my colleague, what would he think is the most effective use of our time, not only for the bridge, but also in trying to move forward on the important issue of Indigenous child welfare legislation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that's an excellent question. It really and truly is. Yesterday, we should have actually started a debate on Bill C-92. C-92 affects thousands of children throughout our country. In fact, hundreds of them in Winnipeg North alone. I have in Winnipeg North hundreds of children that are in foster care. We have been waiting in Manitoba well over 10,000 children that are in foster care. Many of them are Indigenous, Mr. Speaker. Our Indigenous community, you talk about reconciliation, this is a big part of it. And the Conservatives are filibustering, and today now we're talking about the Champlain Bridge. Members in the Liberal caucus, like my colleague, are very much wanting to see that bridge. We're the ones that are pushing for that bridge to be completed. We recognize the importance of the bridge to the residents of Montreal, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're pushing it. If you want to have a debate on the bridge, go to the Public Accounts. Public Accounts is going to have future discussions about it. Is it really necessary here in the House and the Chamber? Especially given that we're supposed to be debating C-92? No. It's a filibuster by the Conservatives, and I say shame on them, Mr. Speaker, because they don't understand what the priorities of Canadians really and truly are, and they should get back on track with what Canadians are. Get rid of this whole Harper current former government style of gutter-type politics, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. About 45 seconds, and then hopefully a 45-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's finally becoming clear what the government is trying to do. They were absolutely so incompetent with the Indigenous language legislation. They had to table drop 30 amendments. They know that there's some real challenges with C-92. They were after their friends to say, oh, it's the Conservatives that are stalling, when indeed we know that they had tools to use today that they could get on with this debate. So please keep your blame for those that deserve it, and that's right on yourself, and you could have moved on. So thank you very much, but please tell us why you didn't do that.
Just want to remind the honourable members that I really just trying to be as neutral as possible. I believe her intentions were to the parliamentary secretary, so I encourage members when they ask questions to use the third person so that we'll ask the question of the parliamentary secretary. Parliamentary Secretary, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, have I got news for the member opposite? The Liberal Party or the Government of Canada didn't make you move that motion today. We didn't make you move that motion yesterday. Now the member is saying, well, we should have forced it. We should have used time allocation. We should have used moving to government orders. Those are good ideas. And I'll be recommending those type of ideas to the government House Leader, because what we see day in and day out more and more is a Conservative opposition that is completely dysfunctional in terms of dealing with what are important issues to Canadians. They want to be fixated on attacking personalities as opposed to looking after the Canadian interest, Mr. Speaker. And to that, I say shame on the Conservative Party.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to speak about the Champlain Bridge today. It's an important project for the citizens of Montreal and for Quebecers as well, and Canadians. This project, for example, Mr. Speaker, started in 2007 when the Journal de Montréal published a story about the need to build a bridge with 10 lanes crossing the river. 1 month later, a company named Novraton, a private company, decided to conduct a study about creating a tunnel under the river. But it took more than 10 years to replace this bridge. It took several years. And here we have a report from the Standing Committee of Public Accounts that also looked at what the Auditor General stated, and the AG found that they botched their work to make sure that the bridge would be built in a reasonable time frame in the interest of the Canadian people. This report shows that the Conservatives were very poorly managing public accounts at the time. And it's incredible when we read this report from the Auditor General. He provided several recommendations for the Harper government at the time, how they could have improved, considerably improved what happened. And it's incredible to see the Conservatives talking about this report, but I would like to talk about it. This report says, according to the Auditor General, that the Conservatives did not properly plan how to build this bridge. It's incredible to imagine this. They didn't even think about how to have a plan that was adequate, that could get the job done. In October 2011, after the announcement replacing the bridge was made, they talked about a PPP project to build a new bridge that would be ready in 10 years. And it seems like, according to the OAG, that the decision to use a PPP was taken in 2011. The Deputy Minister, Kelly Gillis, stated that this decision was made in December 2013 because that is when the government announced the accelerated timetable to replace the bridge in 2018, and that the 2013 and 2012 analysis was looking at how to better build the bridge on an accelerated timetable. According to the OAG, the resource optimization analysis had many issues and the savings set out in the plan were not realistic. The Conservatives, who were in power at the time, who were boasting about how they could manage public funds, but according to this analysis, they were not realistic. The Liberals came to power afterwards, and they were the ones who did the work properly and were able to build a bridge. The Conservatives wanted to have a toll on this bridge, a toll that would have cost $240 to use the bridge for 1 year for people who want to cross the bridge, not just every day, but sometimes they cross the bridge 5 times per week. $2,340 this would have cost a taxpayer. So it's terrible to think about this. Montrealers would have had a hard time because they know that the bridge is almost built now, and they know that there's no toll there now. It's a bridge for the public. It's a bridge for all citizens to use. Not like what the Conservatives wanted. They just wanted their friends and their rich Canadians to use this bridge. So, I'd like to continue to discuss the other recommendations made by the OAG. I'd like to talk about what the Auditor General's office said in another recommendation after building the new Champlain Bridge. They have to give realistic references so that the construction costs, the risk evaluation that will contribute to the resource optimization analysis for future projects will be realistic. They want us to build infrastructure projects in a realistic manner with risks and efficiency levels based on resource optimization. This really makes sense. It seems logical, but it seems like the Conservatives in the power at the time with Laurence and Denis Lebel weren't logical. They didn't know what they were doing. I'd like to pursue discussing this report. They did not look at the analyses before they decided on the plan, and they didn't realize they didn't look at the life expectancy of the bridge before they retained a bidder. For example, several deterioration criteria were not evaluated, and they did not look at the cumulative effect of the deterioration. And therefore, the OAG conducted exhaustive analyses for the new bridge. The analysis did not reveal any particular things about the durability. But I'd like to go back to one particular point in this section. Infrastructure Canada couldn't have known whether the plan for building the bridge did meet the needs of the durability for the bridge. Imagine the Conservatives were so poorly organized and unable to manage public funds that they weren't even able to know whether this bridge would last. They're building a bridge that could even perhaps fall down, whereas it should have lasted for 100 years. But according to the OAG, they didn't even know if the bridge would last because they didn't evaluate this aspect. And in Montreal, many people died because of how some infrastructure projects were built. And it's horrible to think that the Conservatives didn't even take the time to evaluate this properly. And now we're here looking at this, and this is absolutely disgusting. The Conservatives continue to propose things like this. This happened under Stephen Harper's power and under Denis Lebel, under Lawrence Kennan. And we're happy that this poor management of our economy and of these public projects is now over. And this is really shameful to look at what happened under the Conservatives. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to continue to discuss this, but I'd also like to add we're supposed to be debating Bill C-92 today.
The Law C-92. The law which is about children, the youth, families of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And we're not debating that right now because instead we're debating, because this is what the Conservatives wanted, they wanted to debate this infrastructure report. An infrastructure report which demonstrates the poor management of the Conservative Party when they were in power about the public good in Montreal for the Champlain Bridge. And instead, we're not debating this very important law concerning child welfare for our children. When I first gave my maiden speech in the House of Commons 3 years ago, it was about child welfare. It was about the 11,000 kids in care in the province of Manitoba. And since that time, I've had the opportunity in my riding, one of the poorest ridings in the country, of speaking with mothers and fathers who have had their children taken, such as Chantel Hutchinson, who drove all the way from Brandon, Manitoba, to come see me in Winnipeg to advocate somehow to get her child back, her little girl. And I keep this photo of the little girl above my stove so that when I'm cooking in my condo, in my apartment here in Ottawa, I remember why I was elected. And even though we weren't able to help the mother get her child back, Chantel, who I hope she's listening right now, hope she knows that this legislation which we have here today is because of her hard work of advocating not only on the behalf of her child, but all the thousands and thousands of children and families, not only in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan and Alberta, but right across the country. And this legislation is so important that I call upon the Conservatives to not play games anymore, to continue debate, to stop debate on this report, which, while I'm sure it's very important, this child welfare legislation is so important that it needs to move forward. It needs to move on through this House and into the Senate. And if we spend a lot of time playing these games, this legislation will not see force in law. And we will not affect the change. We will continue doing the same things that we did under the Indian Residential School. And I'm going to throw, I was very mean with the Conservatives, I admit, but I'm going to throw them what I hope is a rose. I was very proud of the moment when Stephen Harper stood up in the House and did the apology for Indian residential schools, because it was a defining moment in the history of our nation. We were able to come together in a good way. We had Indigenous leaders here, we had all-party support, and that apology was made, and then we built in the old chamber, just outside, a stained glass window to commemorate. So parliamentarians, every time we go through our door, in and out of that chamber, we would remember Indian residential schools. And I think this law is like that. Indian residential schools were about placing children in large institutions. But back in the 60s, we slowly changed that. We slowly changed how the system worked. We started placing children in adoptions, and we call that the 60s scoop, the stolen generation. And then in the 80s, we stopped using adoptions and we started doing foster families, child welfare. And we continue to do that today. And it is extremely sad that that continues. But we are just perpetuating the same mistakes of the past, but just in a different way, more diffuse. Instead of having concentrated children in one place, we've just spread them around society. So I hope that we can stop debate on this lovely report. And I love, the committee members, I'm sure they worked very, very hard on this. I could continue hammering away on the Conservatives if they like. I can do it all in French, the costs. But what I really want to get to is this. And I think it should go to committee. Because if we can just get past second lecture or second reading and head on to committee, we can have the debate and we can hear what Indigenous organizations want, what Indigenous peoples want, hear some provincial governments about some legislative amendments, and we can come to a conclusion. What I liked about, it was mentioned in the debate here about last night, the Indigenous languages legislation, which was very important, how there were over 30 amendments were table dropped, as it was said. But that means the government wasn't just willing to table legislation and not see any changes at all. It means that the government was willing to consult and listen to people. And that, I think, is very important. That things aren't written in stone, that, when it comes out of the Justice Department, maybe there are improvements that can be made through public discussion. And this is what needs to happen with this law. Because it's great to debate and get people on the record here in this chamber, but what we really do need is to have this legislation move on into committee. Because committee is the place where we're going to actually see that change. I'm going to leave you, I think, with a statistic. We know that there's 11,000 kids in care. We know every day in Manitoba a newborn baby is seized. A newborn baby is taken from the mother, sometimes for good reason, and sometimes not. In Manitoba, if you were in the child welfare system yourself and you give birth, there will be a note on your file, your health file, and if you give birth within the Manitoba healthcare system, your child will be taken automatically. And then I see the men and women who come into my office week after week, trying to get a letter of recommendation, not for immigration purposes, not for a visitor visa, but to say that they are a good parent. And I look at the certificates and all the training they've gone through to become good parents, to prove that they're good parents. You know, it's strange that you have to get certificates to prove that you're a good parent. You know, not everyone else has to do that. I never had to do that. I'm sure most of the members here never had to prove that they're a good parent. Yet that's what happens day in and day out in this country for some of the poorest citizens who can afford lawyers, who can afford to really advocate on their own behalf, who are sometimes only 18, 19 years old, who did get pregnant, but who want to love their child. So, and while I know there's people that will say online and they'll write me and they'll say, there are terrible people who need to have their children taken. The province of Manitoba, through the Health Sciences Centre Research Branch, published a report looking at child welfare, and 87% of all children taken are taken not because of issues related to abuse, it's taken of issues related to poverty. 87% related to poverty. That leaves 13%. And incredibly enough, only 13%, that 13%, it's where we have allegations of abuse. Of that 13%, only 12% are substantiated abuse. Meaning the vast, vast majority, there is no abuse involved. It is just because people are too poor to look after their own children, or for other issues. And that is a travesty of justice in our age. And that's why it's important that we have some consensus to stop debating Report 51 and move on to C-92, a historic piece of legislation which will affect great change across our nation, which is needed now, before this Parliament ends, while we have the opportunity and the chance. Do not let this occasion slip through our fingers. Because I'll tell you, whether you win this election or not coming up, every parliamentarian who participates in this debate on C-92, who lets this legislation move forward, will be able to look themselves in the mirror, Mr. President. They will be able to look themselves in the mirror when they're at home and they are wondering why they lost that election or won that election, and they can look themselves in the eye at 2 o'clock in the morning and rethink that they made a difference.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what has been clear, becoming more clear as this debate progresses, is the attempt by the Liberals to distract. And what they are trying to distract from is, number one, their appalling position in terms of SNC-Lavalin. They are trying to distract from the fact that the C-92, which they easily could have been debating now in the chamber had they just exercised some of the tools that they have at their disposal. They are trying to shift the blame. And the reason they're trying to shift the blame is perhaps this bill is as challenged as the Indigenous Language Bill, where they had to table drop, unheard of, a government having to table drop 30 amendments. So, we absolutely think that we should be looking at the child welfare legislation, but I hope it is not such a is not as dismally flawed as other legislation that they've presented in the House. So I would ask the honourable member, how can he sit there and say, we need to talk about C-92, but as a member of this government, not exercise the opportunities that he has to make it happen?
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I know people love to play games. I know that there's all sorts of maneuvers that can be made using the standing orders. Just yesterday, 2 motions were made by the Conservatives that delayed debate on C-92. And so in this report, because I know we talk about relevance here, I'm going to talk about relevance. This is this report has no, I don't believe any mention of SNC Lavalin in it. Yet she raises it. So what the hell, sorry, what does that have to do with this? You know, and I'd like to point out, you know, if we believe the Justice Department and the lawyers writes legislation in stone that is so good that when it comes out of the Justice Department that there are no changes that parliamentarians can be made, I think that's wrong, because I think Parliament should have a role to play in making changes and debating those changes when they go to committee. Because that's our role as Parliament, is to assert our power as parliamentarians to make those changes in legislation. And so we're talking about, for instance, you know, well, the legislation on Indigenous languages, you know, over 30 changes. That's because people are willing to listen to make those changes. I think that's great. You know, if, you know, well, you know, come up, you know, listen. And I think if this legislation, C-92, has more changes, I think we're willing to listen. I know that there are groups that want to see a little bit of differences. They want to see a little bit more power to Indigenous groups. I know the province of Manitoba has some concerns, but that happens in committee, where those changes can be made by the people who study it day in and day out and who are the experts in that subject matter area and who have the best understanding and who have been studying these issues for a number of years. And I trust the member has a great expertise in this area and can bring great ideas to making those changes.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rose.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I, too, am looking forward to discussing the legislation on the well-being of Indigenous children, but it would have been nice if this had come up sooner. I'm a member from Montreal. We're very proud of the Champlain Bridge, but for whatever reason, the federal government chose to proceed by way of PPP, a public-private partnership, and unfortunately, it all happened. It took too long. And there were delays, and there were supposed to be penalties of $100,000 to $400,000 per day for the consortium responsible for the construction. What I'd like to know today is whether those fines were paid, and if so, when, and was it 100% of the fines and penalties? The honourable member. Thank you very much for the good question. I'd just like to respond to that. On the subject of consultation, in 2014, the Conservatives decided to rename the bridge the Maurice Richard Bridge, the great hockey player. But they didn't consult the family. They forgot to consult the family. And the family asked for that planning to be changed. To answer the member's question, who I hear shouting at me in the House, the costs associated with the Triple P partnership. When we took office, when the Liberal government took office, we were obliged to go forward with the arrangements that had already been made for the Montreal Bridge, but we decided not to put in a toll, and that was done. There's no toll. It's not a toll bridge, so it's open to the public free of charge. At the same time, if we decided to stop the work and start it all over again, that the new bridge might never have been built, and we'd be stuck with the old Champlain Bridge. It's important for infrastructure projects to be completed, for jobs to be created, and with such important infrastructure for the Montreal economy. Montreal is one of our economic drivers. It's a hub, and if any one of our economic pillars should fail, the impact on the entire economy would be terrible, because so many goods and people travel across that bridge every day in the Montreal area. There would have been huge losses, and it would have been a huge loss to our economy. So it's important for the bridge to be built. It will be built in 2019, and I hope that one day the Minister of Canadian Infrastructure will invite me even to cut the ribbon, because I've made such a great and relevant speech about the importance of the bridge and this report here today. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be helpful for anyone watching this from home to understand the kind of machinations that go on in this place. I agree with the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre that it would be much better if we were debating Bill C-92, the Indigenous child welfare legislation. It is, at this point, inadequate and needs to get to committee. I quote from Cindy Blackstock, "The red flags are already flying, such as the pan-Indigenous approach, the lack of a clear funding base, a lack of attention to the child welfare needs among and between First Nations, Métis, and Inuit." But we find ourselves here, Mr. Speaker, because of the refusal of Liberals on the Justice Committee to allow the former Attorney General to speak. That puts the opposition, in this case the official opposition, the Conservatives, in a mood that says, we'll do anything to monkey wrench what's going on in this place. And although I don't like monkey wrenching in general, I have to admit that there's nothing that makes sense about saying that those involved in the SNC-Lavalin question of inappropriate pressure brought on our former Attorney General are allowed to speak twice if they happen to represent the view of nothing going on here, move on, and we're denied the opportunity to put critical questions to our former Attorney General. So in the context of a debate that should be on something else, the Conservatives have taken the chance that they had through procedural machinations and monkey wrenching. And in this case, my sympathies are with the official opposition, because we should not have been denied that opportunity to hear the former Attorney General. As much as I agree with the member for Winnipeg Centre, we should be discussing Bill C-92.
Well, member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. When I was on the Finance Committee, when I first came to Parliament, people said that, you would get your orders from PMO's office or from someone else. And at no time did I ever have anyone tell me what to do. In fact, I remember a number of occasions when I was on the Finance Committee, I was asking harder questions than the opposition. And there was a couple times the journalist said, hey, it seems that the member from Winnipeg Centre is asking some of the toughest questions, even tougher than what the member from Milton was, or the member who was the former leader of the in the House for the second opposition from Rimouski. I remember asking those questions. And I remember having some discussions with my colleagues who sometimes didn't like my questions, but I wasn't there to please my colleagues. I was there to get to the truth. And every member here is independent. At least I assume we are. Well, I heard that under previous governments, perhaps under the Stephen Harper government, that things were a little bit more by the book, that you were told what to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You took your orders. They would take people out of committee and replace them with ringers, as they called them. But you know what? I've never been replaced.
They still do that.
Oh, they still do that, do they? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Anyways, so my great thing, Mr. Speaker, is that in my time here in the House, I know I exercise my rights as a parliamentarian. And I will make decisions in the best interests of my citizens, and I expect that from all parliamentarians here. And I think if members would like to take that up with individual members, I think they should. But it's not the government to decide that for members of Parliament, because that is not how it should work. We as members of Parliament have full rights to exercise our independence and our own decision-making.
You're here.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today in the House and join this concurrence debate. I know this issue was discussed yesterday, but since it's my first time rising since it happened, I do want to add my voice to those of many others who've expressed condolences for the victims of the terrible terrorist attack targeting the Muslim community in New Zealand, express my solidarity with the victims and all those who are in some way affected by these events. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight growing concerns about the persecution, about violence targeting Christians in Nigeria. This is something I've been hearing from constituents about, and I know is a concern for many members in this House as well. Now, I want to set the stage in terms of the context of the debate, because there's some discussion back and forth about the procedure that brings us here. The opposition has moved a concurrence motion with respect to a report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. And it's interesting to hear members of the government speak as if we just shouldn't do that. We shouldn't use the opportunity to bring forward concurrence motions that reflect important public policy issues, but instead we should only debate the things that the government puts on the agenda. I have to say, I think this reflects a certain misunderstanding about the role of the opposition and what we're here to do. I think it is perfectly legitimate for the opposition to put forward motions with respect to committee reports and other issues that reflect public policy issues, which reflect what we're hearing from our constituents. And there was nothing illegitimate about the opposition doing its job in that way. Now, the government would like to be able to talk about aspects of their own legislative agenda, but I think they need to understand that this isn't just about a government and an audience. This is about a government and an opposition. This is how the House of Commons is supposed to work. And we know that we have a government that would like to and has on multiple attempts attempted to reduce the powers and prerogatives of the opposition to indeed reduce us to a mere audience. But this Conservative opposition has not and will not go quietly in that respect. It is important for us to assert the prerogatives of members, to assert the important role of the opposition, and to use the tools that are available to us. Yes, to raise through concurrence and other measures important public policy issues, but also to use these tools as a way of challenging the government to do better in other areas. For instance, we have said to the government that the former Attorney General should be able to testify before the Justice Committee with all of the fetters off. She should be able to actually talk about why she resigned from Cabinet and events that happened afterwards. Up until now, the Prime Minister and the government have not allowed that to happen. So we have, in a number of ways, through parliamentary procedures, highlighted the unwillingness of the government to allow that conversation to take place. And now we have members of the Justice Committee that are really trying to shut down hearings into what happened involving the Prime Minister, the former Attorney General, and SNC-Lavalin. So we're very concerned about that. We hear concerns from Canadians that are looking for answers and that want us as the opposition to use the tools that are available to us to seek answers. And certainly we're going to continue to do that. So we make no apologies for being a efficient and effective opposition to standing out for what Canadians are saying, to raising issues around infrastructure, around the Champlain Bridge, and also raising issues around corruption, dealing with this government. These are things we're going to continue to highlight, and whether members of the government like it or not. Now, parenthetically, I'll say that in some of the speeches, comments we've heard from members of the government, they've talked about Bill C-92, which is the legislation that apparently they were intending to bring forward today. And I'll just draw the attention to members, the fact that Bill C-92 was actually tabled in this House the last Thursday before the break week. So in terms of sitting days, it's been tabled here for about 3 days. And Canadians know, I think, that this government has been in place for over 3 years, approaching 3.5 years. And certainly these issues around child welfare, around Indigenous child welfare, are important issues for discussion. I think that the government could have moved forward with the discussion of this issue a long time ago. They could have put forward reforms that they thought appropriate much earlier on in their mandate, and we would have already then had discussed these changes and have moved forward with them. But this government is waiting the last possible minute to put these things forward. And then they're tabling it and right away saying that anyone who puts forward other motions, other issues for debate in the House is somehow obstructing this. You know, it's like they have been way behind the 8 ball in putting forward proposals in this area, and now it's somebody else's fault. Well, I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, their failure to take action, their failure to move this discussion forward earlier, is not something that then should lead to the opposition losing its opportunity to raise other issues as well. Their lack of management of the House calendar, of their own legislative agenda, doesn't somehow create a requirement on the opposition, especially, Mr. Speaker, when all they would have had to do in order to facilitate greater cooperation in this House on matters of agenda and procedure was to allow the former Attorney General to speak at committee without the kind of restrictions that the government is continuing to put on the former Attorney General. Canadians want to hear what she has to say, deserve to hear what she has to say, and she wants to speak about those things as well. So if the government would like to move forward in this way, I think the first step for them is to listen to Canadians and to let her speak. Let the former Attorney General address all of the issues around this sordid affair and allow Canadians then to make their own judgments. Now, I'd like to address in particular the issues raised in the concurrence motion, the issues dealt with in this report. So this is report 4 of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts that we're discussing, which deals with the Champlain Bridge in Montreal and proposals to replace that bridge. And the issue, I think, that we're seeing extensions and late fees being paid by the government. So again, another case of Canadians paying in the form of late fees for the mistakes of this government. And we see so many areas in which Canadians are paying more as a result of the mistakes of this government. And we already see, as a result of that, attempts by the government to raise people's taxes. But we know that those attempts to raise people's taxes are not the end of it from this government. Indeed, with the out-of-control spending, it's the same thing we saw from the Kathleen Wynne Liberals in Ontario, that when you have out-of-control spending, that leads to subsequent proposals from the same government for higher taxes. And we have this critical window of time, I think, to fix those failures, to get back on track in terms of spending, to address the deficits, to control the areas of failure that are costing Canadians, and put and thus prevent this kind of situation which they are setting up, which is one in which taxes will have to go up. Certainly, the progress on the Champlain Bridge, moving forward with that bridge, is an important project. It was actually something that the process was begun on by the previous Conservative government, but we have seen a failure to move this forward effectively by the current Liberal government. And this is representative of a larger problem in terms of the infrastructure policies of this government. This government really has failed to deliver on infrastructure in so many different areas. They talk a lot about infrastructure. They've made a lot of promises about infrastructure, but they've failed to deliver. Now let's start with right from the beginning on the infrastructure file. The first Minister of Infrastructure, who's from a neighboring riding in the Edmonton region, he was very concerned about the infrastructure of his office. He was very concerned about developing the infrastructure where he and his political staff would be operating. Huge amounts of money were spent on renovations in his office, and this was something that was, I think, widely discussed within his constituency and the surrounding area, and I heard those discussions. That when the priorities of the infrastructure minister should be infrastructure that Canadians use, roads, bridges, those sorts of things, instead, so much in the way of public dollars were put into renovating the infrastructure of his office. And what we see repeatedly from this government are announcements and re-announcements around the same projects, around projects in many cases that were previously put in place, and a lot of the work was done under the previous government, and yet we see a lack of action. Earlier this year, we saw the Prime Minister and 8 of his ministers fanning out across the country to re-announce infrastructure announcements that had already been made. And these re-announcements provide more opportunities for photos, for selfies, but this government, when it comes to infrastructure, as they are in so many other areas, they're all talk and no action. They're not effectively moving forward. I think we see that on all sorts of key infrastructure, including the issue of the Champlain Bridge. But I'd add to that as well that while we have these failures to move forward on Canadian infrastructure, the government made a decision to make a big investment in something called the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the AIIB. The AIIB is headquartered in Beijing, and really it's a tool of China's foreign policy to build infrastructure throughout Asia. And we've seen the way in which the Chinese government seeks to build infrastructure as a way of extending their political influence and control throughout the continent. So we have a case, for example, of a port that was constructed in Sri Lanka that's raised big concerns about Chinese control and influence there as a result of the way in which this port project has proceeded. There's many different cases through the so-called Belt and Road Initiative whereby the Chinese government seeks to extend their influence through spending money on these kinds of projects. And one might understand why they see it as in their national interest to do so. What I don't understand, and what constituents in my riding don't understand, is why it is in Canada's interest to be spending Canadian taxpayers' dollars on building infrastructure in Asia through a vehicle that is designed to advance the foreign policy objectives of the government of the People's Republic of China. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to my constituents. I don't think that makes sense to taxpayers anywhere. So while putting hundreds of millions of dollars into the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is building a pipeline in Azerbaijan, which is building projects outside of the country, we have a failure to actually move forward with vital infrastructure projects here in Canada. And I've raised this issue of the dissonance between the eagerness to invest in infrastructure overseas and the failure to invest in infrastructure here in Canada. And the government's response is, well, this is about Canadian companies now having the opportunity to bid on these projects. If we give money, they say, to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, this vehicle of China's communist government's foreign policy, if we give money to that infrastructure bank, then Canadian companies will be able to participate in these projects. Well, that would be an interesting argument if it was true. But I actually, when I was in Beijing last, visited the headquarters of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to discuss their procurement policies. And they told us very clearly that they have an open staffing and open procurement policy. So any company from anywhere in the world theoretically has the same opportunity to bid on their projects regardless of whether or not the country in which that company is headquartered is a member of the bank. That was their one argument for putting hundreds of millions of dollars into this foreign infrastructure bank, that it would give opportunities for Canadian companies to bid. But Canadian companies already have those opportunities. Canadian nationals already have the opportunity to work for the bank. In fact, when we went to Beijing, we met with a Canadian national who was working for the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So their only argument for hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money going for these projects falls through. And it would not have been difficult to find that information. My colleague is heckling with a question. Maybe he can ask during questions and comments. I think it was something about how much other countries are putting into this bank. The previous government, he's asking about the previous government of Canada did not participate in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, chose not to. And that decision was aligned with the decision, for instance, of the Barack Obama administration in the United States, which raised significant concerns about the accountability and issues around human rights related to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. But this government, in their eagerness to curry favor with the Chinese regime, put hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars into that bank. And the issue that I hear from Canadians is, first of all, they are supportive of a focused, objective-driven, compassionate international development policy. But they do not see why we should give money to an organization affiliated with the Chinese government that is building infrastructure as a way of advancing their foreign policy, when we have dramatic unmet infrastructure issues here at home that the government is simply ignoring. One other aspect of infrastructure, although it has historically generally been infrastructure built by the private sector, is the issue of pipelines. We see a total failure of this government to move forward with pipelines. The former infrastructure minister, now natural resources minister, has been no more successful moving forward natural resource infrastructure as he was in his previous portfolio directly dealing with the issue of infrastructure. So we see so many areas of failures with this government when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to pipelines, when it comes to prioritizing the needs, interests, and values of Canadians. And as a result of those failures, Canadians are paying for this government's mistakes. But if you, Mr. Speaker, are wondering why the government's focus seems to be off here, why they seem to have missed basic points about things like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, it may be because they are distracted. It may be because their focus is really so narrowly been on their own strategic interests and on covering for the damage to their political reputation that is coming about as a result of the SNC-Lavalin affair. And the government's effort to manage this message without actually coming clean on the realities is really unbelievable. The latest announcement on their approach to responding to SNC-Lavalin was that they are going to appoint a former Liberal cabinet minister who is still actively involved in fundraising for the Liberal Party of Canada to provide them with some kind of independent advice. Now that is quite something, Mr. Speaker. That would be like asking Stephen Harper to provide nonpartisan advice. I mean, clearly, when you take a former politician who has long affiliated and continues to be a supporter of a political party, and you bring them in and you claim that that person is going to provide you with independent advice, that's clearly a real transparent attempt at misdirection. There would be a simple solution to the government's efforts to manage the message, and that would be to actually come clean, open up the doors, recognize sunlight is the best disinfectant, allow all of the conversations that need to happen to happen. What would that look like? Well, it would mean allowing the former Attorney General to come to committee and to speak without the restrictions of solicitor-client privilege or cabinet confidence. And the government tried to play this sleight of hand game around this issue by, on the one hand, saying we're going to waive these restrictions, but only up to a certain point and not after a certain point. And our deputy leader, the member for Milton, was very clear in asking questions about committee and received from the former Attorney General very clear answers. Was she able to speak about why she resigned from cabinet? No. Was she able to speak about conversations that happened after? No. Was she able to speak about possible continuations of pressure or clarifications of the nature of that pressure, discussions, information that came to her afterwards? No, she was not. We know now that another member of the cabinet has resigned, that the Prime Minister's principal secretary has resigned, and that the now former outgoing clerk of the Privy Council is leaving. So we have 4 major resignations associated with this affair, but nothing's wrong, according to the front bench. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible that they would try to sustain this narrative that nothing's wrong while saying, while we have this spate of, perhaps continuing spate of resignations. Not to include, of course, the large and growing number of members of the Liberal caucus who are saying they're not running again. We can't, of course, know the exact cause in every case, but there's been a significant spike of announcements of not running again ever since this affair broke. Mr. Speaker, this affair stinks. We need answers. Let the Attorney General speak. And certainly we're seeing many cases of failure of the government to proceed on infrastructure issues, failures that are costing Canadians more. Mr. Speaker, these are important issues to highlight and discuss in this House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is, whether it's today or yesterday, the Conservatives, as the official opposition, have filibustered, preventing Bill C-92 from being debated. Bill C-92 affects the lives of children. In Manitoba alone, there's over 11,000 kids in foster care, most of which are of Indigenous heritage. When you talk about reconciliation, C-92 is a big part of that reconciliation. It provides hope in many different ways. 2 days the opposition brings in yet another concurrence. There's over 500 motions. There's only another 49 sitting days. If it was up to the Conservatives, they would bring in a motion every day, Mr. Speaker. Their intent is to be as disruptive of the government and the government's agenda. It's as simple as that. Today, they're even now saying, well, we had other tools, that we should have used other tools in order to force the Conservatives to behave responsibly, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, we'll have to look at that because of the opposition. My question to the member opposite, you want to keep it on the Champlain Bridge? Stephen Harper and the former government actually had a toll that was going to be on the Champlain Bridge. This government has removed that toll, and the bridge is going forward. Could the member explain why it is that he felt the Harper government was correct in instituting a toll on that particular bridge?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say I only spoke for 20 minutes. That is not a filibuster, at least not by my standards. I think the member knows that. We're discussing an important issue of public concern here, which is infrastructure, and I know the government is embarrassed to have discussions about their approach to infrastructure because they're failing so badly to actually deliver on the commitments they made. I'll say with respect to C-92, again, the member for Winnipeg North feels the urgency of the issue, and it is an urgent issue to discuss. And yet the government, in spite of this talk today about the urgency of the issue, failed to bring forward legislative proposals for 3.5 years. This is an issue that the bill has been tabled before the House for, including today, a total of 4 sitting days. So the government's lack of action on this doesn't obviate the need for significant discussion around the bill. Some of that discussion needs to take place internally before the bill is debated. Members need a bit of an opportunity to review the bill, of course, as well as for the debate to come before the House. That is part of the appropriate process of due scrutiny, and if the member from Winnipeg North wanted to see this bill pass earlier, his government should have proposed the bill at an earlier stage. I would say as well on the issues he's talking about reconciliation. The government had somebody in the cabinet who had an Indigenous background and significant experience within Indigenous politics, who I think would have been a voice around the cabinet table who reflected that experience, and yet the sniping that we've seen towards that former minister, I think, is indicative of where the government is actually sitting when it comes to the issue of reconciliation. Now, on the issue of the toll, I will say this, Mr. Speaker, when the government makes spending commitments way outside of the framework of a balanced budget, Canadians, unfortunately, can't have confidence that this government will follow through. They've made so many promises that they haven't followed through on. And when you have out-of-control deficits and you promise, oh, there won't be a toll, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that in the future, and yet you're nowhere close to meeting your spending commitments. The government had promised a balanced budget in this budget happening today. We'll see if there's a balanced budget later today. I somehow doubt it, Mr. Speaker. There's a lack of confidence that Canadians have in the government's commitments because they just don't have the discipline when it comes to spending to follow through on that.
And comments, questions et commentaires. Le député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, my colleague does a lot of research before making his remarks. However, overall, the Conservative Party has a rather simplistic way of thinking. And what we're seeing is that the Conservatives are pointing the finger at the Liberals, who seem to have a leftist approach before elections, and then they veer right after the elections. Now, my colleague from Thompson Caribou said yesterday, or spoke yesterday, about Indigenous languages, and said that there had been about 23 amendments. And really, this is just a careless way of approaching this kind of legislation. There's quite a contrast between what was said and between what was done. I mean, they were saying it was so important to them. And then they came up with Bill C-92. Now, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague why he thinks that the Liberal government doesn't just take responsibility rather than just blame Conservatives. It's true that the parliamentary secretary said that there are only a few dozen days left, but why bring it in like this at the last minute?
My colleague had a variety of different comments in there, some of which I agreed with, some of which I did not. He suggested that the current Liberal government is a little too far to the right. I don't know if I agree with him about that, but I will say this, that this government does disappoint a lot of people in the approach they take, because during election campaigns they promise to be all things to all people, and then when they get into government they say, oh well, we didn't necessarily take a careful enough look at the books beforehand when we made these promises. And that's why we see, I think, people across the spectrum with different kinds of priorities being in general disappointed by the failures of this government, the failures in terms of management, the failures in terms of delivering on vital areas of social need, as well as to efficiently and effectively manage Canada's spending. You know, in terms of a failure to follow through on promises, let's remember again, today, Budget Day, was the day the government had promised in the last campaign that would be balanced. They had promised 3 years of moderate deficits, followed by a balanced budget in the fourth year. And they absolutely blew out of the water their deficit projections in the previous 3 years. And now today, it seems fairly unlikely that we're going to be seeing a balanced budget from this finance minister. He will do everything he can in the budget to try and distract attention from the ongoing corruption scandal involving the removal from her position of the former Attorney General. But let's remember in this context as well, budget balance was promised by this government. That's what they promised, and they're completely ignoring their promises. I think it's quite clear that Canadians can't have confidence in any commitments they make now or in the future.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member wants to talk about the budget, and maybe my question will be about the budget for the member. We wish that that's in fact what we could be talking about, whether it's C-92, the budget. This is good stuff that's going to be there. I believe if you take a look at the Conservatives versus the Liberals on the budget-related issues, we have made solid commitments to Canada Child Benefit, lifting thousands of children out of poverty, guaranteed income supplement, lifting thousands of seniors out of poverty. We've invested in health care. We've invested in infrastructure. We've invested and worked with the other provinces to develop plans on CPP, on the price on pollution, all these wonderful progressive things. And I, like the member opposite, look forward to the budget, because I think we'll see a continuation of strengthening Canada's middle class, who's aspiring to be a part of it, those that are in need. Those are things that are really important issues for Canadians. I think we would both agree on that. Would the member not agree with me that those are the types of issues? Jobs, 900,000 jobs. Imagine all the taxes collected by those 900,000 new jobs. Would the member not agree that the budget does matter?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, the member asked if I think the budget is important. Yes, what the government does or does not include in the budget is of great importance. And we look forward to debating that budget. We look forward to challenging the member on some of the misstatements he made. For instance, on his claim about the carbon tax. Canadians, I think, are overwhelmingly concerned about the government's approach on the carbon tax. He spoke about having renamed the Universal Child Care Benefit, now calling it the Canada Child Benefit. Certainly, this government has a hard time pointing to many concrete accomplishments. They can point to, in some cases, the renaming of programs. That is something that they have been able to do, rename certain things. But other than the renaming of certain good initiatives from the previous government, we don't see a lot of positive action from this government. And at the end of the day, in terms of commitments, in terms of moving forward, you need to have a balanced budget, or at least a plan to get to balanced budget, in order for Canadians to have any confidence in the spending commitments you're making. And Canadians can't have confidence.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising today to speak on the opposition's motion to table the concurrence report submitted by the Auditor General with regards to the Champlain Bridge, which is an important infrastructure project that dates back some years. I wish I could say that I was pleased to do so. Of course, the timing of this Conservative motion is somewhat interesting and curious, given the government's business of the day, and that includes important historic legislation with regards to Indigenous youth and young children, as well as the Minister of Finance's budget for this fiscal year 2019, which Canadians will be depending on us to put forward so that we can continue to deliver results. You know, there's been a lot of commentary recently, Mr. Speaker, about how we do politics in this country, how we do politics in this House. And I think Canadians will judge the opposition, which they say today is about holding the government to account. I question them on that assertion. I question them on that assertion because really this is just the opposition doing more of the same. What has been an attempt to disguise as a legitimate debate about a concurrence report, which was itself the subject of debate before the Transportation Committee some time ago, is actually just a very naked and transparent effort to obstruct and disrupt the business of Canadians, the business of this government, a government which has been singularly focused on providing results with regards to the economy, with regards to trade, with regards to the environment, with regards to reconciliation, with regards to criminal justice reform, all of which I believe we have made significant progress on over the course of the last 3.5 years. And I know that me and my colleagues on this side of the aisle will look forward with great enthusiasm to taking that record to the Canadian people come this fall in the hopes of earning the privilege to continue to govern on their behalf. And let me just say, with regards to the concurrence report, which the Conservatives have put back on the table, that I would begin by noting that it was a scathing indictment of the last Conservative government's handling and bungling of the awarding and the procurement of private developers to take the Champlain Bridge into the 21st century and beyond, with regards to the lethargy, the slowness with which, the lack of transparency with which the Conservative government handled the procurement, and that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer, and it continues to cost Canadians as a result of their mishandling of this infrastructure project. We've gotten it back on track under the leadership of successive ministers of infrastructure, and I have the honor of serving now with our current Minister of Infrastructure, a member and a minister from Quebec, who I know feels very strongly about this project, who's gone to visit the workers, the employees, and hopefully one day the pensioners who are ensuring that people in Quebec, and indeed all Canadians who traverse this bridge, can do so knowing full well that they will be safe and secure, and that they can get to and from their destinations, whether it's work or with their families traveling over the course of the year, in a way that is fast and efficient. That's as a result of the work on this side. Now, I'm going to speak at greater length about the concurrence report later in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, but I want to begin by pointing out that the cost of the Conservatives' efforts to delay the government's business are very significant. Why? Well, what are we in the course of debating today, Mr. Speaker? Bill C-92, which, as I said earlier, is historic legislation which would help move forward the endeavor of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, which would ensure that we recognize their inherent right to self-government and self-determination on a matter that is so important that touches so many Indigenous young children's lives disproportionately as a result of the systemic barriers which have been erected within our system, both consciously in the earliest days of this federation, but over time less consciously and more systemically and subconsciously, but no less requiring significant action. How will Bill C-92 allow us to move forward in a way that is positive and constructive? Well, first, it is important to point out that this is a piece of legislation that was co-developed with Indigenous peoples and First Nations organizations and stakeholders in the spirit of good faith, in a manner that would recognize, as I say, the cardinal principle that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determine their own journey, their own path to success in this country. And without recognizing that and without understanding and appreciating that principle, all efforts will be undermined. So this legislation was not simply the creation of a government that was insular, of a government that refused to reach out. Quite the contrary. There were sincere efforts to co-develop and co-design this legislation. And this was a historic turning point, I believe, for a matter that touches many Indigenous children's lives. Just to shed some light on the kinds of numbers that we're talking about here, the overrepresentation of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in the child and family services system is not insignificant. That group represents 7.7% of the overall population in Canada, but accounts for 52.2% of children in foster care in private homes. Mr. Speaker, that is a breathtaking number. It's a tragic number. And the objective of this legislation is to reduce that number as much as we possibly can. Now, how will we do so? Well, first by ensuring that the best interests of Indigenous children and youth are.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George on a point of order. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got the honourable other member for Caribou Prince George here at my left, so I was just a little bit. Let's get back on the point. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe that we have a concurrent debate happening. It would appear that my honourable colleague has moved into the C-92 speech that he perhaps wanted to give, but his colleagues didn't actually move the motion to get him there. So I'm just wondering if we could perhaps stick to the relevance of the debate. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her intervention. Members will know, of course, that the subject or the question that is before the House is really material to the debate and their remarks. I do note that the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary is only 7 minutes into his time, and he'll know, of course, that the items that he covers in his speech will ultimately and need to be relevant to the matter at hand. So we'll let him continue on with his remarks, and we'll bring that back around on subject, I'm sure, in the time ahead. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I know my honourable colleague who just posed the question would have heard that I had made a number of remarks with regards to the concurrence report at the outset of my commentary today, and I did say that I would be returning to it. And I would dispute her contention that the opportunity lost today to discuss the other government's business, which is indeed of great importance to Canadians, including Bill C-92 and including the budget, which we are all very keen to hear. Even some of her colleagues conceded in earlier exchanges within the context of the concurrence debate, which has been put forward by the Conservatives, accepted that it is indeed a matter of great significance that we get to debating the budget. But let me round out my comments with regards to Bill C-92, and I know that it's something that my honourable colleague who just posed the question is familiar with. I was speaking about the importance of enshrining as a principle the best interests of Indigenous children in the child and family services system. Now, This legislation will help do that. It will also ensure that we are living up to our commitments under UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous Peoples. I would note that it was something that my honourable colleague who just posed the question voted against, as did all of her Conservative colleagues, which was indeed very regrettable, because it ensures that Canada is making the strides that are necessary to achieve meaningful reconciliation, including the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. Again, something that I know that the Conservatives have found it quite difficult to come to grips with. As well as their reticence under the last administration to call for an inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. Indeed, those are concrete examples of how the Conservatives have seemingly found it very difficult to make it right with Indigenous peoples. And conversely, on this side of the House, we understand that in order to make the progress that is necessary to make it right with Indigenous peoples, we have to embrace those very principles and those initiatives which we're doing, including with Bill C-92. Now, we're also not able to move forward with, if the Conservatives were to have their druthers and their way, the budget. Now, I'm not going to preempt the Minister of Finance, and certainly we do look forward at some point today to hearing from him what will be the next concrete steps that we will take to ensure that Canada is on a strong economic footing. But it is worthwhile pointing out just how strong this government's record has been with regards to the economy. And in 2015, we asked Canadians to trust us with the stewardship of economy so that we could ensure that Canadians could have every conceivable opportunity to achieve success. How do we start by delivering? The very first thing is that we provided for a tax cut for middle-class Canadians to the tune of approximately 9 million citizens and Canadians, and by doing so, putting more money in their pockets. How much more, Mr. Speaker? For an average family of four, later this year, they will have approximately $2,000 more in their pockets. Money that they can spend on school supplies, on camps, on recreation, on clothing, on all of life's necessities, and that is as a result of both the middle-class tax cut as well as the Canada Child Benefit Plan, which has again put more disposable income into the families, into the households of 9 out of 10 families, something that I think that we should be very, very proud of. We have also reduced taxes for small businesses. Now, I know that the Conservatives like to brand themselves as the great captains of enterprise and like to pitch that they are for the little or small business, but this government actually walks the walk when it comes to important policy decisions. We were very, very happy to see that the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, came out and was very supportive of reducing the small business tax rate to 9% beginning on the first day of 2019. We have also got a serious plan when it comes to climate change, Mr. Speaker. And again, within the Conservative benches, and I know some of my friends, I can hear them chortling and heckling, and I know it's all in good spirit and good humor, Mr. Speaker, at least for the most part. But the reality is that within their own ranks, they still have a hard time admitting that climate change is real, notwithstanding the fact that there is evidence and science that is nearly unanimously there to back that claim up. And I think that explains why it is that they are so reluctant to put forward any plan, let alone a serious one, that would do the kinds of concrete things that are required to protect the environment while at the same time ensuring economic prosperity. For our part, in addition to taking serious action to protect our marine habitat, our coastlines, to the tune of nearly $2 billion, in addition to introducing historic legislation that would ensure that there are environmental protections and assessments in place, again, backed by evidence, working with scientists and working with experts in the area. I know that the Conservatives don't seem to like to refer to or give any acknowledgement to scholars. I mean, that again seems to be quite difficult for them. But we work with scientists. We work with experts because we know that by listening to them and by respecting their work, that we are far better positioned to introduce legislation which is principled, like Bill C-69, which will ensure that there are environmental processes and assessments in place. We'll also put a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. And once more, I would point out that there is nearly unanimous consensus, I beg your pardon, that this is a smart way to go when it comes to reducing the amount of pollution that is in our environment. You won't hear any of that coming from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and I think that that is a demonstration again of how difficult it is that they find to move forward with protecting our environment and acknowledging that climate change is real. On trade, Mr. Speaker, in a very few brief words, we're the only G7 country to have a trade framework, a fair trade approach with every other G7 country. That is, I think, something to be quite pleased with. Work in renegotiating NAFTA, our work in implementing CETA in Europe has all been to the good in terms of enhancing consumer choice, increasing consumer choice, and expanding jobs. And on that point, in terms of the budget, Mr. Speaker, close to 1 million new jobs since we've taken the reins of government in 2015. That's far better off than what Canadians were under the last Conservative government, who had the worst record for economic growth since the Great Depression. An ignominious record, Mr. Speaker, which I think just demonstrates how we are focused on actually producing results, and they have faltered. Mr. Speaker, all of these examples which I have put forward, I think, are a demonstration as to why it is that the Conservatives don't want to talk about the budget and don't want to talk about Bill C-92. They don't want to talk about anything that reflects on the positive work because it's about obstructing and it's about disrupting the work of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, just on the concurrence report, because I know that my Conservative colleagues are quite keen to talk about this matter today, as opposed to in the past, which, as I say, was the subject of debate and discussion at the Parliamentary Committee for Transportation, and if I'm not mistaken, already agreed to, Mr. Speaker, by the Conservatives, notwithstanding the fact that the Auditor General was indeed very critical of the Conservative government's handling of the Champlain Bridge, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec. So, just by way of background, Mr. Speaker, this bridge was less than 50 years old, but it had deteriorated very badly. And I am, at this point, paraphrasing from the Auditor General's report. Heavy investments were required to repair and maintain it. If a structural problem forced the bridge to close, the 4 other river crossings in the area could not accommodate the displaced traffic without significant congestion. Even partial closures for brief periods or load restrictions could significantly affect the flow of people and goods through the region and also affect the economy. Now, in terms of the procurement, I want to read from section 4.5 of the concurrence report, and I will move on from there to conclude my remarks. But this is with regards to the Conservatives' handling of the procurement of a private partner to do the work that was necessary to improve the Champlain Bridge. The government of the day had signed a contract. This is the Conservative government's, and it was dated June 16, 2015, with signature on the St. Lawrence Group, or SSL it has become to be referred to. The private partner undertook to deliver the project for just under $4 billion, excluding the government's project management and land acquisition costs. The contractor called for the new bridge to be ready for use by December 1st, 2018. It included a 42-month construction period and a 30-year operation period and maintenance period. Now, to manage the project, an integrated team of officials was drawn from 5 federal organizations. From 2011 to 2014, Transport Canada was responsible for planning for the replacement of the bridge. Infrastructure took over in 2014. Public Services and Procurement was the federal contracting authority for the project. Now, what does the Auditor General conclude with regards to the Conservatives' handling of the project? Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General found that the Government of Canada, the government of the day, was slow in making the decision to invest in a new bridge instead of maintaining the existing one, And this finding matters because the delay in decision-making entailed avoidable expenditures of more than $500 million. Wow. Rather curious that the Conservatives now seemingly want to draw attention to the fact that they slow-played the procurement process as a means of slow-playing the budget that we want to deliver, which will ensure that there are more jobs and more opportunity and more prosperity for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what an irony. What a demonstration that Conservatives have not taken any of the lessons that they were handed to them in 2015. I think it's regrettable. I think it's disappointing. And I do hope that we can move on from the debate of this concurrence report so that we can get back to Bill C-92 and Budget 2019, because that's what Canadians want us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did listen to what was a tangential reflection of what the debate is about today. But I did note that he did talk about C-92. And what I would like to ask him, I wonder if they're avoiding debating it because they are worried that they have so many flaws like they did in C-91, where the government, it is unheard of, the government actually had to table drop over 30 amendments at clause by clause. And are they trying to avoid discussing C-92 because they are worried that they have again created a piece of legislation with so many flaws in it that they're going to be truly embarrassed when we have the witnesses at committee who point out all those important flaws with that particular piece of legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, I begin by pointing out that we actually tabled Bill C-92 yesterday, but I think it is the height of irony, Mr. Speaker, that during my remarks, when I began to talk about Bill C-92, it was that member across the way who was admonishing me for raising Bill C-92 instead of talking about the concurrence report with regards to the procurement of a private developer on the Champlain Bridge, which, again, was heavily criticized by the Auditor General of the government of the day, and now comes back and says to me, why didn't you speak more about Bill C-92? She just interrupted me and now wants me to return to the very matter that she wanted me to move on from. But having said that, I'm happy to talk about Bill C-92, Mr. Speaker. This is historic legislation. It's historic because we co-developed it with Indigenous peoples, because we reached out in good faith with organizations like the AFN to ensure that their voices, and with local leaders as well as local chiefs, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the best interests of Indigenous young children and youth who are disproportionately overrepresented in our child and family services justice system, because that is the work that they need us to do, and we desperately want to do it. I just wish the honourable colleague would get her messages straight.
Question commentaire. La députée de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his interest and passion around C-92. He seems to be in a fighting mood, and we're all in favor of the well-being of Indigenous children. But I have a couple of questions for him. Why did it take 3.5 years for them to table this legislation? And why don't we move on to orders of the day so that we can discuss this seriously? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague for his question, but I don't think I have the same amount of passion as my colleague does. Everyone in this House wants to be passionate and energetic and bring that to this House and to its debates. Mr. Speaker, here on this side of the House, we want to deliver for Canadians. We want to begin with a debate and then the budget, but it's the Conservatives that are blocking debate. And it's very sad for Canadians because they want us to make progress on their behalf.
Speaker, we want to move forward with historic legislation when it comes to Indigenous young children, and I do appreciate the passion that my honourable colleague brings to this House, but he should talk to his colleagues on the Conservative side of the opposition side to move forward from this concurrence debate, because A, it's already been debated at committee, and B, it isn't particularly helpful to be doing so today on a day when Canadians expect us to be delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But that's not a logical answer. The Liberals say they want to talk about another bill. Why do they keep speaking to this matter? Why don't they move immediately with the very next speaker? Why don't they move to orders of the day if it's so important? I have a hard time believing they truly want to talk about C-92 because they could have done it sooner. They could have brought it up sooner, but they're doing nothing even now to move to orders of the day. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, same question, same answer. I would encourage my colleague to speak to her neighbours in the Conservative Party. This is a motion. It's a Conservative motion. They're attempting to obstruct and delay, and they're preventing Canadians from getting on with their priorities and the budget. So the NDP members should speak to the Conservatives. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it would appear as if the New Democrats have finally followed the debate from yesterday and now have recognized that the Conservatives' intent is to prevent us from debating Bill C-92. And I hope that the NDP will, in fact, be consistent in making sure that we can make progress on C-92 and other important government pieces of legislation, because what has become apparently clear is that the Conservatives' only desire is to be as disruptive as possible on all government initiatives, because they don't want to talk about the good progressive policy initiatives through legislation or even later today in a budget presentation, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts on why it's so important, even with the official opposition off in their wonderland trying to expel or to ramp up some sort of rhetoric on an issue that is not relevant in the minds of Canadians, how important it is that we as government continue to remain focused on Canadians. If he could provide his thoughts on that focus.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
I'm happy to do, to provide my thoughts on how important it is that we remain focused on Canadians, because we know what's at stake. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we heard the Prime Minister give a statement with regards to the tragic events in New Zealand. A statement that put into very sharp focus those elements which represent a threat to our democratic institutions. And in order to achieve the kinds of results that my honourable colleague just asked about, with regards to the economy, with regards to trade and the environment and reconciliation and criminal justice reform, we need to be united together in pushing back on those people who have a toxic ideology that is motivated singularly by hate, by discrimination, by the attempt to divide one person from the next. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called on parties and members of every political stripe to fight against those movements so that we can continue to ensure that there is confidence in every democratic institution, including in this House, Mr. Speaker, because if we do so, we will continue to deliver for Canadians on the economy, create jobs, create prosperity. That's what this government's focus is. That's what it will be heading into the next election, Mr. Speaker, and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time just for one short question. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Okay, so the member, my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, is deviating from what I think this debate is actually about. But if we're going to deviate, I think we need to deviate to the Justice Committee and the shameful shutdown. When he talks about glorious principles and we don't want to talk about the Liberal record, we do want to talk about the Liberal record. We want to talk about where sunshine is supposed to be the disinfectant, which he promised his citizens in 2015. So can he stand up today if he wants to talk higher principles and tell Canadians how they were able to shut down the Justice Committee. Sunshine it wasn't, a boatload of bleach it was.
Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of deviation from that member in the subject matter that she wants to question me about. First, it was the concurrence report, then Bill C-92. Now the subject matter of that is, which is before the Justice Committee. So talk about just being all over the map. Again, obstruct and disrupt, Mr. Speaker. That's what we see from the Conservatives. But what I will say with regards to the work of the Justice Committee is that they are operating independently. And I'm proud of the work that the Liberal members of Parliament have done on our side of the committee. Indeed, they partnered in many meaningful ways with their Conservative and their NDP colleagues with regards to the material witnesses that would be called. And Canadians are better off in knowing more about what occurred over the last number of months with regards to the SNC affair. That's a good thing. There is also the Ethics Commissioner inquiry, where, again, witnesses will have every opportunity to provide evidence. But their efforts at deviating this government, which is singularly focused on Canadians, will not succeed, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because we've got the best team, the best ideas, and the best leader, Mr. Speaker, and that's what Canadians can count on going forward. Thank you.
Right on. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today and speak to well, the motion that's at hand, talking about SNC-Lavalin and the Champlain Bridge, and I think there'll be. I think we'll have lots to talk about over the next. I think. Well, 20 minutes and then 10 minutes of questions. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I've had a chance to rise in the House with respect after the events that took place in Christchurch, and I'm hopeful that you'll allow me just a few minutes just to actually speak to that. Mr. Speaker, our condolences go out to the victims, their families, the Muslim community in Christchurch, and indeed globally around the world. The entire country of New Zealand is grieving, and we're grieving with them. I also want to thank, and one of the things that we need to do is always be mindful of those who rushed to the aid of the victims, those who rushed in to do whatever they could to, well, save lives. And those are the first responders and the people that were on the scene immediately after the horrific events. We know that the horrific sights and sounds that they encountered are going to stay with them likely for the rest of their lives. And we should always take a moment of pause and reflection and give thanks to our first responders. They run towards danger when many would run the other way. They see things and experience things that most people could only imagine, Mr. Speaker. So today I also want to say that our thoughts are with the first responders and their families, because we know through the work that we've been doing with post-traumatic stress disorder, but that these incidents will stay with them and will have a dramatic impact on their lives in the days, weeks, and months, and indeed years to come. Mr. Speaker, violent extremism has no place in our society, and we must stand and act against systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and all other religious communities. We need to build a world where every people of every faith can live in freedom and peace together. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity this weekend to speak at an event just in town here in Ottawa. It was called the iLead Forum 2019, iLead 2019, and it was a forum or an event that was organized by, bless you, that's going to ruin my video again. It always happens. Mr. Speaker, I spoke at this event, the iLead Forum, and it was an event that was organized by Islamic Muslim youth in the Ottawa area. Almost 3,000 from the Muslim community that were there. And we had leaders from all political stripes and all religious backgrounds that were there. And that was a powerful moment, Mr. Speaker, and I too think that that's what we need to do. We need to ensure that that we're not just saying thoughts and prayers when we hear about events such as what took place in Christchurch or even in the Netherlands. We must, as leaders, we must act to do whatever we can to well, mitigate hatred out of our society. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to talk about SNC, and I've listened to the debate. I've listened to, well, the very boisterous rants and interventions from our colleagues across the way. Maybe rants are a little bit hard, but it always seems that they feel that if they speak louder, perhaps Canadians will listen to them and believe them a little bit more. Mr. Speaker, today's about trust. And that's what I want to focus my conversation with those that are listening in. We have a pretty packed gallery here today that are listening in, and I know all of the colleagues on all sides are riveted to this speech, and Canadians should be listening to this. Why is it? Why is it important about what we're doing here today? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to bring you back to 2015, the campaign of 2015. And I say this, it seems like I say this far too often. A bit of a repetitive rant, I will say. But it strikes to the core of why we're here today. The member for Papineau, now our Prime Minister, told Canadians under his government that they would be the most open and transparent government in the history of our country. He also told Canadians that Canadians need to build trust or have trust in their government, and his government would work tirelessly to do that. Mr. Speaker, the member from Eglinton Lawrence told us, trust us. He mentioned it a couple times, trust us. Canadians need to trust us that we're working in the best interest of them. Well, what Canadians have seen over the last 3.5 years is that they can't trust this government. And listen, let me bring you back to another comment that was made on day 10 of the campaign of 2015. The member from Papineau at that time said that under his government that they would not resort to parliamentary tricks such as, well, closure or omnibus bills. And what are we seeing? Well over 60 times the closure has taken place. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Well, why is that, Mr. Speaker? As we're getting heckled from across the way. That's all right. I'm a big guy. I can take it. I've gotten bigger since being in Parliament, but I've grown some thicker skin, Mr. Speaker. Listen, he's threatening to do that again today. Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, why is it that they've invoked closure? Well, because they don't like the narrative that comes out of this type of debate. Because Canadians then get a chance to hear the real story. And that's very similar to what we've seen in the Justice Committee as well, too. I'm going to bring you back to where we are today. So the PMO's office, Prime Minister's office, has lawyered up. We have an ethics commissioner that was supposed to be investigating the SNC case. Well, he's on medical leave indefinitely now. Now we have also that we just heard yesterday that the clerk of the Privy Council, who gave a riveting testimony, albeit a little bit partisan, in the early days of the Justice or the SNC lab scam committee study, that he has just suddenly announced his retirement. And we also know that, well, it might not have also been, on his own volition. But he's retiring nonetheless. Now, we also found out yesterday, surprise, surprise, that the Prime Minister has hired an independent outside, entity to actually do the investigation. Who is it? Who is it? Well, it is a former Liberal minister. What? Surprise, surprise. That was, colleagues to some of the folks that are maybe possibly involved in this, and just recently was fundraising for the Liberal Party.
As independent as you get.
Independent as you get, I guess. Liberals looking after Liberals. What did I say before? It is open and transparent. Well, it's open if you are a Liberal, then you get the contract, you get the quota. If it's Liberal, if you're a Liberal or a close family friend, well, you get the job and the appointment. Well, now it's Liberals looking after Liberals. So let me guess. I don't have a crystal ball, Mr. Speaker, but I can guarantee it's probably going to say there's nothing to see here. Move on. Now, the former Attorney General is still in this House. And boy, does she speak truth to power a few weeks back. And they're laughing when I say that. They're laughing when I say that. When the former Attorney General gave 3 hours and 40 minutes where she she sat and she gave powerful testimony. Powerful testimony as the colleagues across the way continue to, poke fun and disparage her testimony. I hope the mics can actually catch that. And now what we hear is that the Liberal members on the Justice Committee have sent a letter saying there is nothing further to see here. Canadians want the Justice Committee to move on. Case closed. This is after the former Attorney General has even stated publicly that there are answers to questions more that she needs to say, that she wants to be able to tell her side of the story. She can't, Mr. Speaker, regardless of what those across the way say. She can't because she is bound by, solicitor-client privilege, cabinet confidentiality. This Prime Minister refuses to let that take place. He likes to stand up and say, we've given every chance, and he wants Canadians to trust him. It goes back to what I said earlier, trust, and that's why we're here today, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring us back to the timeline that got us here to this point. Well, it was in 2015, early in 2015, when the RCMP laid a corruption charge against SNC. It was October 19th of that same year that, the Liberals, there was a change in government. Canadians believed, they bought it hook, line, and sinker, that this Prime Minister was going to back up the things that he said he was going to do. March 27th of 2018, the Liberals tabled a budget bill that includes a change to the criminal
order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we were prepared this morning to discuss Indigenous child welfare, a topic that is very relevant, a topic which we've co-developed with the Indigenous community, over 70 meetings, over 3,000 people involved. The Conservatives don't want to talk about Indigenous child welfare. They want to talk about the Champlain Bridge. I don't agree with that, but that's where this discussion is going. However, the honourable member is not talking about the Champlain Bridge. He's talking about information that's irrelevant, certainly to Indigenous child welfare, as well as the Champlain Bridge. And he should get back on the subject that we were here to speak on, ideally Indigenous child welfare, but I understand they don't want to talk about that. In the very least, he could talk about what they were advocating for 2 hours ago, which is Champlain Bridge.
Thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services for his comments. I mean, this has happened earlier in today's debate. I remind honourable members that the question before the House involves a debate on concurrence in a committee report, and all members are reminded to keep their remarks related to that question that's before the House. That's a normal part of our debate rules and procedures. Having said that, members will also know that members are given the freedom to mix those ideas in the course of their remarks, so long as they are pertinent to the question that's before the House. So I'd ask the honourable member for Caribou Prince George to bring it back around to that subject, and we'll carry on from there. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will bring this back to what I said earlier. This speaks to the core of both C-92, is what our colleagues across the way, as well as the motion that we have before. It's about trust, and Canadians' trust, and the lack of trust that Canadians have with our Prime Minister and indeed his team. Mr. Speaker, we're at a crisis of confidence right now. And again, every time a Liberal stands up, it's like they're trying to do this. You remember, Mr. Speaker, you and I are about the same age, fairly young, but I remember a show back then, it was I Dream of Jeannie, and they're just like, they're trying to change the channel. Mr. Speaker, a click, and they're trying to change the narrative. That's every time they try to do that, because they don't want Canadians hearing the message that we have to say, because it's the truth. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. The one thing that they've done, and you know, Mr. Speaker, our colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands doesn't oftentimes stand up in defense of the official opposition, the Conservatives, but we heard that earlier on today, and she said, how did we arrive here today? Because of the heavy-handed efforts and tactics that the Liberals in the government have done on the Justice Committee. All they need to do is let her speak. Let the former Attorney General to speak. As the heckling gets louder, they can speak as loud as they want. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to talk about the broken promises that the Prime Minister and his team have levied against Canadians, and the broken trust. Mr. Speaker, which brings me to about, what, 6 minutes I think I'm at, or 7 minutes. There you go. So I got a couple more minutes. Mr. Speaker, they can shout all they want, and they can heckle all they want. And you know what that means? It means that we're getting to them, and it means that we're telling the truth. We're telling the truth. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? They don't know the truth. They can't hear the truth, they can't speak the truth, and they can't handle the truth. But Canadians deserve a chance to hear the truth. And Mr. Speaker, and all we've asked, all the opposition has asked, is for the former Attorney General to be able to have that opportunity to come to committee and speak her truth. She says she has more to say. If the Prime Minister isn't afraid of what she has to say, why not allow her the opportunity to come? He's muzzled her every chance, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you already ruled on this a few moments ago. This member is completely not being relevant to the current topic. Perhaps he could use his genie to bring him back onto topic so that we could continue to debate what is meant to be debated here today. Mr. Speaker, I would like you to make a ruling on this and ask the member to stick to the ruling that you make.
In space. Thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his additional intervention on this. One of the difficulties with the standing order as it relates to relevance is that one actually has to hear what the member has said before it can become understood to what degree the member is on the topic or not. I accept the fact that the member has the premise of his remarks are around questions of trust and examples of other aspects of government decisions and so on. Having said that, I see the member has around 6 minutes left in his remarks, and I do believe he needs to make those ideas relative to the question that's before the House, and he needs to make that soon. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, in the final 6 minutes that I have, I will tie this back around. If only our colleagues across the way could just have trust that we're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, just like they've asked. I do want to bring it up to a comment that our colleague from Eglinton Lawrence said in his intervention. He said, you know, on a day when Canadians expect them to deliver. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Don't Canadians expect them to deliver every day? Sadly, we haven't seen it, Mr. Speaker. They want to change the channel. I'm going to bring you back to this, Mr. Speaker. Is that it is in the early days of this government that we saw Motion 6 that was introduced, that they tried to, change the standing orders and our procedures. Then we found out that there was a minister that was found guilty of using a limo as her preferred choice of transportation and billing the taxpayers on that. Then we had a finance minister, Mr. Speaker, that had a French villa, Mr. Speaker, and found guilty. Then we had a prime minister that was found guilty, the first prime minister in the history of our country found guilty of ethics violations. And then I'll bring everybody, because we got to say it, clam scam. We had clam scam. So we had a former fisheries minister. Mr. Speaker, just stay with me. So that's guilty, Mr. Speaker. So then I'll get to where we are today, Mr. Speaker. Why do we have challenges with believing what they say they're going to do? Because they haven't, Mr. Speaker. So now I would like to talk to the bill C-92 that our colleagues across the way wanted, and Mr. Speaker, it's got relevance. It's been entered into this debate a few times, and I want to remind Canadians that that it was our government that signed a bilateral agreement with BC, my province, in 2012-2013 to reimburse BC for child welfare services that provided to 72 First Nation communities. That our record as a Conservative team that actually took into account the child welfare challenges, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to bring back to to our colleagues across the way that
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services on a point of order.
As Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous Services, we were here at 10 a.m. to discuss the important Bill C-92, Indigenous Child Welfare. The other side did not want to discuss it. They wanted to discuss the Champlain Bridge. Now he's standing there and he wants to talk about C-92. It's completely inappropriate. We should have been talking about C-92 from 10 a.m. this morning.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Because the Conservatives did not want to do it, he does not get the opportunity now to discuss C-92 when we haven't introduced the bill.
I thank the honourable member. Order. I thank the honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his additional intervention on this. I have given a ruling on the relevance aspects of this particular debate. This, as I mentioned earlier, this topic has come up earlier from the other side in this particular case as it relates to the debate that's before the House. I asked the honourable member for Caribou Prince George to get back to the topic at hand, and he continued to add his remarks, but in this case in particular to a bill that was potentially available for consideration during today's debate. So at this point, our time is exhausted. We're going to go to questions and comments. We have about 4 minutes. I'll make that 8 minutes for questions and comments, and that will bring us to an end of the time that's allocated for the concurrence debate today. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the beginning of his statement, the member took a considerable amount of time to talk about the events that unfolded in New Zealand and the way that the world is reacting to it, and in particular the way that we should be reacting to it. So my question to him is, given what's happening, given that he has demonstrated that there is need to take action, is he willing to stand up and say to this House that it's time to put forward meaningful gun legislation, or is he going to continue to hide behind the Conservative narrative that now would be inappropriate to do it because it would be politicizing the issue?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
So let's talk about relevance, Mr. Speaker. And now he wants to. The colleague across the way wants to enter into the dialogue all about gun violence and gun policy here, Mr. Speaker. Listen, Mr. Speaker. Let's stay focused on what my intervention was and what the discussion that we had here today. They went on and on. How many points of order did we have during my intervention? 5, probably. I think 5. Considerable amount of time, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, listen, Mr. Speaker, to those across the way, if they don't like the message, this is exactly what they do. They try to change the channel, and that's unacceptable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for anybody watching this debate, I'm sure it won't be with great bemusement. The Liberals object that those on the opposition side are not talking about the Champlain Bridge. But they definitively are not talking about the Champlain Bridge when they stand to speak about this matter. Everything from Islamophobia to who knows what. The incredible thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has asserted its powers over and over again at committee and in this place to cut off debate. They have the power to move a motion for adjournment and to go to orders of the day. They have chosen, in this particular instance, they claim their priority is to talk about C-92, and yet they have sat there for how many hours now and chosen not to assert those powers for what they claim is a top priority, the rights and interests of Indigenous children in Canada. So I guess the big question that I would put to my colleague is, why do the Liberals not want to talk about the Champlain Bridge? If they don't want to talk about the Champlain Bridge, why are they not asserting their powers in this instance instead of asserting their powers to shut down discussion about SNC-Lavalin at committee?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have said it any better and more eloquently as my honourable colleague did. Now, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that, as I said a few times, that if the Liberals don't like the message, if they don't like what you're saying, well, they're always trying to change that channel and change the conversation. They want Canadians to believe their version of the story, and the reality is the only people that are telling the truth is the opposition.
Hear, 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 hear.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we really need to give our heads a shake on the other side of the House. Think about it. You have the Conservative Party and the NDP saying, as a government, for the last 2 days, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs has been in and wanting, as we as government, to talk about C-92. On the other hand, the opposition continues to frustrate by filibustering, by bringing in motions like we have today to talk about the Champlain Bridge. This time. Yesterday it was something else. They don't want to debate substantive legislation. Now, on the one hand, the members started off, Mr. Speaker, by saying, well, the Liberal government always brings in and use tools to prevent us from speaking. And then on the other hand, they're saying, why aren't the Liberals doing it, Mr. Speaker? So they're challenging us to do something in which they don't want us to.
Order. 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 It's very difficult to hear what other members are saying when there's so much noise in the chamber. I'd ask honourable members to keep their comments to themselves until they have an opportunity to speak. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I tried talking about the topic that they wanted us to talk about early on, and again, I'll bring you back to the 5 points of order that I got. So again, they didn't want Canadians to hear the message that we had regarding C-92, apparently. Mr. Speaker, again, our honourable colleague Crossway likes to scream, likes to yell, and perhaps maybe Canadians will believe him a little bit more on that. But, Mr. Speaker, he's screaming again right now. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can see through this veil of, well, they protest far too much, Mr. Speaker. They're not telling the truth. Canadians deserve the truth. And all they got to do, Mr. Speaker, is let her speak.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Now, the other side was asking my honourable colleague a question, and it related to the preamble in the speech that the honourable member was giving, and it referred to the tragic events in New Zealand. So, in response to what happened in New Zealand, the member from Kingston wants to implement more gun control, which is really more people control. Why is it they want to bring in more laws when, in response to acts of terrorism, they're not even enacting the laws themselves? To give an example, under Section 83.181 of the Criminal Code, anyone who leaves or tries to leave to commit an offense that's indictable in Canada is liable to imprisonment for up to 10 years. They just choose not to enforce the law. So why do we want to bring more laws forth when they're not even applying the laws that we already have on the books?
Or Caribou Prince George, a short response, please.
I'm going to do the same as what I did before. As I respect our honourable colleague here very, very greatly, and I respect most of all of my colleagues, actually, all my colleagues, the gun debate. And inserting the gun debate into this, into my intervention, has no place, and I will not enter it into today's discussion. Thanks.
Wow. Record video.
So the time for debate on the motion for concurrence is now ended. The question is as follows. Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the 51st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Thursday, October 4th, 2018, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! My opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Defer the vote till tomorrow, March the 20th, after government orders.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until March 20th, I think after government orders. Not curious as to members' wishes here in this regard in terms of standing and requesting a deferral is something that's given certainly both sides the ability to defer a vote until one day after the recorded division is requested. And in this case, that's been adopted, the decision's been taken, and the motion is, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings, and we're under the rubric motions. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to present the petition which was developed and given to me by Satya Sai School. 16 years ago, the Satya Sai School organized the first Walk for Values in Toronto. This walk highlights 5 universal principles: truth, right conduct, peace, love, and non-violence. I hope Government of Canada joins 5 provinces and the 107 cities and towns who have declared April 24th as the Human Values Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Pontiac, Orleans and Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on firearms that are already banned.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here to present a petition from many people in British Columbia who point out that the Canadian government declared the Sinixt tribal group extinct in 1956, but the fact that this group has never ceased to exist as a tribal group and that Sinixt territory remains unceded, and that therefore the petitioners call on Parliament to reverse the wrongful declaration of the extinction of the Sinixt people and the Sinixt tribal group and take immediate steps to recognize the Sinixt as an autonomous tribal group within their traditional and ancestral Canadian territory. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
To present a petition from citizens in my riding and all of Manitoba, including the communities of Brandon, Swan River, Pine Falls, Beausejour. And Mr. Speaker, the petition points out that where local Indigenous cultural artifacts are removed irrevocably damages the diverse regional and cultural traditions that may have created a multicultural Canada, and that the forcible removal of cultural property from the reach of Indigenous communities is an act of colonization which is wholly incompatible with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to actions. So, Mr. Speaker, this petition calls for Western and Indigenous artifacts to remain in Winnipeg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And petitions. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here today, both of them pertaining to the cannabis regulation. One of them is petitioning for the inclusion of hemp-based products, and the other one is just protesting the whole idea because it was such a mess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville.
Forward a petition today in regards to international trafficking in human organs. These individuals recognize that there are two bills before Parliament right now that they would love to see passed quickly, which rarely happens, of course, but asking for Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the other House to be moved through quickly. They are urging Parliament to please amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs either removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who've participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you.
And petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce two petitions to the House. The first is signed by many people in Vancouver, including Vancouver-Kingsway residents, pointing out that 1 in 5 Canadians have no prescription coverage whatsoever, that people should not have to struggle or avoid taking the medicine that they're prescribed by their doctors, that Canada is the only country in the world with a public health care system that does not have some form of universal pharmacare, and they're asking this government to lower prescription drug costs for all Canadians and work with the provinces to implement a universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare system. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from pensioners across British Columbia who point out that before the last federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which had already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into target benefit plans. So they've called on this government to withdraw Bill C-27, which they believe will negatively impact the retirement security of many Canadians and pensioners.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great MP.
The first petition, and I've got two, Mr. Speaker, regards conscience protection. It highlights the fact that colleges, physicians and surgeons are forcing healthcare professionals to be involved through an effective referral, forcing physicians to be part of assisted suicide, euthanasia, against their will. And they're calling on this Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions to protect them from coercion or intimidation. Mr. Speaker, the second is a petition on gender-based violence, and it highlights that there are some that prefer a boy over a girl, and that through the use of sex selection, women and girls are being discriminated against, and they're calling upon Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex selection. Thank you.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to present a petition focusing on the national strategy of palliative care, recognizing that it's impossible for a person to give informed consent to assisted suicide, euthanasia, if appropriate palliative care is unavailable to them. So from many individuals in this community, I would like to put this forward. Thank you.
Well said.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, and I also wish to table a petition from constituents across Canada related to the recent decision by the Supreme Court in Carter versus Canada to allow euthanasia and assisted dying for competent and consenting adults. These petitioners do not believe that without a national palliative care strategy and without resources from the government to ensure that adequate palliative care services are available, that no consent can be given by people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a very similar petition because I think it truly is an issue for people across the country and especially in rural communities. So they also are calling on a national palliative care strategy, and they believe that, again, across Canada, whether you live in rural or urban areas, that the federal government does have a role to play in terms of a strategy. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton, Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions, one in support of international trafficking on human organs removed from victims without consent, that in support of Bill C-350 and in the House of Commons here, and Bill C-240 at the Senate. The second bill is in support of establishing a national strategy on palliative care. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a shadow minister of senior, I think this is very important that there should be the government should establish a national strategy on palliative care, because in the 41st Parliament, the House of Commons unanimously passed motion calling on the government to create a national strategy in palliative care to ensure every Canadian has access to high-quality palliative care at the end of life, especially when whereby we would like to that it is impossible that for a person to get informed consent to assisted suicide if appropriate palliative care is unavailable to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I rise to introduce petition E-1528, signed by over 12,000 Canadians. We're calling on this government to remove the excise tax. In fact, all taxes.
Order. I ask the under the standing orders, if a member wishes to present petitions more than once in the 15 minutes that we have available, we typically would need unanimous consent of the House to permit that. Is there consent to allow the member for Vancouver Kingsway? There is no consent. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Commencement du débat sur le projet de loi C-80.
Debate on Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families.
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
It's an honor to rise today and open second reading debate on Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. My remarks today will focus on three key areas. First, how Bill C-92 aligns with this government's commitment to renewal of the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Second, to the importance of child welfare generally and the necessity of cultural protections in child welfare regimes. Third, how implementation of this bill would allow for greater protection of vulnerable children, youth, and families, while recognizing and affirming the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience stand in this House today without recognizing the important work done by the member from Markham-Stouffville. The member got us started on this road, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot forget her accomplishments as Canada's first Minister of Indigenous Services. We are very grateful for what she did during her time. Here, here. And while we're providing credit where it is due, I must acknowledge the role of the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations in bringing the bill forward. Her commitment to renewing the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples is clear and it is unflagging. It is my pleasure to stand and recognize her contributions to the co-development of this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, earlier I mentioned how Bill C-92 aligns with this government's progress on renewing Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. Canadians are increasingly aware that Indigenous issues are Canadian issues, that Indigenous issues are critical to this country, and that Indigenous issues must be addressed. This government continues its strong commitment to these issues because Canadians want it, because this country needs it, and because fundamentally it is the right thing to do. We have made historic investments to build and repair thousands of new and safe housing units in Indigenous communities like that I witnessed recently in Cat Lake. More importantly, we are delivering those investments through a new distinctions-based approach. There's no more one-size-fits-all approach that's supposed to work from southwestern BC to the far reaches of the Arctic to the tip of coastal Labrador. We have partnered with Indigenous people to create a First Nations-led housing strategy, the Inuit Nunangat housing strategy, and the Métis Nations housing strategy. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians should have access to safe drinking water. We have committed to making that a reality, and we're on track to raise water boil advisories long term on reserves by the end of March 2021 as forecast. We will continue to invest in infrastructure in Indigenous communities, roads, schools, recreation centers, airports. The list is long. And we're doing that because providing effective infrastructure will help those communities to prosper. And communities that prosper take part in activities and growth that create economic development opportunities.
The long shadow cast by decades of neglect will not be erased overnight. It will be difficult to reverse, but it is possible. It is essential that we take these steps now and in partnership, not paternalism. Mr. Speaker, this government and this Prime Minister have committed since the beginning to a renewed relationship with Indigenous people based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. This bill is a wonderful example of this, and it is my hope through this debate and with the support of members on all sides of this House and in the other place, that with it ultimately passing, this bill can serve as an example of the type of work we need to continue doing. Now, before getting into the minutiae of the bill before the House today, Mr. Speaker, I think there may be some value in pulling back a little bit and speaking generally about child welfare and the emerging recognition of the importance of cultural stability being provided to children who are in care. Interestingly enough, March is Social Work Month in Canada. I say that because I think it's important for us to take a moment during this debate to acknowledge and appreciate the professional duties executed by social workers day in and day out right across this country. They are often placed into settings that most Canadians don't even know exist. And they are often forced to make difficult choices across stark options. They work within a system, and the decisions they make are often mandated by those systems. So I want to be clear. When we talk about the need to address systemic faults, we do so without unduly criticizing those who work within those systems. All that to say, there is an increasing acknowledgement in both the academic and operational worlds that current child welfare systems are failing Indigenous youth. Consider this. Less than 8% of this country's population is Indigenous, but Indigenous children make up 52% of children in care.
Horrible.
That statistic is horrifying. That statistic is appalling. But it is only part of the story. Because far too frequently, a non-Indigenous social worker comes into a community that isn't theirs, applies an artificial standard without any context for the community they are in, and takes a child away from their mother, away from their grandmother or auntie. It takes them away from their cousins, from their classmates, and brings them to another place where they're supposedly safe. Safe, but alone. Safe, but isolated from their culture. Safe, but ultimately terrified. This happens because a child protection system built on a Western urban model has no place in Indigenous communities. Let's use my home province as an example. In Newfoundland and Labrador, once the Department of Children, Seniors and Social Development has made the determination that a child in need or is in need of protective intervention, they then assess the availability of placement options. It's a 4-level continuum that starts at family-based placements, then moves to non-family-based foster homes, then eventually moves to staffed residential placements. The issue, of course, is that in small isolated communities like Nain or Nashwashish, the availability of placement options is exceptionally limited. That holds true whether or not the small community is an Indigenous community. The smaller the town, the fewer the options. So what ends up happening, of course, is that kids who need protective intervention generally have to move away from their towns and into larger areas. Now, if you're taken away from your family and placed with strangers, that has an incredibly traumatic impact on you as a child. If you are taken away from your family and placed into a town where no one looks like you, no one sounds like you, no one understands where you're from, well, Mr. Speaker, you get the picture. Existing systems too often place a priority on an urban definition of safety while ignoring the developmental necessity of culture, of community, of language, of a sense of belonging. No good comes from stripping away a child from everything and everyone they know. Sometimes it may be necessary, but it should not be the standard course of action. Unless we change how we operate child welfare for Indigenous communities, we will continue to cause serious harm to individuals and communities. This is beyond unacceptable. This is a humanitarian crisis. We must act. And with the proposed bill in place, we would have a path forward with which we could achieve the fundamental reform that is required. So let me turn our attention to how implementation of this bill would allow for greater protection of vulnerable Indigenous children, youth, and families, while recognizing and affirming the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-92 would help to ensure that Indigenous child and family services are based firmly on putting the child first, not on the convenience of the system. That they be fully aligned with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That we provide clear affirmation of the inherent right of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to exercise their jurisdiction in relation to child and family services, enabling communities not only to administer prevention and protection programs and services that reflect their customs, practices, and traditions, but to also enact laws in this area if they decide to do so. The proposed process would not be a one-size-fits-all approach. Indigenous peoples may exercise partial or full jurisdiction over child and family services at their own pace. It would enable Indigenous people the ability to tailor the exercise of their jurisdiction to their needs. In this legislation, we are setting out principles applicable on a national level to the provision of child and family services in relation to Indigenous children and families. These principles, Mr. Speaker, would help to ensure that Indigenous children and their families are treated with dignity and that their rights are preserved. Some of these principles, for example, would help to ensure that Indigenous children are not taken into care based on socioeconomic conditions alone, as is happening right now. If children are apprehended, it must be in their best interest and that they would be placed with a family member or within the immediate community. Rather than a system designed to respond to crises, we must enable a system focused on prevention. This bill would emphasize the need for the system to shift from apprehension to prevention, with a priority given to services that promote preventative care to support families. It would give priority to services like prenatal care and support to parents. We know, academics know, frontline professionals know, that preventative care is a leading indicator of child success and positive development. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of this bill respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families would mark the beginning of a 180-degree turn, a turn away from a system that allowed residential schools to happen. Bill C-92 also demonstrates the importance of a collaborative approach when looking at how legislation impacting Indigenous peoples is developed. This bill flows from an intensive period of engagement with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders, communities, and individuals, including the provinces and territories. This engagement would continue in the development and implementation of a new child and family services system that this bill would enable. Monsieur le Président, des familles.
Mr. Speaker, families and communities are often separated. Indigenous children are often torn away from their families, from their community, from their culture and their language. Their rights as Indigenous people, as children, as human beings, have been neglected for far too long. This bill aligns itself with this government's commitment to renew our relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples.
The current systemic issues of child protection generally, and reinforces the necessity of cultural protections for child welfare system. This bill would allow for greater promotion of vulnerable children, youth, and families, while recognizing and affirming the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. Where capacity exists to build safe spaces for children and youth, where aunties, uncles, cousins, and friends can come together in mutual support, where communities want to end a cycle of child removal that creates lasting and widespread trauma. No child should be removed to spend their formative years in isolation, away from the supports they need in order to get the best start in life, away from the place where they belong. Because for a child to go out and make their way into the world, they must know their place in the world. They must know where they're from. They must know where they belong. They must know who they are. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. We must work collaboratively and effectively. We must maintain this momentum. We must see this through. An entire generation of Indigenous children and youth are counting on us to get this right, and we cannot let them down. There can be no greater measure of a society than how we treat our most vulnerable, how we treat our children. Today, we can stand a little taller because today we are moving to make it right. We are working to make it right. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to join me in moving toward an end to this crisis with their support for Bill C-92. Miigwech, Nakamek, merci, merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, certainly we believe that the principles are very solid in terms of what needs to be done, moving jurisdiction, moving forward. Clearly, for too many years, what has been happening is just not acceptable. One of my questions is a technical question, and of course, jurisdictions has sat with the provinces for many years, and I'm wondering to what degree have the provinces actually committed, sent letters, acknowledged, supported this particular plan moving forward. And I can use British Columbia as an example. I like to think that British Columbia has moved forward in a very good way with the devolution of services. And so we certainly don't want to disrupt some of the very positive measures that had happened. So to what degree have the provinces and territories been made aware, and to what degree do they support this legislation as it sits?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the
Honourable member for her question. I would say that engagements and discussions with the provinces and territories continue. This is not the end game, as it were. This legislation provides a path forward. And certainly, I would also emphasize to those provinces and territories, too, that, for those who are watching today, they can make decisions based on these principles as they are outlined currently in the proposed legislation. I mean, that and the fact that we've put we've doubled the amount of money for child and family services since 2016 to some $1.2 billion. So we have the means there currently, and certainly we're providing those principles, as the honourable member said, which many are in agreement with. So there's certainly nothing to stop them. But having said that, the honourable member is quite right. We do need to work closely with provinces and territories, and those conversations continue.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've waited many, many years for this legislation, and I'm encouraged. But it must be said, Canada has not earned the right to be trusted by Indigenous people. And this government has not earned the right to be trusted. Because this government spent over $1 million fighting Cindy Blackstock in the hearings while children were dying. And we saw in the 5 non-compliance orders that this government was called out again and again and again of putting their financial interests of saving money over the need to save children, where they were found culpable in the deaths of Chantel Fox and Jolyn Winter in Wapakika. So I asked my honourable colleague, if we're going to move forward, we need statutory guarantees of equity, that we need to have the Jordan's Principle rights put into law. Otherwise, we are just carrying on with 150 years of nice talk from governments about how they're going to make things better with Indigenous people. Without the statutory obligations, nothing changes. And I'll end by quoting the Yellowhead Institute that says, while Canada is presenting Indigenous jurisdiction as a main selling feature of this bill, without adequate funding, this will simply be jurisdiction to legislate over our own poverty. So we will work with this minister. We will do whatever it takes to get this passed before Parliament rises. But will the minister commit to those statutory obligations to guarantee this bill works?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Certainly the issue of funding is a very important one. However, it would be, I think, extremely presumptuous to determine what those levels should be ahead of time. So we will be working with individual groups to assure them of the level of funding and to make sure that they have it. Jordan's Principle as well is something that sweeps well beyond child and family services. It also enters, of course, into the fields of primarily health, but also education and in other fields in terms of how governments work with Indigenous groups. So Jordan's Principle is not something that is part of this, but certainly anybody who reads this legislation would realize that the principles behind, or the principle of Jordan's Principle, is imbued within this legislation. Again, on the issue of financing, that is something that we will deal with individual First Nations, Métis, and Inuit groups.
Comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and he mentioned the staggering number of 52% of children in care. When we look at the overrepresentation of children in Ontario's child protection system, it is Black children, and the work conducted by Kike Ojo with looking at Toronto specifically, 42% of children in care have at least one Black parent, and that is more than 5 times the population of children, of Black children in that city. So I'm wondering if the honourable minister could talk about the lessons learned through this piece of legislation that could translate to other communities that are really get affected by a child welfare system that disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable in our communities.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the honourable member for a question, and I think it's startling when you think that $1.2 billion towards child and family services since 2016, 80% of that goes towards what we call protective services, which is a nice way of saying apprehension, or as some may call it, abduction. 80%. So the idea behind this is working and first of all, recognizing and affirming the inherent right of Indigenous groups to child and family services, and then working with them to build that capacity so that they can not see their children apprehended and taken away to places where they don't recognize people, they aren't able to embrace their culture. I mean, the legacy of these apprehensions will live on for decades, and we must put an end to them now.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. And again, what we have found with this government is when they speak principles, they're often very sound. And when they've actually translated principles into legislation, there has been huge challenges. I'll look at S3, the gender equity bill, where there were so many mistakes and flaws that it was basically a disaster. I can look at the Indigenous Language Act, where they're having to table drop, unheard of, the government table dropping 30 amendments as we head into clause by clause. And now we have, as I say, important principles, but already we're hearing from people that will be impacted by this bill significant concern. So I'm wondering if the minister would consider not only tabling the charter and constitutional compliance statement that is part of any legislative process, but also commit today that they will be open to appropriate amendments as we move forward.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I fundamentally agree with the honourable member in the importance of consultation and the importance of getting it right. And I quote from Perry Bellegarde, of course, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, who said, "This legislation is first and foremost about First Nations children and their safety, their security, and their future. The tragedy of thousands of First Nations children in care tells us we need a new approach. This legislation will recognize First Nations jurisdictions so they can build their own systems based on their own governance, laws, and policies. Our focus has to be on prevention over apprehension and keeping children close to their cultures and to their families. We need investments to support this work. We need everyone to support this approach. The time is long overdue for First Nations to finally regain responsibility over their children."
So probably time just for one more question, but we'll see how that goes. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's good that we finally get to debate this bill. Although great concern that we're having the budget come down this afternoon, I guess we presume that there won't be any new monies because we don't have this enacted yet. One thing that I've noticed in this bill, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister. More than a year and a half ago, the former Attorney General undertook that going forward, all federal legislation would incorporate the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And yet here we have again a bill directly impacting Indigenous Canadians, and it simply stops at the preamble that is non-binding. Why is it that this government is still refusing to make the United Nations Declaration binding Canadian law?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that the most important thing that we can do is listen to Indigenous groups, and we have done that. And I would just say, having read Perry Bellegarde's quote on his reaction to this legislation, I'll also speak to President Natan Obed of the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami. I am encouraged by our relationship with the Department of Indigenous Services. I anticipate further discussions between Inuit leadership and government as this legislation moves forward. With today's announcement, the level of ambition of both Inuit and government have aligned to do more to protect Inuit children. President Clement Chartier from the Métis National Council, time is of the essence in acting on the crisis of Métis children in care and ensuring the right of Métis governments to establish and maintain their own child welfare agencies. The proposed legislation is a necessary and long overdue first step to achieve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou know that we'll need to interrupt just ahead of 2 p.m., a few minutes before 2 p.m. She'll have the remaining time, of course, for the continuation of her remarks at a later time in the order. So we'll approximately 15 minutes still remain available for her remarks, and we'll go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, am very pleased to rise to the debate on C-92 today. And I want to note that it is a concern that it is arriving so late in this parliamentary agenda. There's only 10 weeks left. This was promised actually a number of months ago, and of course it finally was tabled just recently. You know, having said that, we intend to be productive and proactive in terms of supporting this to at least in principle and to see where we can go. Again, the government has a history of having important principles, but they haven't always necessarily translated into legislation that is what it should be. So first of all, I think we all know the tragedy and the genesis for the tragedy based in the residential school system, based in the 60s scoop, and predates many of those issues. Again, I always like to sort of reflect on my own experiences. In the 1980s, as a nurse moving into a community, I can remember I was told that the social workers, the child welfare workers were not welcome to come on that reserve. They took our kids and they will not come on. And in actual fact, there was the province, the social workers of the provinces did not actually go on to the banned lands at that time. And I look at where British Columbia, as an example, has come since that time, from a place where there was it was a very tense, taut relationship that really, I think, could have ended in violence had people entered banned lands. And so they ended up in a bit better place. I think every province is a little bit different in terms of where they've ended up. And I can look in the riding that I represent to Kamloops to Secwépemc Child and Family Services, who now provides services both on and off reserve for their community members. And yes, for them, what this bill will be is it might be another step forward in terms of the evolution of what they're doing and how they're doing it. But certainly I want to congratulate both the communities for coming such a long way from the 1980s to where we are in the 2000s, where things, I think, are not where they need to be, but certainly much better than they were. But then I do actually also want to contrast that, because I think many of us, we don't know the whole backstory, but many of us saw that video that happened, I believe, at Christmas time, where there was the removal of a newborn baby from her mother and her family. Again, we don't know the backstory, but I think we all looked at that and felt certainly grief and wondered what was happening and what we still needed to do that would make it better. So in the same sense that the minister talked about the social workers and sort of held them up in terms of working under the structures of the day, which we as government need to be responsible for, the structures of the day. I also want to acknowledge, adoptive parents across this country who opened up their hearts, their homes. Maybe they couldn't have a family of their own, and they wanted to have a family to love. They wanted to do the right thing. And so certainly I want to hold them up also, because I think there are many families who brought in adopted children, they fostered children, and I know in, again, the community that I represent, many of these families tried their best to make sure that the children remained connected with their culture, ensuring that they kept ties. So I think as we move forward, this is not about not respecting the work that social workers have done. It's not about not respecting the families who have adopted children. It is about knowing that we can do better and that there is ways that we should be focused on prevention. There's ways that we can do better for the children, and keeping them, supporting them in connection to culture and community is absolutely critical. So I think we all know, I believe it was in January 2018, and the current Minister of Indigenous Services did acknowledge the work of the former minister, and they did have an emergency meeting, and with the Indigenous Services, the federal, the provincial counterparts. And at that time, they all recognized that they needed to shift the programming focus to prevention and early intervention, and supporting communities to draw down the jurisdiction and exploring the potential for co-developed child legislation, which is, of course, what we're here to talk about today. Before I talk specifically about some of the details or the technical details in the legislation, I do actually think it's important to reflect on the past government's record in this area, because I think, the Liberals like to portray themselves as the only people that have ever cared about this issue, the only groups that have actually moved forward recognizing that this is an important issue. And so I think, as I've talked about, it's been an evolution. I look at the 1980s and I explain how it was in the 1980s, but I want to look at what the record was just for a minute in terms of the evolution of the former government. We signed a bilateral agreement with BC in 2012-2013 to reimburse BC for child welfare services that it provided to the 72 First Nations. And the funding streams were similar to what First Nations and Child and Family Services agencies received under Directive 21, which of course goes way back. And it provided a lot more flexibility with respect to the funding arrangement and the increased amount of funding that was available. We also started what we called the Enhanced Prevention Focused Approach. And that was launched in 2007 in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, Quebec, PEI, and then later PEI followed in 2009, Quebec 2009, and Manitoba in 2019. And this EFPA approach was intended to provide the more flexible funding model and refocus child welfare to family-centered practice with child-centered outcomes. And it relied on more intensive involvement of social workers to provide supports before families reach crisis. And it was intended to reduce the needs for placement of children, but where placement was necessary, it also explicitly favors kinship and community placements over foster care and institutional care. And it started also tracking meaningful performance indicators. So what you can see is, I think what we've done is taken some principles that have been evolving over time. And again, some provinces are certainly more advanced in working in partnership with their First Nations communities and the federal government. But now what we've done is we've put it into legislation, and I think, creating, moving those principles into legislation, reaffirming the jurisdiction, clears up a whole lot of confusion that might have been there in the past. And I know, again, there was talk about the funding. The funding did change significantly over that time. Of course, it is needed more enhancement, but there was a 50% increase in funding. But what was more important, Mr. Speaker, was there was some results. And so what we saw is the percentage of children that were placed in foster care decreased. And I would really actually find it very valuable to get from the minister to see if that trend line is still heading in the right direction. And the percentage of children in kinship care increased. And so, so again, we saw some changes in the proper direction. So I think, again, my point is we're talking about what has been too slow an evolution, but certainly, hopefully, an evolution in an appropriate way. So what is this bill actually going to do? And so this is where I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny that's going to be not only in this House at second reading debate, I think, but importantly in committee, where we get those experts to come and share with us what is good about the bill and where it's not been crafted in a way that is going to do the job. So it affirms the jurisdiction of Indigenous peoples in relation to child and family services. And I think it's always been a very difficult gray area, because the provinces have said, under the Constitution, we need to be responsible, and the federal government has actually been pretty inconsistent in its role. Sometimes they said, well, yes, we provide services on reserve, but we don't have responsibility off reserve. It's very confusing, and so I think probably one of the most important features, if it does that, is to affirm the jurisdiction and to get rid of that confusion that has been held between the provinces and the federal government. It sets out really important principles such as the best interests of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality. And it's applicable on a national level to the provision of child and family services in relationship to Indigenous children. So the key elements we talked about, it affirms the jurisdiction of Indigenous peoples to make laws in relation to child and family services, along with the authority to administer and enforce these laws consistent with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It commits to not interfering with existing rights, self-government agreements enacted by Indigenous governing bodies regarding child and family services. So that's an area I think we need to delve into. If there is relationships that have already been established, does this make sure that it doesn't erode things that are working well and that are moving forward? The area that perhaps, certainly I believe that we have concerns about is to be binding on the provinces and territories. And I don't think there's any challenges in terms of, for communities, on reserve, taking care of their memberships off reserve where they have drawn down services. But I would really hope that the Liberal majority will allow constitutional experts, that they will allow the provinces, the ministers from the provinces, to actually talk about that particular issue in terms of the constitutionality, because we do have a constitution. So when a province is still providing services, do we have agreement with all the provinces in terms of this bill, and is it constitutional to impose them when they have the jurisdiction for delivering services? I'm not a legal expert. It's just a question I have about this bill, and I think it's a legitimate question to ask. I think we need clarity. We need to make sure that we are being consistent. It includes a rule of precedence which would stipulate that where Indigenous governing bodies have made laws with respect to child and family services, they would have precedence over other laws relating to child and family services where those conflicts arise. So again, these are many of the key elements. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I just have a little bit of time. I just want to again say I do have some disappointment. I have disappointment that it has taken so long to table it. I have disappointment. We have an agreement. It's an agreement in the House that when a bill is tabled on a Thursday, that a caucus gets to look at that bill on a Wednesday, so that all my caucus members have the benefit of understanding what a bill is looking like before it's debated in the House. That is an agreement that has been pretty fundamental to the proper functioning of this House, and this government violated that particular agreement in terms of this legislation. It was tabled on a Thursday. There has been no caucus meeting since. They committed that we would discuss it after we had caucus meetings, and it's following a pattern of them. Because they have not been able to manage their House time, it does not constitute an emergency on our part, and they should be respectful. If they want cooperation, they need to respect these basic elements where we have an opportunity. This has been something that people have done for many, many years, is respect the Wednesday rule, and they regularly violate the Wednesday rule. My other concern is, and I talked about it before, we saw S3, and when the minister stood up, it was great. This was a response to gender inequity in some legislation, and they guaranteed us technical briefings in the House. They guaranteed us they had fixed the problem. What happened? We went into committee, and we started to identify flaw after flaw after flaw. Indigenous languages. They tabled it in the House. They said it was co-developed. Everything was great. You start to have witnesses at committee. There was flaw after flaw after flaw. There was 30 amendments. I've said this a number of times today, 30 amendments. It's unheard of for a government to have to do 30 fixes to their own legislation, and those 30 fixes are tabled late. They don't even meet the deadline. They have to table it in committee on the day we're heading into clause by clause. It's unheard of incompetence. So you can certainly see that perhaps we support the principle. We want this legislation to move forward. We want to see things improve. We are a little leery of the ability and the competence of this government to have gotten it right.
Right in. Statements. The member, by the way, will have 4 minutes remaining following question period when this House next engages in this topic. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 50th anniversary of McDonald Detweiler, a BC company that launched Canada as a world leader in space, telecommunications, Earth observation, and robotics. In 1963, UBC engineers were able to map the ionosphere when NASA could not. Two of them began MDA, whose contributions to the aerospace sector have been groundbreaking. MDA robotic capabilities led to the invention of the Canadarm, the first ever in-space servicing system. Then they went on to develop Cassiopeia, the rapid up and down loading of massive data. Today, MDA is a global leader in space technology dedicated to a resilient, rich, and competitive industrial base across Canada. Happy 50th, MDA. As Canada recommits to space exploration, we know you will be there to boldly go where no one has gone before.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, every year I send out a survey to my constituents asking for their thoughts on important issues. In the spirit of Budget Day, I want to share some of what I've heard so far from this year's survey. The feedback was clear. 82% of surveys received back thus far expressed concern over deficits. 75% do not support Liberal carbon tax cash grab. But what's tough to hear is that over 71% say that life is less affordable today than it was 4 years ago. Mr. Speaker, middle-class families in Flamborough-Glanbrook and across this country are juggling mortgages and increased commuting costs. They're finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. It's clear to me what the people of Flamborough-Glanbrook don't want in the budget today. They don't want more deficits, they don't want more tax increases, and they don't want a carbon tax.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday I attended my first Fridays for Future rally in downtown Toronto. Fridays for Future is a movement that was started by 16-year-old Greta Thunberg, who skipped school to protest the lack of action on the climate crisis. This protest has turned into school strikes every Friday by youth across Europe and around the world, including here in Canada. In Toronto, over 200 youth and parents attended the rally to send a clear message. Canadians want action on climate change. I spoke about what our federal government is doing to tackle climate change, putting a price on pollution, historic investment in public transit, phasing out coal, transiting to 90% green energy by 2030, and investing $1.3 billion in biodiversity, among many other actions. Unlike the Conservative Party, who has no plan to fight climate change, we're taking action. As Greta says so eloquently, and yes, we do need hope, but the one thing we need more than hope is action. Once we start to act, hope is everywhere. So instead of looking for hope, look for action. Then and only then, hope will come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the forest industry in BC has had some tough years recently. Beetles and forest fires have reduced the timber supply, so we must create more jobs for every tree we cut. But there was some good news out of British Columbia last week. First, Kalesnikov Lumber announced that they are building a mass timber plant in my riding at South Slocan to create cross-laminated timber panels and glulam beams. These components are at the center of a revolution in how the world is constructing buildings. Canada is leading the pack in North America in this technology with companies like Structurlam in Okanagan Falls, and now Kalesnikov will join those leaders. Secondly, the BC government announced changes to the provincial building code, allowing beautiful and safe mass timber buildings to be constructed up to 12 stories. These changes, along with those in my private member's bill, C-354, that encourage the use of environmentally friendly materials in building federal government infrastructure, will help keep the forest industry healthy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
In 2013, Calgary was devastated by a massive flood. Communities I represent, Beltline, Rideau Roxborough, Inglewood and Ramsey, were all underwater. People were evacuated, lives were put on hold, the city was virtually shut down. In 2015, the now Prime Minister came to Calgary, promising to keep our city safe from flooding. Promise made, promise kept. Last week, I announced $168 million from our federal Liberal government for the Springbank off-stream reservoir. Once completed, these measures and our previous investments will protect thousands of people, their homes, schools, and businesses from future flooding. The previous Conservative government invested a grand total of $0 for flood mitigation. We're changing that and investing in Calgary in a big way.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, March the 10th, Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 crashed and claimed the lives of 157 people, 18 of them Canadians. My eldest daughter, Lauren, worked for the United Nations World Food Program, lost 7 of her close colleagues, and a dear, dear friend, 25-year-old Stephanie Lacroix from Timmins, Ontario. She was on a mission to Kenya with the United Nations Association Canada. Despite this profound loss for the United Nations community, their work will continue. It must continue, as many more lives depend on it. Every day, these brave souls sacrifice a great deal to serve their fellow human beings, to make the world a better place. We mourn the lives ended too soon, but we must also celebrate their contributions and honor their memory by supporting the goals they worked so hard to achieve. Rest in peace, dear Stephanie. Rest in peace to all who perished.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight some of the great work that the students of the Youth Council in my riding of Kingston and the Islands are doing. They have spent months studying what the federal government does and talking about the issues that are important to them. One of the common themes, Mr. Speaker, were discussions about a desire to do something about our environment. These students recognize the importance of acting today, not tomorrow. With over 2 million single-use plastic bags circulating worldwide every minute and over 1 billion plastic bags being distributed annually in Canada, they believe it is imperative that we put an end to this pollution. That is why I am happy to share that my Youth Council has created an e-petition asking the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to enact a ban on the production and distribution of all single-use plastics. Some may call these students the leaders of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, but I believe through their actions, they are the leaders of today. I would like to congratulate my Youth Council on their hard work and ask Canadians to consider signing their petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Volunteers play an important role in our communities, and this is particularly true in my riding of Shefford. I would like to thus pay tribute to Mr. Jean Patnaud, an exceptional man who over the past 60 years has heavily contributed to the development of many young hockey and baseball players in the Granby region. Many people from Granby can tell you today about the positive impact this man has had on their youth. And that is why the city of Granby decided to name the main ice rink at the Léonard Gondin Sports Centre after Mr. Patnaud. And this recognition is fully warranted and was underscored by the Patnaud family at the ceremony. Thanks to his involvement, Mr. Patnaud has had a substantial impact on the lives of many members of our community. My dear Jean, as a young man who trained every Saturday morning at the arena, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks.
The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Detail after detail, the SNC-Lavalin scandal has shocked Canadians. And every step of the way, the Prime Minister has acted like someone with something to hide. His story has changed multiple times, and he has pointed his finger in every direction. The former Attorney General testified that she was subject to repeated pressure from the Prime Minister and his inner circle to interfere in the criminal prosecution of a Liberal-connected firm. We know there is more. But the Prime Minister refuses to allow her to tell her whole story. And now he has directed the Liberal Justice Committee members to stop their investigation into his government's corruption. Meanwhile, his office has lawyered up. Our allies are flagging Canada for corrupt practices. 2 cabinet ministers have resigned on principle, and his top political advisor and top civil servant have also resigned. Yet the Prime Minister would have Canadians believe there's nothing here. Nobody is buying it, Mr. Speaker, and Conservatives will continue to fight to get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call the attention of this House to the plight of the renowned Iranian civil rights lawyer, Ms. Nasrin Sotoudeh. Human rights activists around the world were appalled to hear recently that this courageous lawyer has been sentenced to 38 years of imprisonment for having merely pursued her noble calling of defending the voiceless in Iran. Most recently, she acted as a lawyer for women who sought to exercise their inalienable right to remove their hijabs. A recipient of the prestigious Sakharov Human Rights Award for her tireless advocacy, Ms. Sotoudeh is a paragon of strength and integrity. Her baseless and arbitrary sentence is defenseless and an egregious violation of the most fundamental of human rights. As Canadians, we have always stood tall in defending towering figures who have proven tireless champions for the rights of others. As such, we should be resolute and spare no effort in joining the
Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, I was appalled by the terrorist attacks on 2 mosques in New Zealand, where 49 people were killed and many injured as they went about their Friday prayers. I wish to extend my deepest condolences to the families and friends who lost loved ones in this senseless tragedy. To Muslim communities around the world, Canadians join in your grief and stand with you at this incredibly difficult time. To my friends at the Jamia Mosque and the Al-Zahra Islamic Center in Richmond, know that I stand in solidarity with you during this time of shock and grief. Attacking people in a place of worship is deplorable and despicable. Mr. Speaker, hatred has no place in our society, and together we must confront Islamophobia and work together to create a world where all people can feel safe and secure.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to cover up the worst elements of the SNC-Lavalin scandal. That's right. Gag orders, blaming whistleblowers, closed-door meetings, shutting down debate, and silencing key witnesses.
Shameful.
These are the actions of a man who absolutely has something to hide.
Yes, he does.
We have seen 4 high-level resignations already, 2 cabinet ministers, a principal secretary, and most recently the head of the public service.
Unbelievable.
This is evidence that the scandal is real and infests the highest level of this Liberal government.
That's right.
The Prime Minister is trying to distract Canadians today from his corruption with an election year budget. Canadians will not and are not going to buy it.
Hear, hear.
And certainly not when Anne McClellan, a cabinet minister during the Liberal ad scam scandal, is brought in to investigate her own Liberal friends.
Wow.
What is certain, Mr. Speaker, is the budget will not balance itself today, and Canadians will not be distracted by Liberal deficits and debt.
That's right.
Conservatives will not be intimidated. Canadians want us to get to the bottom of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, and that is exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Villemie-le-Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
This Sunday, I joined thousands of Montrealers, along with the Minister of Justice in my riding for the 196th Montreal St. Patrick's Day Parade. St. Patrick, of course, an immigrant and a slave who became the emblem of a country. This Montreal institution is the longest-running, uninterrupted St. Patrick's Day Parade in North America and has been held, without exception, every year since 1824. Le défilé reste.
This popular parade, at its 196th edition, is an important celebration for the Quebec Irish community. This parade brings together thousands of Montrealers and visitors every year to celebrate one of the founding peoples of our city, a people that doubled the population in Montreal at the end of the 1840s, people who came over from Ireland during the famine.
Montreal and the thousands of participants and the hundreds and volunteers who make this event a success year after year. Sláinte.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Last winter, 3629 St. Catherine Street East. The building there experienced a major fire, forcing its tenants to evacuate. It housed many marginalized individuals who lived in unstable conditions. Mental health and physical health conditions, prostitution, and drugs are part of their reality. Several of these residents ended up on the street. With the lack of social housing, it is important to save rooming houses, particularly for those who live at the margins of society. With the opioid overdose crisis, this Project 3629 would round out social housing and establish rooming houses with a harm reduction approach. My team and I have worked for nearly 2 years with members of this neighborhood to create this new social rooming housing model. I'm very proud of the Hochelaga community, which is innovating once again, and I hope that the federal government will support us financially.
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of York Simcoe for their support in electing me MP during our recent by-election. I am so grateful for their unwavering support from my family and friends, and for the hard work my campaign team accomplished as we knocked on thousands of doors, where my constituents told me what their concerns are. The hardworking people of Georgina, East Gwillimbury, Bradford, Georgina Island, and all across York Simcoe are clearly worried about this Liberal government's out-of-control spending and rising debt, and what it has meant for their children and their grandchildren's future. They are concerned that the carbon tax will make things more unaffordable for everyday life, and they are tired of ongoing government corruption and scandals. Mr. Speaker, the people of York Simcoe are tired of just getting by. Instead, they have chosen Conservative leadership to get ahead. And Mr. Speaker, I am on their side. Hear,
hear, hear!
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honour for me to rise as a member for Outremont. I would like to thank all those who elected me. I will assure you that I work very hard for you to represent you well. I'd also like to thank the Prime Minister and all the members of our caucus who went out to meet my constituents with me.
Again, very soon. I must say that I am very privileged to represent such a diverse riding and work with so many different cultural communities. I will continue to fight discrimination and hate by working with you, by building bridges, and by standing up for the rights and freedoms that we all have. And like all of our constituents, I came here with a clear mandate. Get things done and focus on the real priorities of middle-class Canadians.
Oral questions, questions orales, on the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has appointed a former Liberal minister from the days of the sponsorship scandal to examine his own corruption scandal. And Liberals on the Justice Committee have put a stop to the committee's study of this matter. Not only is this an affront to democracy, it's an abuse of power and an attack on Parliament. All this to keep Canadians from hearing the truth. What is the Prime Minister trying to cover up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I took responsibility for the erosion of trust between the former Attorney General and my office, and that is why it's important for the Justice Committee to be able to hear any evidence from any witness, and that is why we lifted solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence in an unprecedented move to allow the committee to study this matter. For 5 weeks, the committee has dealt with this matter, and the Ethics Commissioner continues to investigate. And this, the decision was always ultimately the Attorney General's to make. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's just not true. They carefully limited what the former Attorney General was able to speak about. they prevent her from disclosing key information during the time after which she was fired as Attorney General and the day that she resigned. Now, what happened in that space of time that the Prime Minister is so desperate to hide? He has gone to great lengths to protect that information. What is he trying to hide?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government took the unprecedented step of waiving solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence so that the former Attorney General could speak fully to this matter before the committee. The matter before the committee was heard over the course of 5 weeks, heard multiple testimonies, and indeed the Ethics Commissioner is continuing his work on the matter. We have confidence in our committees. We have confidence in our offices of Parliament. We will continue to focus on what matters to Canadians.
Order. I would ask the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes and others to come to order and not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. Order. I have no trouble hearing the questions. I should be able to hear the answers equally well. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. The former Attorney General was not able to speak fully about the events that happened. In fact, in a letter to her own constituents, she wrote, and I quote, "These matters are still unfolding and further clarity and information is needed."
That's right.
If the Prime Minister is so sure that he's done nothing wrong, then why won't he allow the former Attorney General to finish her story?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we waived cabinet confidentiality and solicitor-client privilege so that the former Attorney General could speak fully to the matter that was being studied by committee. And that is exactly what happened. What's happening today, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives are desperate to talk about anything other than the federal budget. They don't want to talk about the Canadian economy. And the reason is they have no plan for the Canadian economy. Their approach under Stephen Harper failed to trickle down any benefits to the middle class for 10 years, and we have created growth and benefits.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is desperate to talk about anything other than the corruption scandal that has brought down 2 ministers, his principal advisor, and the clerk of the Privy Council. Canadians know that he's trying to hide something, and they know that the former Attorney General has more to say. At committee, she said that she was not at liberty due to confidences to discuss any of the matters that she now indicates that she would like to. The Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party asked if she was allowed to, would she come back, and she wrote, "I would be." Why is the Prime Minister so desperate to prevent that from happening?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservatives don't want to talk about the economy. One can wonder why. Today is budget day. Every year, the federal government puts forward a budget, a plan for the future of our economy, to grow the economy, to benefit Canadians. And in this House, the role of the official opposition is to challenge that vision, is to look at how they would do things differently. But they don't even want to talk about it. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they have no plan for our economy, and we have grown the economy and created jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is going to such great lengths to prevent the full story from coming out. And in a few hours, we'll find out just how much it's going to cost Canadians to distract from his own corruption scandal.
Right.
He's lost 2 ministers, his principal advisor. He's lost the clerk of the Privy Council. They are now lawyering up in the Prime Minister's office, and he's instructed his members on the Justice Committee behind closed doors to shut down the investigation. What could he possibly be trying to hide that is worse than all those things happening already?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite just admitted it, that he doesn't want to hear what's in the budget coming up in a few hours. And the reason is because they do not understand that investing in the middle class is the way to grow a stronger economy. That's what's created over 900,000 new jobs. That's what's led to the lowest unemployment in almost 40 years, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working to help the middle class. Their plan to give advantages and benefits to the wealthy failed under Stephen Harper, and it's failing them now to actually even be able to talk about the budget.
Order. I encourage the member for Carleton and others not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. I'm sure they wouldn't want someone to interrupt them. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know appointing a former Liberal cabinet minister is a weak attempt to change the channel from the scandal. It doesn't get to the bottom of Liberals giving special access to big corporations, quietly passing laws when powerful lobbyists ask, and potentially interfering with a criminal trial. People deserve answers. Why won't the Liberal Prime Minister call for a public inquiry? What is he so afraid of?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
What's puzzling in this whole thing is I could see the Conservatives not standing up for workers, but the NDP not standing for workers, not standing up for jobs across the country. We have always and we will consistently stand up to defend workers, stand up to defend hardworking Canadians and the communities that they support. We will be unequivocal about making sure that we're growing the economy, creating jobs like the 900,000 new jobs that Canadians have created over the past 3 years. We will continue to focus on what matters for Canadians because that's what Canadians expect.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's interference scandal is taking quite a toll. In just 1 month, he has lost 2 ministers, his chief advisor, and now the clerk of the Privy Council. And he's lost the confidence of Canadians. And what's his proposed solution? A former Liberal minister who's a party fundraiser. How does the Prime Minister think that's going to restore Canadians' confidence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Instead of talking politics, the member should be focusing on what Canadians have gained in 3 years. We have created some 900,000 new jobs. We have raised 300,000 children out of poverty. We have helped raise 825,000 Canadians out of poverty because of the steps we've taken to help their families, their communities. We've restored their confidence in the future. We will continue to support workers and to invest in Canadians. That's what Canadians expect from us, and we will keep doing it. The Honourable Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister owes people an explanation. The Prime Minister is in the middle of a political interference scandal, a scandal where the allegation is that the Prime Minister pushed legislation through the back door to help his rich cronies. How does he think that Canadians can have confidence in a former Liberal minister from the sponsorship scandal days to find the truth? The Honourable Prime Minister. I think the leader of the NDP should explain, and not just to people in Quebec, but to people all over Canada, the fact that he really couldn't care less about people's jobs. We here on this side of the House in government will always work for workers. We will always defend workers. We will work with them, and we will continue to defend and invest in jobs. It may make many others wealthier too, but we will continue to work on behalf of Canadians.
Alors.
Order. Order.
Order. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge will come to order. L'honorable député de Burnaby South.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Deserve to know the truth. Back in 2004, it was Anne McClellan defending her scandal-plagued Liberal government. Now, now we have another Liberal government plagued by scandal, obstructing the Justice Committee from learning the truth. Mr. Speaker, at least previous Prime Ministers called inquiries when they were faced with scandals. Why is this Liberal Prime Minister refusing to let Canadians learn the truth through a public inquiry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On this side of the House, we have confidence in the committees and their work. We have confidence in the officers of Parliament, like the Ethics Commissioner and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. We respect the work that the Justice Committee did for 5 weeks, hearing hours and hours of testimony, and indeed, we even took the unprecedented step of providing a waiver for solicitor-client privilege and attorney-client privilege so that the former Attorney General could speak to the matter before the committee. These are things that we know Canadians need, and that is why we provided them. At the same time, we focus.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Prime Minister spins an incredible story, and indeed it is incredible because it is not true. Let's take a tale of the tape, shall we? 2 cabinet ministers have resigned from cabinet. 1 resignation of the best friend, the principal secretary to the Prime Minister, and 1 early retirement of the clerk of the Privy Council. This is extraordinary in normal circumstances, and Canadians deserve to know exactly what is going on. But this morning, the Prime Minister has made sure that the Justice Committee, the only public venue studying this matter, was shut down. What is he afraid of? Why is he covering it up?
Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Clearly that members of the Justice Committee have been studying this issue for over 5 weeks. We know that they have asked for witnesses to appear to ensure that Canadians could hear from those witnesses, including the former Attorney General. We waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, that is unheard of. It's only happened 4 times since 1987. The last time under Stephen Harper is a time where he actually didn't waive all privileges because perhaps it's the Conservatives who have something to hide. That is not our approach. We'll focus on Canadians while they focus on tactics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's just level with Canadians. Something happened after January 14th that terrifies this government. They'll go to great extents to ensure that we never hear about it, but we will, Mr. Speaker.
Truth comes out.
The Minister of Global Affairs indicated that with respect to the concerns of the OECD, she was going to assure them by saying that the process was both robust and independent. How can the minister tell us today that after they shut down the Justice Committee that this is anything towards robust?
Honourable Government House Leader.
It's important that Canadians know that when it comes to our parliamentary committees, they actually work independently of this place. There's members of Parliament that are from all organized parties that sit within these committees, including the Justice Committee. When we had witnesses appearing, we saw that members of other parties were also able to present themselves and ask questions of witnesses. It's important that Canadians also know that there is the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner that's also looking into this matter, and the independence of the judicial system because there is an ongoing court case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General resigned from Cabinet because the Prime Minister's office was pressuring her into circumventing the law. The former president of the Treasury Board resigned because she had lost confidence, quote unquote. In addition, Gerald Butts and the clerk of the Privy Council have also resigned. Strange. But the Prime Minister says there's no corruption in the SNC-Lavalin affair. If that's true, why all the resignations? Why won't he let the former Attorney General speak her whole truth? Why not? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that the members on the Justice Committee have done their work. They sat for 5 weeks on this case. The Ethics Commissioner's office is still dealing with this matter. We know there are many ways in which this work will be done, but the Conservatives don't want to talk about the over 900,000 jobs that have been created since we took office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad she's talking about the Justice Committee. I've been on that committee for the past 5 weeks, and the Liberals have been controlled by the Prime Minister's office. They have been prevented from shedding full light on this matter. The former Attorney General had an order that prevented her from talking freely about everything, whereas other witnesses were unrestrained. Why has the Attorney General not been allowed to talk about the period from January 14th to mid-February? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we waived cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege so that the former Attorney General could share and give her evidence before the committee. I think that the member opposite knows from experience that it's their leader that gives orders to their members. But on our side, members can do their work properly, unfettered, and they will continue to do that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Liberals on the Justice Committee wrote in a letter last night saying, quote, as committee members, we have achieved our objectives with respect to these meetings. Well, I'll say they have, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal objective during this whole scandal has been to cover up for their Prime Minister's corruption. Not only will they not allow the Attorney General to fully tell her story, they're shutting down the entire investigation. What is the Prime Minister so afraid of that he's willing to sink to these depths to cover up his corruption?
Honourable Government House Leader.
It's clear that the member has a copy of that letter but does not respect the choice of those members. But we also do know that when it comes to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, that office is looking into this matter. We also know that there is an ongoing court case. But, Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that the Conservatives are covering up the fact that they don't have a plan. They don't want to talk about the 300,000 children that have been lifted out of poverty. They don't want to talk about the 900,000 jobs that have been created by Canadians since this government came into office, because we invest in Canadians rather than have the approach of austerity of the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's corrupt actions on the SNC-Lavalin affair have created a Liberal government cesspool of chaos and cover-ups. The former Attorney General has resigned. The President of the Treasury Board has resigned. The Clerk of the Privy Council has resigned. The Prime Minister's closest advisor has resigned. Other than that, it's going really well, and there's nothing to see here, Mr. Speaker. Today, they've shut down the investigation. Why are they so afraid of Canadians getting to the truth of this Liberal corruption?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. We know that there is an ongoing court case. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, what we will focus on is Canadians. We know that Canadians have created 900,000 jobs since we took government. We know that 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty. We know that over 800,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. We know that there's 9 million Canadians whose income taxes have gone down since we lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians by increasing them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's Canadians who send us here. That's who we focus on.
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, this morning Liberal MPs on the Justice Committee shut down the study over the PMO's interference scandal for good. Their message is clear. Liberals don't believe that Canadians deserve to know what happened. Are they serious? The NDP strongly believes that Canadians deserve the truth. The former Attorney General wants to reappear before the committee and speak her whole truth. The Prime Minister is refusing to let this happen. The only way we will ever know the truth is through an independent public inquiry. Will the Prime Minister launch one now? Yes or no? Yes.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Justice Committee actually spent 5 weeks looking at this issue. They had witnesses appear throughout those 5 weeks. Every single meeting where witnesses appear were in public, because Canadians should get to hear. And to ensure that Canadians were able to hear, this Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence to ensure that the former Attorney General could speak. Mr. Speaker, Canadians should also know that the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. They should also know that there is an ongoing court case. We on this side should have respect and confidence in our institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Two senior cabinet ministers, the chief advisor, and the most senior public servant in the country have resigned. But Liberals want us to think there's nothing to see here. The ethics commissioner's duties are limited, and investigating political interference isn't part of their job. Now that Liberal MPs have shut down the study at the Justice Committee, the only choice left is an independent public inquiry. Canadians want the truth. They deserve better than this. Will the Prime Minister allow an independent public inquiry into the interference scandal in his office? Yes or no?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The Justice Committee has looked at this matter. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. We also know that there is an ongoing court case. But let's talk about some numbers, Mr. Speaker. Over 900,000 jobs have been created by Canadians because of investments that this government made. 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty because of the Canada Child Benefit. 9 million Canadians' income taxes went down because we lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians by increasing them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. 900,000 seniors are benefiting from the GIS increase, all measures that the NDP voted against. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Foreign Minister. Canada's reputation on the world stage is in tatters. It's so bad that the OECD is investigating the Prime Minister's conduct in the SNC Lavalin matter. The Minister promised the OECD that there would be an independent investigation into SNC, but today the Minister's Liberal colleagues killed that investigation at the Justice Committee. How does that Minister feel when the Prime Minister throws her under the bus at the OECD?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the rules-based international order and the multilateral institutions that underpin it are absolutely essential for the pursuit of the Canadian national interest in the world. That is why we are cooperating fully with the OECD in their work on this issue, and I have instructed my department and my staff to do so.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister can't have it both ways. She can't tell the OECD that they're cooperating on an independent investigation while her own colleagues are killing the investigation at the Justice Committee. That Minister knows that this type of conduct is more likely in Venezuela or in Russia, not in Canada. That's right. Will this Minister remain silent while her Prime Minister and her own colleagues are abusing the rule of law?
Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who has stood up for the people of Ukraine, as someone who has stood up, for the Crimean Tatars, as someone who has stood up for the people of Venezuela, let me say it is...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil and the Honourable Member for Durham will come to order. Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. I should be able to hear the answer equally well. Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader will also come to order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor for a few more seconds.
So let me say, it is a profound insult to the people living under the Maduro dictatorship, to the people living under Putin's dictatorship, to compare anything happening in our rule of law country with what
Question, order. The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton will come to order. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canada is back on the international stage with a Liberal scandal. 4 resignations in under 3 months. It's a record. A British newspaper, The Guardian, says that this Liberal scandal is quite a spectacle. And the former Attorney General says the matter is serious and some questions remain unanswered. Why is the Prime Minister so determined to silence her? What is he covering up? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence so that the former Attorney General could share her evidence with the committee. The members of that committee asked to hear from a number of witnesses. They did appear. It took 5 weeks for all those meetings to be held. There's also the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner that is looking at this affair. We respect their work and we expect them to be able to complete it.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing nothing but a consistent effort to try and change the channel from this tired, scandal-plagued government.
Right.
2 Liberal ministers have resigned after losing confidence in this Prime Minister. His top advisor and best friend resigned. Now the clerk of the Privy Council resigned. Not surprisingly, the Justice Committee, led by the PMO, shut down the investigation. The Prime Minister still denies any wrongdoing, but he's lawyered up and appointed an ad scam era Liberal to convince Canadians to trust him. What's this Prime Minister so desperate to hide?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee has looked into this matter. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. We know that there is an ongoing court case, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the Conservatives are surprised, but we've always focused on Canadians. That is who we are here to serve. 300,000 children lifted out of poverty because of the Canada Child benefit, tax-free, a benefit that the Conservatives voted against. 900,000 jobs created by Canadians because of our investments, measures that the Conservatives voted against. It's really unfortunate that Conservatives don't want to focus on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in the space of 6 weeks, the Prime Minister lost his Minister of Justice, the President of the Treasury Board, his principal advisor, and the Clerk of the Privy Council. Wow. So now he's hitting the panic button, and he's calling for help. And who picks up the phone? A former Liberal minister, a Liberal who sat at the cabinet table during the sponsorship scandal, a Liberal who was in cabinet when SNC-Lavalin was giving illegal Liberal donations to the party, a Liberal who next week will be fundraising for the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister think we're fools? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is looking into this, and we will allow him to do his work. We respect his work. We know that the Justice Committee also did their work. Now, I understand why the Conservatives don't want to speak about Canadians. I mean, the NDP are even sharing their notes too. But since we were elected, more than 900,000 jobs were created for Canadians. More than 300,000 children were lifted out of poverty. 9 million Canadians saw their taxes lowered, and the NDP voted against that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, do you remember the sponsorship scandal? Well, in Quebec, we remember. Basically, it wasn't complicated. It went like this. You can never do too much for the Liberal Party, friends, and you can change all the rules if it's for the Liberal Party. And today, once again, the same thing is happening. They are desperate to repair broken trust. And so the Prime Minister is calling a Liberal who was deputy leader when Paul Martin was dealing with Gaddafi for his executive friends in SNC. What are the Liberals so afraid of? Why are they refusing to have a public inquiry to get at the truth? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Justice Committee considered this case. We know that the Ethics Commissioner is also considering this. We trust our institutions. But, Mr. Speaker, do you remember a time when the NDP was asking relevant questions? Well, we on this side of the House deal with relevant issues for Canadians. We are concerned about their problems, but obviously the NDP is continuing to vote against steps that help with housing, help with Canadians, help with children.
For St. John's East, order.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, recognizing that Atlantic Canada is on the leading edge of a demographic challenge that will create challenges for economic growth across the entire country, our government announced the Atlantic Immigration Pilot. Part of the Atlantic Growth Strategy, the Atlantic Immigration Pilot provides the tools and framework that employers need to settle talented employees and their families in Atlantic Canada. Can the minister explain how recent changes to the Atlantic Immigration Pilot will continue to strengthen our economic growth?
Well, Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his strong advocacy for Atlantic Canada. On a recent visit to the region, I saw firsthand how the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program is literally fueling the economic growth in that part of Canada. And that is why, after listening very carefully to Atlantic Canadians, we've extended the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program by a further 2 years. That will enable us to allow more international graduates to settle and live in Atlantic Canada, attract more internationally trained nurses to practice in Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite, on this side of the House...
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not like corruption. 4 people have left the PM's close entourage since last January, and he continues to say that nothing happened. Yet the former Attorney General says the opposite. She said that this is serious and that some questions remain unanswered. You know, Mr. Speaker, the more something drags on, the worse it gets. And this story smells of corruption. Canadians want to know the truth. What is the Prime Minister hiding, and what is he so afraid of? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is investigating. We know that he is perfectly able to do that work, and he must be allowed to do that work. Now, we know that the Conservatives do not want to hear the debate on the budget. Today is Budget Day. We know that our plan is working for Canadians. And I think that the Conservatives know that Canadians want to hear their plan, but they don't have a plan. So they're playing politics rather than speaking about measures that would help Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the former Treasury Board president said she had lost confidence in the government when she resigned. I can relate to that. The Liberals dismissed her resignation, claiming there was still nothing to see. But I know she wouldn't have resigned over nothing. The Prime Minister has sacrificed the rule of law and attacked our democracy. Canadians need the whole truth, not just what he wants us to hear. What is the Prime Minister so afraid of? What is the Prime Minister so desperate to hide?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, since 1987, there's been 4 occasions where cabinet confidence was lifted. This Prime Minister not only waived cabinet confidence, this Prime Minister also waived solicitor-client privilege. Right. Solicitor-client privilege it actually is a factor for attorney generals. During the time that she was the former attorney general, that privilege was lifted so that Canadians could hear. We on this side will focus on Canadians while Conservatives play politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Today we learned that SNC-Lavalin bought a $38 million yacht for the son of Muammar Gaddafi in exchange for contracts. I want to go back to this issue with the OECD. The Foreign Affairs Minister watched two of her colleagues resign on principle to stand against the Prime Minister and his role in this greasy scandal. Why is she letting herself be used on the international stage for this abrogation of Canadian democracy?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely proud to speak for Canada, to speak for our amazing country on the international stage. And because I wasn't fully heard when the member for Durham posed his astonishing question, let me just say that it is both insulting and absurd to the people of Canada, as well as to the people suffering from the dictatorship of Maduro and Putin, to make any comparison between our countries.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
What is insulting and absurd is that this government stands up day after day and gives cover for insulting Canadian democratic institutions for a company that bought prostitutes for Muammar Gaddafi's son. Every single one of these ministers that stands up, the Justice Committee today, the Liberal members that gave this Prime Minister quarter, need to be ashamed of themselves. The Foreign Affairs Minister of all women in this caucus who stands on behalf of Canada should get this right. Why is she giving this Prime Minister?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, since the member has spoken about women and foreign affairs, let me talk about what our government is doing to advance the rights of women in the world. Let me talk about what we are doing to stand up for women's rights activists in Saudi Arabia. Let me talk about what we are doing to stand up for reproductive health and access to reproductive health services for all the women in Canada and the world.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
It was just a few days ago the Prime Minister's office promised the anti-bribery unit of the OECD that the Liberals would host, quote, robust hearings into the allegations of the former Attorney General, and today they shut those hearings down to keep the former Attorney General from speaking. And to change the channel, the Prime Minister is bringing back Sheila Kopp's old seatmate from the sponsorship scandal, Anne McLeod, who's presently raising money for the Liberal Party. You can't appoint someone who's raising cash for the Liberals to reassure Canadians that Liberals aren't breaking the law. Doesn't the Prime Minister understand this? Who's giving him his advice these days?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these are definitely tactics and approaches I expect from the Conservatives, but the NDP definitely should, I would say, return to what they used to once fight for. I'm not sure why they've forgotten their ways, but we are going to fight for Canadians. We're going to fight for jobs, Mr. Speaker, and we know that our plan is working. But when it comes to that member's question, the Honourable Anne McClellan has supported and encouraged women to run as candidates across all political parties for a really long time. We know that we need more women to run for office, and that member also knows that the Honourable Anne McClellan will not be at that fundraiser now that she's accepted this role.
Honourable Member. The order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
She canceled the fundraiser. And he's proven to be the worst of both. And he's burning through his credibility here by trying to shut down the investigation into SNC. So let's put it simple. This is about leadership. This is about integrity. This is about the rule of law. Doesn't the Prime Minister understand that, or does he just not care?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, that question and the preamble prior to it was entirely misleading, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Anne McClellan was attending an event. She will no longer be attending that event now that she's taken on.
Order.
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, come to order.
Come to order. We need to hear both the questions and the answers. Let's show a little respect for each other here and for this place. Order. Order. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill will come to order. Order. The honourable member for Carleton. The honourable member for Carleton.
Speaker, the deputy leader of the Conservatives asked the former Attorney General, can you tell us what you discussed with the Prime Minister at your meetings in Vancouver on February 11th? Answer, I cannot. Can you tell us what was discussed with the Cabinet on February 19th? Answer, I cannot. Mr. Speaker, what happened in those meetings that was so egregious and disgraceful that the Prime Minister feels he has to cover it all up?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Justice Committee has looked into this matter. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. There is an ongoing court case, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the two dates that member is asking about, the former Attorney General was not the Attorney General on those dates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton. Order.
That's exactly how they justified banning her from speaking about the events that she witnessed during that time. And we know those events must have been egregious. So egregious that she felt she had to resign. But when the Deputy Conservative leader asked, can you tell us why you resigned? The answer, I cannot. Now, we simply asked for her to come back and finish the rest of the story. Right. Today, we had a motion to do that, but the Prime Minister shut down the Justice Committee investigation. What is so egregious and ugly that the Prime Minister needed to cover it all up?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the matter before the Justice Committee was in regards to her time as Attorney General. So the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege for her time as Attorney General. The Prime Minister waived cabinet confidence for her time as the Attorney General. That's exactly what took place. But the member basically is on a fishing trip. Then the member can choose to play their politics of division and what they do, but we'll focus on Canadians. We're going to focus on the 300,000 children that have been lifted out of poverty, and we're hoping that even more are with our plan. Yes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carleton.
When the Globe and Mail first reported about this scandal, the Prime Minister said it was all a lie. That's right. And he said proof is that his Attorney General was still in Cabinet. Yeah. Right. Well, the next day, she resigned. And then he said, oh, I'm disappointed in her. That's just her problem. Yeah. And then his Treasury Board president resigned. And then he said, well, that's just the two of them. But then the head of the entire public service resigned. What is going on behind the scenes that is so egregious that everyone has to resign that this Prime Minister is covering up today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Justice Committee looked at this matter. We believe that Canadians should get to hear from witnesses, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege for her time as Attorney General. That's exactly why the Prime Minister waived cabinet confidence for her time as Attorney General. The matter that was in front of the Justice Committee was in regards to her time as Attorney General, because Canadians should get to hear. The Prime Minister actually also addressed the nation and answered questions from the media because he recognized that we can always improve on our institutions, and that's the leadership he's demonstrated, and that's the work we'll continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Indian Day School system is a dark and shameful chapter in Canadian history. What many Canadians don't know is since 1920, over 200,000 Indigenous children were forced to attend these schools. Many of them were mistreated, abused, and robbed of their cultural identity. Last week, the proposed settlement agreement was announced with some of the survivors of the Indian Day School. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House on what his proposed settlement means for their survivors, their families?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member from Kildonan St. Paul's for her question and for her commitment to reconciliation. I was honoured to announce the proposed settlement agreement with the McLean class members. As well as compensation, the proposed settlement includes $200 million legacy fund in memory of the late Gary McLean to support wellness, healing, education, culture, and commemoration. Nothing can undo the harms of the past, but this will bring us one step closer to lasting and meaningful resolution for survivors and their communities.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General wants to speak because this is a serious matter and some questions have not been answered. The Liberals sitting on the Justice Committee, a so-called independent committee, have been using tactics under the Prime Minister's orders to prevent her from speaking. Canadians who are asking for answers are going to have to settle with a sham of an inquiry led by a former deputy leader, Liberal deputy leader. What a joke. What is it that the Liberals are trying to hide? The Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, the members sitting on the Justice Committee did their work. The Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence for the period of time when she was Attorney General. That's what the committee considered. And that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived those two types of confidences. Now, we can see that the Conservatives don't really want to talk about the 300,000 children who have been lifted out of poverty. They don't want to talk. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When friends of the Liberals ask for something, well, they get a new law through the back door, several meetings, and pressure to change the mind of the former Attorney General. But our dairy producers in our regions get nothing. Furthermore, our food sovereignty was sacrificed in the 3 free trade agreements signed by the Liberal government. Why are the Liberals spending all their time working for their own interests rather than working for dairy producers and regions in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, our country has stood up for supply management. The Americans wanted to dismantle it. We are currently working with processors, dairy producers, poultry producers in order to find the best way to fully and fairly support them so that they will be able to innovate, prosper, and be ready for future generations. We continue to stand up for supply management for our producers, for processors, and for rural communities. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody knows how committed I am to the environment. Our drinking water supply and water treatment networks are essential for the health and sustainability of our communities. Our government has made investments that will enable municipalities to maintain their facilities and access sufficient funding for their needs. Will the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update the House on this government's recent investments in water facilities in Quebec municipalities? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Brome-Missisquoi for his question and for his excellent work. I was recently in Bécancour to announce a joint investment with the province of $4.6 million to replace the current wastewater treatment system and to build a new pump station in Sainte-Eulalie. These are vital investments in Quebec and in Canada to build more sustainable and green communities and to prepare them for future growth. Mr. Speaker, we have plans for our regions, and we will continue to improve the quality of the lives of Canadians throughout the country. Thank you.
Barry Innisfil.
In about an hour, the Liberals are going to try to flip the switch on this scandal, but there's no way to overstate how the level of corruption in the state of the cover-up caused by the actions of the Prime Minister and his office have created a crisis of confidence. This morning, that crisis of confidence in the ability for the institution of Parliament to do its job peaked when the Liberals shut down the committee. Clearly, the Attorney General has more to say and wants to, but the Prime Minister is controlling her by not letting her speak again. What's the Prime Minister so afraid of, and what is he desperately trying to cover up?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say finally a question on the budget. The Conservatives said the word budget on Budget Day. Mr. Speaker, we're hoping so that today's budget will get to continue to build on the plan that we have been fighting for to make sure that Canadians are better off today than when we took office 3.5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. 300,000 children lifted out of poverty because of Canada Child Benefit, a tax-free measure that helps families with children that need it the most. Canadians created 900,000 jobs because of our investments. Today, small businesses have the lowest small business tax rate at 9%, all measures that the Conservatives voted in.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, Francophones are not being respected by this government. The proof? The treatment of Francophones in our armed forces. There are specialized courses that lead to promotion, including in intelligence and special forces, but they're only available in English. If they want to be promoted and specialize, Francophone members have to often abandon their own language and work in English. What is the government waiting to respect our military women and men and provide their training in French? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to answer my colleague on the fair treatment of Francophones in our armed forces. I'd like to remind him that we reinvested in the Military College of Saint-Jean in order to ensure that our armed forces members would have access to training, whereas that training had been prevented by the former Conservative government. So once again, we are showing our leadership in this country, contrary to the former Conservative government. We will be protecting Francophones in this country. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, it was his government that closed the college. Francophones are not respected by this government, and the proof is how Francophones are treated in the mounted police. Over the past 5 years, there has not been a single promotion for Francophone members of the RCMP, for unilingual Francophone members. Why is this government accepting that Francophones in Quebec and Canada be treated as second-class citizens within the RCMP? What are they waiting for to provide equality for the Francophone members? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take from the Bloc Québécois when it comes to the protection of Francophones in this country. If my colleague is so concerned about bilingualism in the federal government, I would invite him to participate in our consultations on the modernization of the Official Languages Act. Now, we recognize the fact that we must stand up for official bilingualism and the right of Francophones to work. It is the first Trudeau government, 1969, that came up with the official bilingualism, and it is a Trudeau government that is going to move forward with bilingualism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. His apology for abuse suffered 70 years ago by Inuit TB patients was appreciated. Today, the rate of TB among Inuit is 290 times that of non-Indigenous Canadians, and we know why. A severe shortage of housing creates overcrowding, and that is a major cause of TB in Nunavut. Previously announced funding, although sounding good, doesn't even provide for 2 houses per community per year. Will he commit to action today, provide adequate funding to alleviate the severe housing crisis and make a real difference? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. We are
committed to working with our partners specifically to address tuberculosis amongst Indigenous populations, and particularly in the North. We're working with Indigenous partners and governments, provincial and territorial, and supporting innovative and community-led approaches. We are working with partners to eliminate tuberculosis across Inuit Nunangat by 2030 and reduce active tuberculosis by at least 50% by 2025. And we will continue to work with our Indigenous partners to address that rate of tuberculosis in a distinctions-based and a culturally safe way, which will most definitely include housing.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
We're resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-92 regarding Métis, Inuit, and First Nations children.
Order. Order. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. We're almost there. Perfect. Good. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou has 4 minutes coming to her, and then we'll go to questions.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it's always a bit of a challenge to do 16 minutes and then 4 minutes. But what I think I would be best to use my last 4 minutes for is to do a bit of a summary in terms of what my comments were prior to question period. And I think, first of all, I think we all need to recognize in this House the tragedy of too many children in care, the disproportionate number of children in care, and how government policies of the past have impacted what's happening today. We also talked about how there's been a bit of an evolution, hopefully that's been in a positive way, in terms of, not just what this government has done, but what our government had done previously in terms of more partnerships and an increased focus on prevention. Having said that, we still have a ways to go. We perceive that legislation, if it has been crafted correctly, can put an end to some of the blurriness around jurisdictions, because it has been a challenge for as long as I can remember in terms of, especially on reserve, the jurisdictional issues. And we see putting an end to that and being very clear and affirming Indigenous rights in that area, I think, is important. I think focusing on prevention is important. As many of us, any with a healthcare background, know that, prevention is absolutely key. So then what that takes us to is the actual crafting of the legislation. So there is some elements, I think, that are strong. There is a very important question that we need to make sure we have an answer for. And that question is in terms of Indigenous communities on reserve, I think the clarity is good. Indigenous communities providing services to their members where they've drawn down jurisdiction off reserve, I think is very good. I wonder, I am not a legal expert, but I think, this government always talks about you have to make sure you're complying with the Constitution, aligning with the Constitution. When the province is providing services off reserve, we need to be very clear in terms of how we stayed within the constitutional jurisdiction of the federal government. And, I do find it interesting that the government used to criticize us regularly if they felt that we were not compliant with the Constitution, not compliant with the Charter, if they accused us of having a top-down approach. But I would suggest the answers that the minister gave to me regarding the response of the provinces was a bit of a concern. So I'm not sure that we don't have a constitutional issue that we might need to remedy within this legislation. So I know I have 1 minute left. I look forward to questions and answers. So I think the bottom line is there's some really good principles here, but this government has a very, very poor record in terms of taking what is some principles and turning them into legislation. I only need to look at S3, which was a terrible mess. I need to look at Indigenous languages, where they had 30 corrections, unheard of, tabled late at clause-by-clause stage. So I'm not totally confident that they have been able to craft this in a good way, but certainly we will be giving it all due diligence because the principles are very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for... I'm drawing a blank. Saint-Vital, Saint-Boniface.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Her speech, and I must say, I am cautiously optimistic about the potential support. I hope from members on the other side, the official opposition to this legislation. And I'm glad she mentioned the co-development process, because, as she perhaps mentioned in her speech, this bill has been in the works for close to a year, or more than a year, I believe. There's been unprecedented consultations with the Indigenous community. I believe there is upwards of 70 meetings with thousands of individuals that were consulted on the legislation. And in fact, Senator Murray Sinclair, former chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, has said that the consultations that were done for Bill C-92 are a model for implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action in a meaningful and direct way. So that encourages me, as does the comments that were made. So I'm wondering if she could comment on the importance of the co-legislation, consultation for this bill.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard in the past, I look at S3 as an example where the government proclaimed that they consulted properly, and it turned out to be an absolute mess. We look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline, where they claimed that they were going to do a better job than we had done. They were going to do that job properly. What happened? There was a court decision, and they absolutely blew it. So again, I will wait and see what is said by the many groups at committee as they come and bring their expertise to the table and tell us what was done properly and what was done improperly. But again, forgive me if I don't have full confidence that they have actually done what they said they would do. If I look at their history in this Parliament in terms of their legislative process, in terms of their consultation process.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with great interest to my colleague who I've worked with on a number of these files and I have enormous respect for. My concern is when I speak with Indigenous communities that the Canadian government has not earned the trust in order to deal with a progressive response to the long-standing policy of destroying Indigenous families. And with this government, it comes down to the continual refusal, except through court battles, to actually fund services properly. It was the chronic institutional underfunding of child welfare that they were found guilty of by the Human Rights Tribunal, and yet they spent over $1 million continuing to fight compliance order after compliance order while children were dying. And in each of those compliance orders by the tribunal, they found that the Government of Canada was always putting the short-term financial interests of the department ahead of the needs of children. So I asked my honourable colleague, this government doesn't seem to want to legislate the Jordan's principal obligations, and they don't want to legislate their obligation to ensure statutory funding. So how can Indigenous communities expect that they're going to see any different result this time around from the nice words from the Canadian government?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
So, Mr. Speaker, I do also want to acknowledge the hard work and the fierce advocacy my colleague has given at all times since I've known him here in this House. And again, I want to point out that sometimes the words that this government say are good, and I've used the example before, but it's so perfect I want to use it again, is they have this great bedside manner. So they say all the right things, but when it actually comes to being the surgeon, they're the last people you want doing your surgery because they can't execute. So very good with saying things that people feel good about, that sort of tend to encourage people, but when it actually comes down to the execution, it has been a disappointment after disappointment. Another example I can use is the Murdered and Missing Inquiry, which seems to have stumbled and fumbled along. Hopefully something good comes out of it when they finally release the report. But there has been so many areas where, in spite of the good words, you've seen stumble after stumble.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, for her consistent and compassionate work on this file. I have two questions in relation to this bill. First is about priorities. She alluded to that, her concern about the execution of the Liberals. Very good rhetoric early on reconciliation, very little follow-through. So first, her thoughts on all of these pieces of legislation being quickly tabled in the final months of a government speaks a lot to priorities. And second would be jurisdiction. It appears that the government has some constitutional issues between the division of powers between the federal government and the provinces, and clearly not a prolonged approach to working with provinces on child services in areas that are clearly constitutionally within their jurisdiction. Could she speak to those two issues, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I think those are two absolutely critical areas that have been identified. They promised that this legislation would be introduced in January. I remember that there was a press conference in December, and I'm like, what's this press conference about? They promised this over a year ago, a press conference in December, and we actually did not see that bill until the end of February. And then all of a sudden, as I say, their lack of planning and getting it done doesn't constitute an emergency on our part. This is important legislation. They failed to get it to the table in a timely way. We will do what's appropriate with good and due diligence. I think the other area, I very specifically asked the minister in a question to him in terms of, did he have a statement regarding charter and constitutional compliance regarding this legislation. He didn't acknowledge that one way or the other. And I also asked him, is there any problems? Have you talked to the provinces? And he said something about liking and wanting the provinces to get on board. So I think you can't just brush away that issue, especially as it relates where services have not been drawn down by First Nations institutions and where services are delivered off reserve by the provinces. We do have an issue that we need to understand, and we need to make sure we get it right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
I'd like to thank the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, a next door riding to mine. We share borders. We also share overlapping territories with our Indigenous people in the area. And I know certainly how well she has worked with the people of the Kamloops Nation and the people around the riding, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. She's pointed out a number of things here with this legislation. We did not get a chance to discuss it at caucus. They dropped it last Thursday before we went on a constituency 2-week stretch, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it. But she also brings up some serious issues with draft legislation or legislation we've seen dropped in this House previously by this government. I turned to Bill C-69, where I believe there were over 300 amendments presented by the actual governing party. The party that drafted the bill had to submit 300 amendments to Bill C-69. The member just mentioned again the amendments that were dropped on the Indigenous Languages Bill, amendments from the government that drafted the legislation in the first place. They just can't seem to get it right. And I'd like to ask the member if she has questions about this bill, or if she would like she would like to have a little bit more time to actually take a look at this before endorsing it or not.
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Certainly, I hope that in their haste to move it through the system, they make sure that we have the opportunity to do due diligence. As I indicated with S3, it was when we were reassured it was going to fix the court-imposed decision. It was going to fix the issue that had been identified. And it took only the first 2 or 3 witnesses where we're like, this has not fixed the problem. So I think what I need to say again is I think we have an important piece of legislation in terms of what it needs to accomplish, what we should try and accomplish. Have they actually accomplished it? We'll need to see. And we also need to look at, if I look at the child and family services in the area that we represent in terms of the shared territory, they are a group doing a really good job in terms of both on and off reserve. They've had a partnership. They've been moving along. I see this legislation perhaps giving them the next nudge in terms of what they're doing and where they're going, but we need to hear from not just chiefs and national organizations, but people on the ground delivering services so that we can make sure it's going to do what we want it to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay, particularly today, a historic day when we are dealing with the need to reform the badly broken child welfare system and Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nation, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. And I'll say at the outset that we've waited a long time for this legislation. However, this legislation has to be done right because Canada has not earned the trust to have the right to make decisions about Indigenous children. And if we are going to move forward, we need to see firm legislative commitments from government that they will live up to their obligations. Because we're talking about the lives of children, and I just want to begin by mentioning some of these children who've died in the last 2 years. Tammy Kiesh, taken from her home, where she was poor and Indigenous, by a state that said they would keep her safe, and she was found dead in the McIntyre Riverway in Thunder Bay. She was 14 years old. Chantel Fox, Kanina Sue Turtle, Jolyn Winter, Jenna Roundsky, Azrea Kokopanense, Courtney Scott from Fort Albany, and Tina Fontaine. I have met the Kokopanense family in Grassy Narrows, a family that has been poisoned by the corporate crimes of Grassy Narrows, where 80% of the children are suffering from contamination and poison. And little Azrea was taken from her family to be made safe, and she was found dead on the streets of Kenora. Courtney Scott, who was taken from Fort Albany and died thousands of kilometers from home. I heard her younger sister speak, and what she told of the treatment of Indigenous children today in 2019 and the child welfare system will shock any Canadian. They have to understand that what happened in the abuse in the residential schools is going on today. And our nation has been very moved by the story of Chanie Wenjack. And we all thought how amazing it is, this moment of Canada coming together to hear the story of that little boy trying to get home to Martin Falls. But there's 165,000 children who are like Chanie Wenjack, who are trying to find their way home. And if we do one thing in this Parliament, is we are going to make sure that that legislation is done right. And we are not going to do what has been done year in, year out, decade after decade after decade, which is the nice words and the positive talk and all the oversight from the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Budget Officer and all the great committees that have looked into the abuse and the neglect of Indigenous children, and children are still dying to this day, and they're continuing to die. And we'll begin by talking about Tina Fontaine. And I urge my colleagues to read the report on how the system failed little Tina. Again, she was taken from her home by the white state, and they promised that they would keep her safe. And they put her up in a hotel and left her on the streets of Manitoba, and the Manitoba government doesn't even track the amount of children they leave in hotels. And in her final day, when she was listed as a missing person, she had contact with paramedics, police, child and welfare services, and not one of them came to her aid, even though it was known that she was being preyed upon by a 62-year-old meth addict. And when she tried to get help, they told her, ride your bike to a shelter. This was the state's obligation to protect this child. And she was found murdered in the Red River. And I always think of the powerful words of Sergeant O'Donovan, who found her body, and he said, if this was a litter of puppies, Canadians would be outraged. But it was just another little Indigenous girl. So this is what we're here today to talk about fixing. And there are many elements in this bill that I think are very reassuring in terms of talking about the language of Indigenous control of Indigenous communities, the rights of Indigenous families and communities to decide their own future of their own children has to be the beginning of the end of colonialism, because colonialism was constructed on the destruction of the Indian family. But unless we see the legislative elements that actually force the federal government to live up to its obligations, we will not be all that much further, because Canada as a nation is a nation that has used great and beautiful words for a long, long, long time, and they've failed Indigenous children. They have simply not earned the right to be trusted on this. So this bill today comes to us after 5 non-compliance orders of the Human Rights Tribunal that has forced this government into compliance with its legal obligations. The previous government had spent $6 million nearly fighting Cindy Blackstock. Michael Wernick, who's now retired, who was the deputy minister, who was involved in the spying on Cindy Blackstock because they saw a woman who was speaking up for children as a threat against the government of Canada. But it doesn't start today. And it doesn't start with this government or the previous government or the government before that. It goes all the way back to the decision that was made in the taking of the land and the breaking of the treaties. And the fundamental principle, which was to take the Indian children away from their families and to destroy who they were as a people, which meets one of the key international tests of genocide. And Duncan Campbell Scott did not invent the residential school system, but he certainly perfected it. And when he was faced with the appalling deaths of children in the residential schools from the chronic, systemic, deliberate underfunding by the federal government, he said, "It is readily acknowledged that Indian children lose their natural resistance to illness by habituating so closely in the residential schools, and that they die at a much higher rate than in their villages. But this does not justify a change in the policy of this department, which is geared toward a final solution of the Indian problem." The term final solution was a homemade Canadian concept, and it was based on the destruction of the Indian people. So why do we have to talk about history? You know, it's one thing I've learned as a white guy. You know, I'm always like, why are we always talking about what happened back then? If you cannot go into any of the Indigenous communities without knowing how we got here. If you don't know how we got here, you don't know how we're going to go forward. And it was the residential schools. And by the 1950s, the federal government had realized the residential schools had been an abject failure, not for the abuse and the torture and the rape of the children, not for the horrific low results of education. They decided it was a failure because it failed in its fundamental job to assimilate. And so they decided to use the child welfare system. So there's nothing accidental about the 60s scoop. The 60s scoop was a deliberate federal policy to take children, to take them as far away from their identity and basically turn them into white children. And the department's Children's Aid Society, and I want, if you read the book on residential schools by James Malloy, he talks about how, quote, fostering was seen as the most effective method of breaking through the welfare bottleneck and ultimately in tandem integration of closing the residential schools. And also had the added allure of financial reward, because children in foster homes could be cared for less expensively, since the maintenance costs on average are less than that for residential school placement. This was always the principle. It was about the destruction of identity while saving the taxpayers' money. That is the fundamental principle that has led to the chronic underfunding of Indigenous schools. It is the principle that has led to so much suffering and suicide in my own region, where we've had over 600 suicide deaths, almost entirely of youth since the 1980s. And government in, government out makes all kinds of promises, but nothing changes. And so this was the fundamental principle that Cindy Blackstock started to fight over 12 years ago with the federal government, that there wasn't anything accidental about what was happening in the child welfare system. It was a deliberate federal government policy of chronic underfunding up to 40%. And so at a certain point in the 70s and 80s, they began to talk about Indigenous control of child welfare, but they were only allowed to control a broken, underfunded system. And it was ironic that one of the only times the Department of Indian Affairs will agree to spend more money on children is when they're being taken from their families. That has been the policy. The 60s scoop has been called the millennial scoop. It's the 2018 and the 2019 scoop. There are more children in the control of the state now than there were at the height of the residential schools. The policies are still there. So when I see Bill C-92 and I hear talk about how we are going to move towards Indigenous control and the Indigenous rights to develop their own family structures that are protected, where children are put into safety and culturally appropriate environments, I feel that that is a great moment. But if we do not see the legal statutory obligation of the federal government to close the funding gap, it is just to carry on. It was the ruling that the federal government was found guilty of systemic human rights abuse against Indigenous children in 2016 that was a landmark moment. And I was very proud when then the Prime Minister said that the government wouldn't fight that ruling. But he did fight that ruling. He fought that ruling to the point of $1 million. He fought it through 5 non-compliance orders, and each time the Human Rights Tribunal found that the federal government was choosing their own financial interests over the interests of children. And the 3rd non-compliance order of the tribunal found, quote, the definition of Jordan's principle adopted by Canada was a, quote, calculated analyzed and informed policy choice based on financial impacts and potential risks, rather than on the needs or the best interests of First Nations children, which Jordan's principle is meant to protect and should be the goal of Canada's programming. And they found in that third non-compliance order Canada culpable in the deaths of Jenna Round Sky and Chantal Fox and Jolyn Winter, because they knew that these children in Wapakika were at risk because there was a suicide cluster, and the government opted not to help those children because they said that the funding request came at an awkward time, that they insisted that the lives of these children had to fit within the priorities of the Department of Indian Affairs, not that the Department of Indian Affairs was obligated to these children. And so the Human Rights Tribunal found the government culpable in the deaths of these children. These children were beautiful young children, and they were loved. And the failure of the government to respond in Wapakika kicked off a horrific suicide crisis that we are still picking up the pieces. And I was just in Thunder Bay with my good friend Saul Mamakwa, and we met with a family of a young suicide victim. And how do you talk to a family in a community that has lost so many children? And that child was taken from her family by the policies of this state and this government because they will not fund high schools in her community. So she was living in a boarding house at age 14 in Thunder Bay. So these are the ongoing deaths and sufferings and abuse from the underfunding. And in the fourth Human Rights Tribunal ruling, they found Canada's continued reliance on the incremental approach to equality fosters the same discrimination that spurred the initial complaint. And we know that when Parliament ordered this government to end the shortfall in child welfare of $158 million, the government came back and said if they were forced to spend that money, it would be like throwing confetti around. The government had been found guilty of systemic underfunding, but they felt if they were forced to end systemic underfunding that it would be a waste of money. And they tell us that incremental change is the path forward and that things take time. You know, I think of Dr. Martin Luther King's incredible statement from a Birmingham jail that how do you tell people who've been denied rights for 100 and some years that to wait? The change will come one day. The change has to come today. So, quite simply, we have to start from the principle that Canada has not earned, and Canada has never had, the credibility or the right to be trusted with the lives of Indigenous children. And if the government comes forward in a recognition of its culpability, a recognition of humility, a recognition that we begin the transformation of our fundamental relationship by saying that the future lies with the children, that the rights of the children will be protected, that the basic family units and the cultural units of Indigenous communities will no longer be targeted and undermined and destroyed through the chronic systems of the broken child welfare system and the broken education system and the failed housing and the mold crisis, that the lives of children will become the most valuable thing that we cherish in this country. We will be the nation we were meant to be. So when I look at this legislation, I see good language, but we need to have it written into law. That the Jordan's principle has to be written into law because it was the government's continual interpretation of Jordan's principle that was found discriminatory. That the statutory obligations to equity have to be written into law because you cannot trust the government. When I hear the Indigenous Services Minister say, well, we'll sign these agreements, you know, band by band, nation by nation, community by community, trust us. There is no reason to trust. And I respect the new Indigenous Service Ministers, but you know, Mr. Speaker, over my many years here, I've met good Indian Affairs Ministers. I've seen bad Indian Affairs Ministers. I've seen lazy Indian Affairs Ministers. I've seen racist Indian Affairs Ministers. The only thing I ever saw change in those 15 years is the concerted unrelenting legal pressure to force the department to live up to its obligations. So whether you have a good Indian Affairs minister or a bad one or an indifferent one doesn't make a difference. These are the legislated responsibilities. So what is it that we want out of this? Well, we want to have clear written into law the obligations of the federal government to recognize the jurisdiction of Indigenous nations and organizations, and we support that. We want it written into law that they will respect and clarify what are the best interests of the child, so that it isn't vague, that we will have strong national standards for ensuring equitable treatment with equitable funding, because without equitable funding, we cannot move forward. We want accountability measures for Canada that hold them to account, because you can look at what's happened in Manitoba with the Tina Fontaine ruling, and the Conservative government says, well, yeah, the Tina Fontaine tragedy, there's no lessons to be learned. I say, that is a travesty when so many children are on the streets of Winnipeg because of the broken system in Manitoba. Or in Ontario, where the Doug Ford government canceled the Child Advocate's Office, the one voice for the most marginalized children, speaking up for children who have been sexually abused, physically abused, children who have died in the system. If we don't have those mechanisms to protect children, the system will continue to destroy lives, and we will continue to see the loss of children. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to work with this government. We want to do whatever it takes to move this legislation forward, but we will not go along with just more words. Not after the deaths of so many, not after the Human Rights Tribunal, not after the work of young Cree leaders like Shannon Kustashian, who called out government for their systemic failure to the children. We have to put the lives and the rights of children as a top priority. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of money to meet those 150 years of broken promises. But I can tell you there is not a single greater investment that you can make in this nation than in the lives of the Indigenous children who are on the reserves and on the streets and in the communities across our country. A young generation who are not sitting back, a young generation who are not going to be told what to do, a young generation that understands that hope is made real when they're given the opportunities to make change. That's when reconciliation will be made real. And without that commitment to the federal government, we're just continuing the long broken pattern. So I call on my colleagues in the government, we will do whatever it takes on our side to move this legislation through. But this legislation has to work for the interests of children, because Canada has not earned the trust to be trusted on the rights and the lives of Indigenous children. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table in both official languages the budget documents for 2019, including the notice of Ways and Means motions. The details of the measures are included in these documents, and I'm requesting that an order of the day be designated for consideration of these motions. I'd also like to say that the lockups relating to the budget will be released at 4 p.m. once markets have closed, but we'll be providing MPs with copies of the budget at this time, and I know that members will be judicious with their privileges before 4 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to begin with, I want to thank the Honourable Member from the New Democratic Party for his comments. I admire his commitment and his ability to hold government's feet to the fire on this issue. And he said many times that Canada has not earned the respect of Indigenous peoples relative to Indigenous issues. And I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. But I'm proud to say that we've made progress. Since we've been elected, 650,000 service requests by children for Jordan's Principle have been approved. Mr. Speaker, we need to do better than that. Not one request has serviced Métis children on that. The government has doubled its support for Indigenous child welfare. We now spend close to $1.2 billion per year on Indigenous child welfare. We need to do better. Not $1 goes to Métis child welfare or Inuit child welfare. I know this. We've been working on this legislation for well over a year. We've consulted over 70 meetings, over thousands of Indigenous citizens, leaders and non-leaders. And I'm wondering if the honourable member can comment about the co-development process and about the importance of getting this right, of consulting with the grassroots, of consulting with the leadership. How important is that to this legislation?
A member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague. I've enjoyed working with him on this file. The fact that he mentions of how many children have been helped by Jordan's principle is proof of the effect of having a legal challenge, because the government was not going to spend a dime. I mean, we look at the day the Jordan's principle ruling came down, the government was spending $100,000 to fight a child from getting $6,000 worth of dental work. That had to stop after the third non-compliance order. The third non-compliance order forced the government to start meeting its legal obligations, and since then, it has transformed enormously. The same for the underfunding of child welfare. I congratulate my colleague on the money that's going in there, but that was a direct result of the Human Rights Tribunal ruling, which said you have to stop this underfunding, you have to stop it now. So we are here because of the legal battles. And what we need to ensure is that from going forward is that those legal battles become the precedent. As far as the issue of consultation, it is crucial that we consult. It is crucial that we get this right, because across this nation there's many different ways that this was going to roll out, and we have to be respectful. The problem is we have a very short timeline, so I want to work with my colleague on it, and I'm hoping to make sure that we will get the maximum amount of response from the government willing to work with the legitimate concerns that are going to be brought forward.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I'm required, of course, to go to the order of the day, but I will hear from him briefly. Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Speaker, for some reason, the budget document is being distributed long before the budget is supposed to be out.
The documents were tabled a few minutes ago. The Minister of Finance tabled the budget documents a few minutes ago. It being 3:55 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, March 18, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the instruction to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans concerning the consideration of Bill S-203. Call on the members. Question is as follows. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Nader, move that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans that during its consideration of Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, the committee be granted the power to travel throughout Canada to hear testimony from interested parties, and that the necessary staff to accompany the committee, provided that the travel does not exceed 50 sitting days. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Chemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Miss Alislev.
Miss Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Bend, Gary.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Bend, Gary.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Jean La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Agité de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Miller. Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur de Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevsneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Amos.
Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Earlson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Houghton.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Monsieur Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Nuttall. Oh, wow.
He's already voted.
Yeah, that's okay. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Ms. May Sanish-Corfalin.
May Sanish-Corfalin.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Doherty.
Already voted. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole. Yeas pour 85, 85. Nays contre 235, 235.
I declare the motion defeated. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Dante is rising to a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually voted both for and in favor, and against. And I just wanted to apologize to the House for that, but also just wanted to say let her speak.
Member for Caribou Prince George is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately there was confusion at the beginning. I voted both for and against, Mr. Speaker. Had I been at the committee this morning, I would have voted to allow our former Attorney General to speak. On this vote, I'm voting for.
Member for Grant Prairie Mackenzie.
Speaker, I do want to clarify my vote. Had I been at the committee this morning, I would have voted against the cover-up. In terms of this motion, I support the motion.
Foothills.
Thank you very much. I want to clarify my vote. I voted both for and against. It is a protest on my behalf for this cover-up. I think you should let her speak, and the government should be ashamed of their attitude today.
The honourable member for Calgary Mills Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent of the House to allow my vote to let her speak.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? All those unanimous consent. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that I may have voted twice in that last vote. I appreciate the fact, Mr. Speaker, that you are recognizing me and allowing my voice to speak, to allow me to clarify the record, to have me recorded as yay. Allowing someone to speak allows for clarity and sunshine, Mr. Speaker. Let her speak.
Of course, I'm allowing points of order. I encourage members not to engage in debate during points of order. A member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, order.
Speaker, the former Attorney General has not been able to speak, and she deserves to speak.
Exactly.
I would like to stand here.
Let her speak. Perhaps did not hear what I just said, that members should not engage in debate on the points of order. They're standing up, so I'd ask her to get to a point of order quickly.
What I'd like to do then is voice my opinion on this, and I will be supporting this motion. Please remove me from the names.
A member for Prince Albert.
There may be confusion. I voted twice. I'm voting in favor of this. But I also think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that people are allowed to speak. So please.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
I would also like to apologize. I believe that I voted both for and against, but I will always vote for the opportunity for women to have the opportunity to speak and for the former Attorney General to have the
debate. The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
I want to apologize as well. I believe I voted twice on this matter. With the confusion of the House these past couple days and the confusion of who's allowed to speak, who's not allowed to speak, so I would like my vote to stand as yes and let her speak.
The honourable member for Ferris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to apologize. Apparently I voted twice. I want to register my vote that I voted in favor of this. I apparently was distracted by this document, and I believe it's important to point out that not only was I distracted, but the people at committee this morning were distracted on voting to let her speak.
Honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I want to apologize. I voted twice. I will be voting in favor of this motion because I'm a woman and I have the right to speak. So today, let her speak.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to clarify my vote as well. I would be supporting this motion, but I would also support the motion to let her speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Milton is rising on a question of privilege. Before I go to her, which I will do, I want to note first that, of course, this relates. I've noticed a number of questions of privilege that relate to matters in committee. Normally, the Speaker does not get involved in matters of committee. Secondly, of course, there is an order of the House to have something happen at this time. So I would ask her to focus on why, in this case, the Speaker should be involved, could get involved.
Silence her.
And, of course, do so briefly.
What about the vote? I appreciate your advice, and I'm sure you'll determine where you want to cut me off and stop me from speaking. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a question of privilege concerning an egregious leak of proceedings at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights today. As required by the rules and practices of this House, I'm rising it now at the earliest possible opportunity. This morning, Mr. Speaker, Liberal staff circulated to media assembled outside of our committee meeting a motion which was being put forward without notice, or table dropped as it's called, at the committee meeting. This motion was part of the Liberal effort to change the channel on the SNC-Lavalin scandal, which has been consuming the government, forcing them into a massive damage control effort. Of course, this move is not surprising, given that the Liberal members of the Justice Committee last night signaled in a letter to the committee chair, that was quite shocking, that they were shutting down the Justice Committee hearings. To put it simply, Liberal staff should not have been circulating this channel-changing motion while we were in the midst of learning about it inside the committee room. Often the House has heard complaints about the leak of draft committee reports. However, the secrecy of in-camera committee proceedings is just not applicable to draft reports. Citation 57 of Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms 6 editions tells us the following, quote, "The House has been, in the past, regarded the publication of the proceedings or reports of committees sitting in camera to be a breach of privilege," end quote. Pages 1089 and 1090 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states, "Divulging any part of the proceedings of an in-camera committee meeting has been ruled by the Speaker to constitute a prima facie matter of privilege," end quote. The associated footnote refers to a ruling of Mr. Speaker Fraser on March 14, 1987, at page 6108 of the debates, concerning the leak of a committee vote. As part of his finding of a prima facie case of privilege, your predecessor said, "I believe it is my duty on your behalf to state in categoric terms that when a committee resolves to meet in camera, all deliberations which take place at such meeting, including any votes which might be recorded, are intended to be confidential. All members attending such a meeting, together with any members of staff assisting the committee, are expected to respect the confidentiality of the proceedings which take place at that meeting. This place can only operate on the basis of respect for its rules and practice and of confidence and trust among its members, end quote. The matter was referred to the former Standing Committee on Elections, Privileges and Procedure, which considered the matter. That committee said of the following in its 7th report at paragraphs 8 and 10. An in-camera meeting is one which occurs behind closed doors. It is a confidential meeting in that the public is excluded. Your committee firmly believes in the value of importance of in-camera meetings to committees of the House. This practice allows committees a measure of independence and enhances the collegiality of members, something which is necessary to effective committee work. The success of an in-camera meeting depends upon their privacy. Their confidentiality must be respected by all involved, and without this respect, the work of all committees would be seriously imperiled to the detriment of the House and all members. When a committee chooses to meet in camera, all matters are confidential. Any departure from strict confidentiality should be by explicit committee decision, which should deal with what matters may be published, in which form, and by whom. Committees should make clear decisions about the circulation of draft reports, the disposition of evidence, and the publication of their minutes. Equally, committees should give careful consideration to the matters that should be dealt with in camera and matters that should be discussed in public, end quote. Now, normally committee problems are left for committees.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chilliwack Cope, I will note, of course, that questions privilege are normally heard at a certain time, either at the beginning of the day or after question period. Now, member for Chilliwack Cope is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, many critical points are being made by my colleague, and due to the noise coming from the Liberal side, I can't even hear the member. I'm sitting right beside her, so I'd ask that you bring the House to order.
I am grateful to honourable member for Chilliwack Cope for his interest in decorum, and I trust that will continue in the future. The honourable member for Milton, who I'd ask to sum up.
No.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm at the matter that you asked me to address specifically, so I'm going to take a little bit of time to make sure that I answer all your questions. Normally, committee problems are left for the committees themselves to sort out. However, there are exceptions. The words of Mr. Speaker Fraser on March 22, 1990, at page 9756 of the debates are very instructive. This is what he said. The Speaker has often informed the House that matters and procedural issues that arise in committee ought to be settled in committee, unless the committee reports them first to the House. I have, however, said to the House that this practice was not an absolute one, and that in very serious and special circumstances, the Speaker may have to pronounce on a committee matter without the committee having reported to the House. This principle was acknowledged more recently by Speaker Milliken in his May 10, 2007 ruling at page 9288 of the debates, where he said, in a quote, "Nevertheless, circumstances do exist in which the importance of a question may require intervention by the chair." Such circumstances arose in a case where Mr. Speaker Fraser found at page 14629 of the debates for December 4, 1992, a prima facie case of privilege concerning the intimidation of a witness following her committee appearance by the CBC. I would also like to refer the chair to Mr. Speaker Milliken's ruling on November 29, 2010, at page 6560 of the debates. In that case, as some members may personally recall, an individual on the staff of a finance committee member had divulged to lobbyists information about recommendations. Despite the employer member's sincere and unequivocal apology about the staff's actions, a prima facie case of privilege was found by the Speaker, who said, "This matter is thus not merely of direct personal concern to the member from whose office the leak came, or even of concern to the Finance Committee which reported the leak. As I see it, this is a situation that is of importance to the whole House and all honourable members. It is an institutional dimension that cannot be ignored given the circumstances. The Chair must therefore determine whether it appears that the ability of members to carry out their parliamentary duties have been impeded. Having considered carefully the arguments presented, I have reached the conclusion that in this instance, members of the Standing Committee on Finance, individually and collectively, appear to have been impeded in their work. Accordingly, I have no alternative but to find a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. Now, to borrow Mr. Speaker Fraser's words about very serious and special circumstances, the situation involving the Justice Committee and the Liberal cover-up, Mr. Speaker, I would submit is one of those cases. And to borrow Mr. Speaker Milliken's view about an institutional concern, I would argue that this present situation is a fundamental and an institutional one. Indeed, the point reminds me of the important ruling by Mr. Speaker Fraser on October 10, 1989, at page 4457 of the debates, respecting presumptuous government advertising. This concern is doubly so in light of the letter published last evening on behalf of the Liberal members of the Justice Committee. Key words often quoted from that ruling should be reiterated. Here they are. We are a parliamentary democracy, not a so-called executive democracy, nor a so-called administrative democracy. Presuming a committee decision, and just let me roll back on this and why it's important. The fundamental issue of in-camera is that only decisions that are deemed in yes, meaning that only motions that are voted in favor of, are then released to the public. When that Liberal staff member went out and distributed this motion to members of the press individually, they made the presumption that this motion would pass in committee, and that's what I'm referring to here. On this aspect of presuming committee decision, allow me to draw the Chair's attention to the ruling by Mr. Speaker Zwodzecki of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta at page 292 of the Journals for December 2, 2013, concerning a government brochure which presumed, among other things, a decision to be taken by a legislative committee. In his ruling, the Alberta Speaker said, and I quote, and this is the last quote for the matter, Mr. Speaker, "It is clear to your chair that the advertising in the brochure I referenced earlier did presume that a decision had been made by the Member Services Committee. That decision had not been made, in fact. That decision had not been made until the following Friday. And let me make sure I said that correctly. I am of the opinion that the advertising in the brochure presumed a decision that had not yet been made by the Member Services Committee. The continued absence of adherence to some of the proprieties of this institution causes your chair a great deal of grief and anguish. I would hope that the dignity and authority of this Assembly and of its delegated committees would be given greater respect from this day forward. Accordingly, your chair finds that the government advertising undertaken by the government on page 6 of the aforementioned brochure, the Building Alberta Plan, does constitute prima facie case of privilege. In conclusion, I would respectfully submit that the Liberals' effort at the Justice Committee this morning to turn the channel away from the SNC-Lavalin scandal, which has consumed this government, constitutes a breach of privileges of this House. Should you find a prima facie case of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary of the House, the Government House. But before I go to the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, I think is rising on a point related to the vote that happened a few minutes ago.
I'm rising on a point of order as it relates to the upcoming budget speech. The Minister of Finance made it clear to everybody in the lockup that the budget was embargoed till 4 p.m. and it's been long-standing parliamentary convention in this place that the budget is not to be made public before the Minister of Finance makes it public in this House and presents it in this House. And it's also been long-standing convention that the budget is not to be released before North American equity markets close at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And what happened is that well before 4 p.m., the Minister of Finance table-dropped the budget and then proceeded to go into the public sphere, the public realm, and start commenting about his very own budget, while everybody else was still embargoed and prevented from talking about it till 4 p.m. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise on this point of order and ask you to contemplate this matter and ask you to rule on this at some future date about whether or not parliamentary convention was followed and about whether or not breaches of privilege were executed on.
Thank you, the member for Wellington Halton Hills, and of course I'll come back to the House on that matter. As I want to make it clear that I will also come back to the House on the question of privilege matter raised by the member for Milton. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, actually, the member for Essex was up first on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the question of privilege that was brought up by the MP from Milton. I was there at committee today for the incident that has been raised by my colleague in the House, and I am also very concerned about the violation and the intentional breach that was accurately described here as what happened today in committee. I have heard what my colleague has just stated and would like the opportunity to come back tomorrow to speak to the question.
Well done.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to.
Excuse me a moment. I have not yet recognized the member. I will still do so in a moment. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly address both points that have been raised by the official opposition and the member from the New Democratic Party. The Minister of Finance duly tabled the Budget 2019 documents in the House. That is not contrary to the rules. The opposition has been saying in the media that they will do everything to delay the presentation of the budget, as evidenced by the two motions debated yesterday during routine proceedings, and further evidence of the 257 opposed votes standing on the order paper. On this side of the House, we want to deliver a strong budget. That is our duty as government.
The Honourable, thank you, Parliamentary Secretary. He is getting into debate. I'd ask him to stick to the point of order. Order.
And then on the second point, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the intervention of the member from Milton. The rules are very clear around in-camera meetings. House of
Keep going, Kev. Keep going, Kev. Keep going.
Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear around in-camera meetings. House of Commons Procedures and Practice 2017 on pages 1089 and 1090 state the following. Divulging any part of the proceedings of an in-camera meeting has been ruled by the Speaker to constitute a prima facie matter of privilege. The key word here is proceedings. Making public a motion that one intends to move at a meeting is well within the rules. There is a high level of hypocrisy coming from the Conservatives on this very issue. On February the 28th, the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, released a letter publicly on Twitter.
He's getting into debate now. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope is rising up. Whatever I remind members that I'm subject to a House order requiring us to move on to something else. Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to go back to the vote that was held at the start of 3:55 with the 30-minute bell. The vote result was announced before several members had the time to clarify and ask for unanimous consent for their votes to be recorded in a certain way. I didn't hear you after that had happened come back to the House with I'm not sure if the vote total stayed the same, if that was taken into account. I just didn't hear that was recorded for the House. I'm wondering if you can clarify what the result of that vote was.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising what is an important point, in fact, and then the results were adjusted accordingly. The motion was defeated. The member for St. Albert, Edmonton is, I think, rising on the same question of privilege. Again, I'm subject to the House order, so I'm going to ask him to be very brief. He could, of course, come back on another occasion, do it perhaps tomorrow, but I would ask him to be very brief so we can get on to what the House has ordered me to proceed with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise because I was sitting in the Justice Committee when I was presented with a motion that I had not seen before in an in-camera meeting. Minutes later, on Twitter, Mercedes Stephenson was reporting or posting on Twitter a copy of that motion. I repeat, a motion that I did not see and that no member of the opposition saw during an in-camera meeting when it was presented. During that time, the motion was leaked to Mercedes Stephenson, and when the meeting was suspended and we briefed the media, we were told by multiple reporters that a Liberal staffer had presented that motion. Again, while we were meeting in camera, all part of a transparent attempt by the Liberals to change the channel on the SNC-Lavalin matter as they sought to silence the former Attorney General. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I fully endorse the submissions made by the Honourable Member for Milton, and I join my friend, the Member for Essex, with the request to speak to this matter tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the other member. Order. The House will now proceed to the consideration of Ways and Means proceeding number 27 concerning the budget presentation.
Government bills. Consideration of Ways and Means motion number 27 regarding the budgetary policy.
Order. I have been quite lenient, hearing quite a few points of order, and it's important to hear them. However, as I've said a few times, I'm subject to a House order. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Murray, Ms. Murray, Vancouver Quadra moves that the House approves in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Like kids their age should be. But it was clear to me from their questions and from their simple interactions how much they cared about each other, about their community, and about the world beyond it. It was a good reminder of what's at stake and of who is counting on us to get the big things right.
Today, I am happy to share our government's fourth budget, entitled Investing in the Middle Class. The title should come as no surprise, Mr. Speaker, because investing in the middle class began with our first day in office, and it's what we've been doing every single day since. Investing in the middle class means good, well-paying jobs today and the promise of a better future, even in a world filled with change. The interpreter apologizes. She cannot hear the minister.
want to remind members that delay is a tactic that is permissible up to a certain point in the House. Obstruction is not. I am the servant of the House, and as the servant of the House, I am acting in accordance with the House order, and I'm required to allow the matter to continue. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, just to reiterate, when we came into fall of 2015, it's scuttling high. Wages were stagnant. Consumer confidence declined. Those are the facts. That was the outcome of years of cuts and failed spending measures. That's what happened when the government decided to try to balance the books at any cost, no matter what it meant for people, community, or for this country.
One that was confident and ambitious. Again, the interpreter apologizes. She cannot hear the minister. Nevertheless, we have to keep those strong numbers in perspective, Mr. Speaker. If you are a young person still struggling to find meaningful work, a low unemployment rate probably doesn't mean that much. You just want a chance to make a decent living doing work that matters to you. At the other end of the spectrum, maybe you're just someone with a few decades of work experience, but you're worried that the good job you have today might not exist in another 5 or 10 years. Good GDP numbers don't mean a lot when the job you need to feed your family is on the line. There's a growing sense of uncertainty taking root around the world. Mr. Speaker, and Canada is not immune to those worries. Again, the interpreter apologizes. She cannot hear the minister. With this budget, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing with our proven and successful plan of investing in the middle class. That means taking steps to ensure that more Canadians... Again, the interpreter apologizes. She cannot hear the minister.
Remind members of Standing Order 82-2, which provides an order of the day for the consideration of a Ways and Means motion or motions shall be designated at the request of a minister rising in his or her place in the House. When such an order is designated for a budget presentation, the minister shall specify the date and time thereof, and the order shall be deemed to be an order of the House to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment if required. At the specified time, the Speaker shall interrupt any proceedings then before the House, and such proceedings shall be deemed adjourned, and the House shall proceed forthwith to the consideration of the Ways and Means motion for the budget presentation. At 5 p.m. on April 27, 1989, Speaker Fraser was in the process of hearing arguments concerning a question of privilege raised concerning an alleged budget leak. He interrupted the arguments, which he agreed to give a further hearing to at a later time in order to permit the budget presentation. At that time, the Speaker stated, Debates, April 27, 1989, at page 1060. The difficulty the Speaker is in this present situation is that while fully understanding the position of the official opposition and the New Democratic Party, and fully understanding the reason for it, the fact of the matter is that we now have a House order which was passed by the House. I can see no way that I can unilaterally change that. He continued after indicating his intention to hear further argument. However, while I do not know what may eventually happen on the privilege issue, I do know what the House has done with the special House order. I must advise honourable members that I am bound by it. Therefore, it is my duty to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance. Now, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on a brief point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Very, very briefly, thank you for that ruling. Of course, in the past number of minutes, as the Finance Minister... That wasn't me. I swear that wasn't me. He's there. As I attempted to, I see there's an emergency alert, but unrelated. Thank you, Speaker. As I was attempting to listen to the Finance Minister deliver the budget speech, it was, of course, impossible for any member, I believe, in the House, even those perhaps adjacent to the Finance Minister, to hear the speech. It's a privilege. It's a long-standing privilege in this place. We are able to hear one another, even amongst the rigorous debate that this House sometimes enjoys. I wonder if there might be a path forward through you, Speaker, to allow the small discussion that was attempted prior to the speech taking place so that we could actually continue on with the House business of today and hear the speech in some way so that members of Parliament and Canadians through us can understand what the government is proposing in their budget. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton is responding to the same point of order. Briefly,
Yes, the point that I was attempting to raise earlier on is that the Finance Minister already presented the budget earlier today at about 5 minutes to 4 o'clock. That was his budget presentation. He was given the opportunity to do so. It just so happens that that presentation occurred before the closing of trading on the financial markets, which is a breach at the very least of good management and possibly something more serious. But the reality is that the Finance Minister has had an opportunity to speak once already. If you're going to let him speak twice, then why is it that the former Attorney General has only had an opportunity to speak once and cannot speak again?
Thank the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Honourable Member for Carleton, for their comments. Of course, the Finance Minister rose earlier on a point of order. He's now speaking on the Ways and Means motion and is for the budget presentation. Therefore, the Minister of Finance has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to proceed. It's obviously been a pleasure to start this speech. I hope that you've heard the parts that I've already delivered, but I do want to continue from where I was. And what I was getting at was some things that we want to do in the housing market. And in particular, I was talking about the fact that we want to take action to crack down on the people who break the rules, who evade taxes or use real estate for money laundering, making housing less affordable for the people who need it. And I want to help more middle-class families find an affordable home today. We're offering new, targeted support for first-time home buyers. This includes increasing the hours new home buyers plan withdrawal limit $35,000 to $45,000 to reflect the reality of home prices today. And it includes a new initiative called the First-Time Home Buyer Incentive, which will allow eligible first-time home buyers to finance
going to go very briefly to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. This is the actions of the government today have been unprecedented, have been an assault on democracy. They have shut down the only public investigation into the Prime Minister's SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal, a scandal which touches upon the Finance Minister himself.
Yeah.
The Finance Minister is today presenting a budget after he has been implicated in an unprecedented assault on the independent rule of law. And Conservatives will not sit idly by while Liberals destroy the integrity of our justice system.
Thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. I'd like to summarize what I've been presenting over the course of the last number of minutes for Canadians, because I know Canadians want to hear what it is that this government is trying to do to ensure that we continue to have the good fortune for all of us that we expect. We come into this budget 2019, having had very positive economic results over the last 3.5 years. We made the decision back in 2015 to invest in Canadians. Those investments in Canadians, the addition of the Canada Child Benefit, for example, the introduction of the Canada Workers Benefit, they have had important impacts on where we found ourselves economically. We find ourselves today with the lowest unemployment rates we've seen for 40 years. We have higher workforce participation for women. We have higher workforce participation for disabled people. We have higher workforce participation for Indigenous people. We have higher workforce participation for new immigrants, and we have higher workforce participation for youth. Truly, Mr. Speaker, we are in a much better situation today. Mr. Speaker, that is the position from which we start in terms of thinking about how we can continue to invest in middle-class Canadians. We know that with those important efforts over the last 3.5 years, people remain anxious about the future. They worry about the changes in the global economy. They worry about the things that themselves and their families are facing today and tomorrow. So we know, Mr. Speaker, that our work is not done. We know that we need to deal with those anxieties and those challenges in a real and important way so that people can continue to have confidence in the future. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what this budget, Budget 2019, is doing. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we thought about our housing market. We know that we've made important efforts over the last 3.5 years to make our market more stable. That's been important. We know that through our investment in affordable housing, we've created more housing units across the country. That's important. We also, though, know that millennials still see that the possibility of getting into the home market is very challenging. So we've moved forward this year with some important measures to deal with that. We've moved forward with measures that are going to enable people to get into housing because they're actually going to be able to have a less expensive mortgage for them and their families.
Yeah.
For example, for someone who wants to buy a new condo for $400,000, for example, that person could use the incentive to finance 10% or $40,000. That will put them in a better position to make the purchase. And that means that it will be a measure that will help to lower the mortgage payments by $225 a month, more than $2,700 per year. So it's that extra money up front that helps. And this is a significant help for people who want to own their own home, for young people, for families, for Canadians who need just a little extra help to make their dream of owning a home a reality. We've also heard from Canadian workers who are anxious about the changing world of work. This includes young and unemployed people who need help getting into the job market. And it also includes more experienced workers who worry that their existing skills might not be enough for them to find and keep jobs until it's time to retire, or who want to acquire new skills so they can move up in their current jobs.
Believes that Canadians at all stages of their working lives should have the opportunity to learn new skills to take control of the future. To help working Canadians get these skills, we're introducing a new program, the Canada Training Benefit. It's a personalized, portable benefit that will help people to plan for and get the training they need. It consists of a training credit that will give working Canadians $250 every year to put toward the cost of future training. A credit that will add up to as much as $5,000 over a career. It also includes a training support benefit operated through the Employment Insurance Program. With this support, workers won't have to choose between their training needs and their family's needs. They can take the time that they need to learn new skills, knowing they've got help to cover their living expenses along the way. And finally, we intend to move forward with leave provisions in conjunction with provinces and territories so that workers can take the time they need for training without worrying about losing their jobs. Taken together, this means that working Canadians will get 4 weeks of training every 4 years, with up to $1,000 to help pay for the training, income support to cover lost income, and the security of knowing they'll have a job to come back to when their training is done. It'll give working Canadians greater confidence about their ability to provide for their families down the road.
Wonderful. For employers, it will mean a workforce that has the skills and confidence needed to help grow their businesses and our economy. And to make sure that small businesses won't have to pay the price for this new benefit, we'll introduce a new EI Small Business Premium Rebate. While the Canada Training Benefit will help working Canadians succeed, we also know that more needs to be done to help young Canadians to get a good start in their working lives. That's why we're taking steps to make education more affordable by lowering the interest rates on Canada student loans and Canada Apprentice loans. For the 99% of student borrowers who have a floating interest rate on their Canada student loans, the interest rate they pay will be lowered to the prime lending rate. That's very important for students, for young people, and for our economy. And because we know that young people want more opportunities to learn while they work, and to work while they learn, we're expanding the Student Work Placement Program so that students in all fields, not just those in math and science fields, can find good work placements and get the experience they need. With this budget, we are setting a target of creating up to 84,000 new student work placements per year across Canada in 5 years' time. This will be in close cooperation with employers to create opportunities for Canadians.
Il s'agira d'une étape importante afin que
This will be a significant step towards ensuring that 10 years from now, every young Canadian who wants a work placement will be able to get one.
We've also heard from Canadians who believe strongly, as does our government, that no Canadian should have to go without the medication they need simply because they can't afford it. Yet, that's the reality for too many of our friends and neighbors who struggle under the weight of some of the highest drug costs in the world. When people can't afford the medicines that they need, they're less healthy and less able to contribute in their families, in their work, and in their communities. And that costs all of us. And so, guided by the early work of the Advisory Council on the implementation of National Pharmacare, we're taking action. First, we'll work with provinces and territories on the creation of the Canadian Drug Agency, which could use its bulk buying power to negotiate better prescription drug prices on behalf of all Canadians. This would help individual Canadians, such as seniors and their families, afford the medicines that they need. It would also support the sustainability of the drug plans they rely on today and pave the way for national pharmacare tomorrow.
Bravo.
Second, to help Canadians access the prescription drugs they need, no matter where they live, this new agency will work with the provinces and territories to determine which medicines represent the best value for money for Canadians right across the country. And third, to help Canadians with rare diseases access the drugs that they need, we'll take steps to help make some of the most expensive drugs more accessible through a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, parents of children with rare diseases know these costs all too well. It's not just dollars and cents to these moms and dads. It's nights spent sleeping by a hospital bed. It's a constant worry that never goes away. And it's knowing how much happier and healthier their kids could be if they could just get the treatment that they need. So we know that these measures, they alone will not fully close the gap for people who need prescription drugs and can't afford them, but they do mark important first steps on the way to a system that helps all Canadians to get the medicine that they need. Our publicly funded universal health care system is a source of pride for Canadians and a source of strength for our country. It's a legacy that we're building on with this budget. We look forward to receiving the Advisory Council's final report later this spring as we move towards national pharmacare for Canada. Avec ce budget, nous avons fait
With this budget, we're also doing more for Canada's seniors, Mr. Speaker. Women and men who have worked hard their entire lives and deserve a secure and dignified retirement free of financial worries. These are the Canadians we've helped with the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up for single seniors, which boosted benefits for nearly 900,000 low-income seniors and lifted about 57,000 seniors out of poverty. We also help to put thousands of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians as they become seniors by restoring the eligibility age for old age security at 65 after the previous government forced seniors to wait an additional 2 years to receive these benefits.
We're taking additional measures, additional steps to make retirement more financially secure for more Canadians, to ensure that all Canadian workers receive the full value of the Canada Pension Plan benefits to which they've contributed. We'll proactively enroll Canada Pension Plan contributors who are 70 or older but have not yet applied to receive their retirement benefits. With this one change, as many as 40,000 seniors will begin to receive an average of an extra $300 per month starting next year. And to help low-income working seniors, we're enhancing the Guaranteed Income Supplement earnings exemption so that seniors who wish to work can keep more of their pay and benefits. As important it is to our shared success that we continue to invest in people, we also know that it's vitally important that we also invest in building a better Canada. That means building strong communities. And one of the ways we do that is by making sure that our cities and our towns have the resources they need to invest in local priorities, whether it's expanding a public transit route, repairing potholes in the spring, or building a new playground or community garden. To give our communities the help they need and to ensure that money earmarked for communities is invested as intended, we will be giving a one-time boost to municipalities through a municipal infrastructure top-up, doubling this year's federal commitment through the gas tax fund. Transferring funds to communities gets projects built. Projects like the Minto Park Concession Building in Dawson City, the Emerald Park Soccer Facility in Edenwold, Saskatchewan, and the Armand Lavoie Amphitheatre in Tracadie, New Brunswick. Monsieur le Président, les communautés de notre pays sont...
Mr. Speaker, communities are a priority for us. We promised this help, and we're delivering it. We also know that in today's connected world, it's more important than ever that Canadians have fast and reliable access to the internet. From small businesses looking to reach customers around the world, to seniors who want to stay in touch with family and friends, to college students who want to move home for the summer but still be able to take online courses or apply for work, high-speed internet is a necessity, not a luxury. And that's why, in today's budget, we are announcing a new national plan to get us there.
By 2030, every Canadian home and small business will have access to high-speed internet no matter where they are located. Mr. Speaker, for those people who say 2030 is a long time away, I want to make sure they know that work is already underway. Supported by the accelerated investment incentive introduced last fall, service providers are already working to bring high-speed internet to more Canadian homes in rural and remote locations. Building a better Canada also means helping people to be part of the clean economy, with energy bills that they can afford and cleaner ways to get around. That's why with this budget, we're taking steps to make zero-emission vehicles more affordable for more Canadians, with a new federal purchase incentive of up to $5,000 for electric battery or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles for Canadians who want to make the switch and pay less at the pump. We'll also provide immediate expensing to a full range of zero-emission vehicles so that businesses that want to switch over their fleet can recoup their investments sooner. To help make monthly electricity bills more affordable, we will enter into a partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to offer funds to make homes and businesses more energy efficient. This will help support retrofits like new hot water systems or rooftop solar panels that can help lower monthly bills. At the same time, we know that building a better Canada must, by definition, include advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples.
Absolutely.
That's why Budget 2019 includes important new measures to help advance self-determination and improve the quality of life for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation people. It includes new investments to better uphold Jordan's Principle so that First Nations children can get the help that they need, when they need it, where they need it. It includes new support for Indigenous languages, for Indigenous entrepreneurs and businesses, for mental health and home care, and for emergency response. All critical parts of healthy and successful Indigenous communities. And most critically, it includes continued investments to make sure that these communities have clean, safe water. There are today children living on reserve in Canada who cannot safely drink or bathe in or even play in the water that comes out of their taps. It's not okay. So we'll continue to work hard and make the investments that are needed to finally make this right. So far, we have lifted more than 80 long-term water advisories, and we're on track to eliminate all of the advisories over the next 2 years.
Yes.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I've shared some details about what Budget 2019 will mean for the middle class and people working hard to join it. For working Canadians, young Canadians, seniors, and Indigenous peoples. But I also want to be very clear that this is a budget for people and for communities all across the country. That includes people who come together to learn, work, and pray. Wherever we gather, Canadians should always feel safe. That's why, with this budget, we are doubling our investments to protect our communities from crimes motivated by intolerance and hate. To better counter racism in Canada, we're moving forward with a new anti-racism strategy. These are two very important measures, particularly today in this country. And in recognition of the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent, we will work with community leaders to help celebrate and raise awareness of Black Canadian communities. To give more people here in Canada and around the world a chance to see, hear, and appreciate our talented and diverse artists, we're making new investments that will help support our musicians and bring festivals and performing arts series to more communities across the country.
Canada is also a country where we take care of each other in our times of need, including times of serious and life-threatening mental distress. To support people who need immediate crisis support, we'll work with experienced and dedicated partners to support Across Canada Suicide Prevention Service. We'll be available English and in French by phone, text, or chat 24/7, so that no one who needs help goes without. For people in the prairie provinces and parts of Western Canada who are critically ill or injured and need emergency medical help, we're investing $65 million in new emergency ambulance helicopters for the region's Shock Trauma Air Rescue Service, or STARS. And because we know that our prairie provinces are especially vulnerable to the extreme weather events that go hand in hand with climate change, and because we value our hard-working farmers and ranchers who help to feed us and keep our economy strong, we'll work with our Western partners on a plan to protect water and soil in the prairies.
To ensure that Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg farmers can continue to provide Canadians with high-quality products in a world of freer trade, we will make available an income protection program for supply-managed farmers, along with a measure to protect the value of quota investments these farmers have already made. And in the East, to maintain safe and reliable ferry services that people in Atlantic Canada rely on, we will extend support for existing services and look to procure 3 new modern ferries.
Mr. Speaker, even for those who don't speak French, that's a good measure. In communities all across the country, Mr. Speaker, we know that hundreds of thousands of Canadians are living with cancer. Every single day, about 565 people receive a cancer diagnosis, and around 220 people die from cancer. It's something that touches every community and most of our families. To help give more cancer patients and their families help and hope, we'll provide the Terry Fox Research Institute with up to $150 million to establish a national Another illness that touches the lives of millions of Canadians is dementia. With this budget, we're investing $50 million to support Canada's first national dementia strategy. This is going to give people living with dementia a better quality of life, and to ensure that their caregivers, who are primarily women, get the help and support that they need as well.
To ensure that our immigration system is fair and effective, supporting Canada's reputation as a country that is welcoming as well as governed by the rule of law, we will invest in a comprehensive border enforcement strategy to better detect and intercept people who cross into Canada irregularly and those that attempt to exploit our asylum system.
We will also renew our Middle East strategy for another 2 years, supporting humanitarian, development, stabilization, security, intelligence, and diplomatic activities across the region, in addition to our military contribution.
Yeah, that's very good.
And to ensure greater fairness in our tax system, we'll take action to limit the benefit of the stock option deduction for executives of large, long-established corporations, while ensuring that everyday employees aren't affected and that startups and emerging Canadian businesses can continue to grow, attract talent, and create more good jobs.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, we live in a world that's changing and changing quickly. Canadians know that we can't stop the trends that are already transforming the world around us. Things like new technologies and more automation. All that they ask for is a chance to find their way in this new world with help from the government so that they can have their best shot at building a good future for themselves, for their children, and their grandchildren.
That's what we're doing with this budget. We're investing in the middle class and in their future, so that when young people graduate from school, they've already got the experience they need to get a good job. With student debt that they can afford to pay down, and a real chance at owning their own home. So that when seniors retire, they can look forward to spending their time with family and friends, not worrying about how they'll pay their bills every month.
So that every Canadian can feel good about what the future holds and be confident about their place in a changing world. And so that Canadian kids, like the ones I spent time with last week in Toronto, can grow up in a country where nothing holds them back. That's what's at stake. And that's what we can accomplish together when we invest in the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Order. Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is covering up his corruption. Under $41 billion in brand new spending that he'll pay for in higher taxes after the election if he's re-elected. In this sense, it is the most expensive cover-up in the history of cover-ups. It's the Liberal two-step. Big deficit spending to distract from corruption before the election, big tax hikes to pay for it after the election. And we are full circle. Last budget, the Finance Minister introduced quietly changes to the criminal code allowing large corporations accused of fraud, bribery, and other corruption to get off trial by signing a special deal. We didn't know why he was doing that, but we soon found out when we learned that the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister pressured the former Attorney General to offer a special deal to end the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin for over $100 million of bribery and fraud. Now, the Finance Minister has so far been running scared, unwilling to answer questions about the pressure he applied on the former Attorney General. She testified to that pressure. She said that his Chief of Staff did likewise to her personnel. So my question is this: if the Finance Minister has nothing to hide, will he, yes or no, appear before a parliamentary committee to answer questions about the pressure and the interference he carried out on the former Attorney General with regards to the SNC corruption scandal?
For Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the honourable member for talking about our budget for a very brief part of his commentary. I do think that I want to address those issues first and foremost, because what he was saying was, in fact, in one way, absolutely true. We have decided to make investments on behalf of middle-class Canadians so that we can improve their situation for the long term. Now, I think Canadians, as they look at Budget 2019, will see that as particularly good news, because what they'll see is that what this government has done since the very beginning is we've made investments in them and their future. What they also see is those investments demonstrably work, because what's happened over the last 3.5 years is investments in Canadians, investments in their families, and more jobs and more opportunities for their children. So we're in a much better situation than we've been in for the entirety of the honourable member for Carleton's life, in terms of much, much lower unemployment than he has ever seen in his life. So as I go out to people in my constituency, as the member for Carleton goes out to people in his constituency, what he'll find is more and more often, if he does that during the day, that they will actually be at work, because they're working in good jobs, full-time jobs, that have been created over the last 3.5 years. That is the kind of efforts that we have worked on behalf of Canadians. We're going to continue doing that each and every day. Now, where the member from Carleton was absolutely incorrect was when he talked about the impacts of what we've done. Because what he would recognize, if he looked carefully at the numbers, is we have the very best balance sheet among G7 countries, and we've made it better every single year. We've reduced our amount of debt every single year as a proportion of our economy. That is important for us to notice, and it's important for all Canadians to see. Investing in Canadians in a fiscally responsible way is a way for the future of this country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et aujourd'hui,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today was kind of the last chance budget for the Liberal government. But like previous governments, this is really a missed opportunity. They're already involved in a big political interference scandal, and they know that it's probably their last chance to make significant lasting change. But once again, they missed the target. And in fact, they're feeding political cynicism by breaking political promises that they should have fulfilled since 2015, and it's now 2019. Universal pharmacare, which they've been promising for 20 years. So we're still waiting for it from a Liberal government. They're going to try to make people believe that this is the time they're really going to do it and that they should be trusted. What about dairy farmers? They're still going to have to wait to actually see compensation when the impacts of CETA and the TPP have been known for a very long time. And there's nothing for NAFTA 2.0. Tax fairness will also have to wait, Mr. Speaker. Even though they've admitted that they've only recovered a fraction of the $25 billion they were supposed to recover. It's very clear that some of these tax issues are aggressive, but the government is waiting still. Now, people, the web giants still have a free pass under the Liberal government, and that's going to continue. And the worst of this is that they lack ambition on the environment, Mr. Speaker. People were protesting in the streets, marching in the streets last week to see action on climate change, but there's only $87 million out of the government's spending. Only $87 million is going to climate change. So my question is simple. Given the flagrant lack of leadership on these crucial issues, when will the minister and his government lead the way open for real leaders who will actually make the necessary changes? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais commencer.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by explaining that we continue investing in the middle class, to continue with this approach and with the measures that the honourable member raised. Something that's very important for us is pharmacare. We've had a report. We began with those measures that will be the foundation of this system. It's important to be responsible, to find a way to assure Canadians that this will be a long-term system. With respect to supply management, we clearly explained that we'd found an approach for $2.4 billion in the supply management sector, the same approach as the preceding government. This is very important. We'll continue discussing with stakeholders, with people in that sector. Finally, with respect to climate change, it is our party that decided to have a really strong position. This is the most important thing to assure our future. We know how important it is for our future, for the future of our children and grandchildren. The honourable member.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first of all like to say that the Bloc Québécois dissociates itself from the actions of the Conservative Party. We have great respect for tradition in this House. There's a moment for debate, but I think that democracy is debate and not noise-making. Mr. Speaker, in your budget, please, I'd ask the honourable member to direct his comments to the Speaker. Well, sir, Mr. Speaker, as a new member, I just forgot. So in the budget delivered by the minister, they don't talk about what Quebec wants, about what the Legault government, the concerns of the Legault government with respect to transportation and the Davy contract. And we had hoped the three digital giants, web giants, would be taxed, and companies, just as companies like Videotron and Bell are taxed. This will be a grave disappointment for Quebec. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first of all thank the Honourable Member for his comments, his significant, important comments on how we should act in this House. We're continuing to work with the Quebec government. This is essential for us. We've spoken with them several times to talk about approaches to investments in infrastructure to improve the situation in Quebec. This is very important. There are still things to be done together. We have an approach to pharmacare. We will work with the Quebec government to improve the lives of citizens. This is what is crucial to us.
Carleton. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister is covering up his corruption under $41 billion of brand new spending, which he will pay for with higher taxes if he's reelected. This must be the biggest and most expensive cover-up in the history of cover-ups. It's, the new Liberal two-step. Get yourself out of a big scandal with massive deficits before Canadians vote, and then hit them all with tax hikes after they vote. Now, it's interesting the irony that is in the air today, because it was a year ago that this Minister of Finance stood in this place to introduce a budget in which he failed to mention a tiny little detail that he wanted to sneak into the eventual 600-page omnibus budget bill that he would introduce. And that was an amendment to the Criminal Code. It was discovered in the Finance Committee as members from all parties were leafing through this massive tomb of paper and stumbled upon an amendment to the Criminal Code. The reaction was astonishment. astonishment by all sides. In fact, the Liberal member for Hull-Elmer said it left a bad taste in his mouth. He said that he had the impression reading the amendment that if he stole just $10, he'd be in trouble, but that if he stole $10 million, he'd be just fine. That was how he interpreted the finance minister's amendments to the criminal code. But what boggled us all was that who was asking for this? We had traveled around our communities and we had not stumbled upon a single person who was interested in helping corporate crooks get off without conviction. So why would the finance minister slip such a measure into that budget? Well, we found out, didn't we? In February of this year, the Globe and Mail broke a story that the Prime Minister had personally and politically pressured his Attorney General in order to shelve the charges into a Liberal-linked corporation, SNC-Lavalin. Lavalin was known to everyone as the company that gave $100,000 of illegal donations to the Liberal Party, having been caught and having to return that money. Known for prominent links through its massive army of lobbyists, which swarm around the Hill and spend inordinate amounts of time, according to the Public Lobbyist Registry, with people like the Finance Minister and the staff of the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister said, none of it's true. It's all a lie. Well, he said, as proof that it was all a lie, that, look, my Attorney General is in my cabinet. If she were so upset, why doesn't she leave? And guess what? The next day she did. She resigned from his cabinet. And then eventually, we learned more. After a massive pressure campaign to let her speak, the Prime Minister backed down and lifted partially the gag order on her. He allowed her to appear before the Justice Committee and to speak, but not too much. She was only allowed to testify about events that occurred before she was removed as Attorney General. Anything that happened after that period was to remain a secret. She did not have legal authorization as a former minister to say anything. And so when she was asked why she resigned, she indicated she could not say. When she was asked about her meetings with the Prime Minister in January and February, she told us she could not say. She did name 7 senior officials in this Liberal government who she says, and I will pull a selection of quotes here, interfered, made veiled threats, hounded, and pressured her to shelve the charges into SNC-Lavalin. She even went as far as to compare it to the Saturday Night Massacre, a reference to Richard Nixon's Watergate firings. What did the government do then? Well, soon after, there were attacks on her. Senior Liberals, including a former Deputy Liberal Prime Minister, attacked her for her Indigenous roots and for her gender. And then they sent out Michael Wernick to give a partisan speech. This is the clerk of the supposedly nonpartisan Prime Minister's top public service official. He turned the top public service official into a partisan actor. And we've seen the scandal unfold from there. And so far, it has been an incredible spectacle. The Attorney General has resigned. The Treasury Board President has resigned. The top public servant in the Liberal government has resigned. And the Prime Minister's principal secretary and best friend, most important advisor, has resigned. Everybody's resigned, but no one did anything wrong, they assure you. Today, just to make sure, Conservatives put forward a motion at the Justice Committee to continue the investigation, let the former Attorney General complete her testimony, and call the full list of top government officials that she says pressure her so that they could be questioned under oath. the Prime Minister sent in his majority members and shut down the investigation to make sure the truth would not come to light. And we know that the justifications that they have given for all of these cover-ups, and scandals make no sense. They claimed it was all about jobs. The Prime Minister claimed that the headquarters of the company would leave immediately if the Attorney General did not interfere and shelve the charges. Well, we now know that's impossible. The company must stay headquartered in Montreal on the basis of a $1.5 billion loan agreement with the Quebec pension plan. We also know that if SNC is responsible for the 5 biggest construction projects in Canada worth $52 billion, which physically can only be done here in Canada. You can't have a rail transit system for the city of Ottawa built in London, England, or in Beijing and then dropped out of a helicopter onto the nation's capital. It obviously has to be done here, and therefore the jobs not only are going nowhere, but can go nowhere. And furthermore, we know that the public procurement minister is working on an exemption so that even if the company gets convicted, it will still be allowed to bid on federal contracts. So this is not about jobs. This is about protecting corporate cronies of this Prime Minister. And today, he carried out another abuse of power. His first was when he tried to interfere with the justice system, and today he interfered with the Justice Committee to shut down the investigation and cover up what is to behold. Yes.
Before I go back to the member, I want to refer him to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Bosque and Gagnon, third edition, which at page 902 says, following the budget speech, the Speaker recognizes a representative of the official opposition, usually the finance critic, who after a brief speech moves the adjournment of the debate, which is then deemed adopted. In doing so, that member reserves the right to speak first when debate on the motion resumes at a subsequent sitting. The Speaker then adjourns the House until the next sitting day. And so can I presume that this member will be wrapping up quickly?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that polite reminder. And I will indeed wrap up very quickly, to the great dismay of the many supporters I have around me today, anxious to listen to me continue. But the reality is this. This Prime Minister is spending $41 billion in brand new spending to drown out the corruption scandal of SNC-Lavalin. Money that he will pay for if he is re-elected through massive tax increases. This is the same strategy that Kathleen Wynne, whose advisor, of course, was Gerald Butts, imposed on Ontario. It is not new to this Prime Minister to do such things. After all, he's raised taxes before on Canadian families. He's covered up the true cost of his carbon tax, and he's running out of other people's money. This latest spending splurge will cost Canadian taxpayers a fortune. He knows a lot about a fortune. He inherited one. But most Canadians don't, so they can't afford higher taxes. So we, in conclusion, as the official opposition, will champion amendments to this budget, which will require the government live within its means, leave more in people's pockets, make life more affordable, and let Canadians get ahead. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Perth Wellington, that the debate be now adjourned. Thank you.
Where's the Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m.